one wasted or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the Stephanie while you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば
暗く長い夜が明ける
Emotion
在路旋律对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and
あ
me.
なたが未来を見せてくれた
もう何も怖くない Everybody sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and
明日
me.
な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember last time we had.
分け合った風が新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time. 'Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side. Forget about time, fine, I keep feeling it. 如果听到我心跳声，就手牵手奔跑吧。
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。在这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，我们一起找配方。这是对我是无可追追求你感到迷惘。当我们起诉无法抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたと未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう Everybody sing that song. Everybody
actors don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap, or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
Great messenger, bringer of strange joy to yuggeth through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot. Detached from the pompous sham of this show, you can now listen to the whisperer in darkness among the stars.
everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
When, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic cave-in occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Curse child! Your family is
All because of horror. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed. I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng. Above the high tower, my utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends, the final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Look back.
After sunset, I'm an engineer for Sonora Aero Club. When the final screw was put in place, it took flight like a blessing from fate itself. But the sun always rises.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next day. That was not that at all. Every time I do an intro, I totally do it out of my head and how I'm gonna say it, and then usually it works. But that time I just forgot how to say the word gentleman, so apologies for that. But yeah. Anyways, welcome to our next day of Southeast Asia IVC 2023. My name is Elio, joined here with Chocho for our second day of playoffs. We saw the first two matches yesterday, which were obviously very exciting, and two more teams advancing on. Of course, the other two will go down to the losers bracket. Still an opportunity to stay in this competition and potentially become the champion, but it will, of course, be a larger and more challenging uphill battle. But today we have our two matches, Idol versus FT to lead things off, and then of course GH versus Rio. Chocho, welcome back. It's good to be casting you through today. How do you feel about our matches in front of us?
Yeah, I mean, today's one's gonna be really, really exciting. We do have quite popular teams upcoming today, so stay tuned for that. And we're just gonna get right into this phase where we're gonna introduce. Look at the little brackets that we're seeing here. Yesterday we had FT winning against Snor, so FT as well as UTP against ADM. Both of them will be advancing forward in this upper brackets, and for the lower brackets, Snor and ADM will be versing each other next week. So right now we'll be seeing Idol versus ST, like what Eli has mentioned, as well as GH versus Rio. So very intense matchup that we are having for today. And you know what, Eli? We have this intense matchup for today, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is there anybody or any teams in particular that you're kind of looking forward to or expecting quite a performance today?
Well, obviously, we did see, of course, GH have a very strong performance last week. We had we actually saw Seichu from him, or from this team, and we actually have it again today. So Seichu is actually going to be leading the charge for GH again, which is very interesting to see. We're going to see GodJ, just take the backseat for the second week in a row here. Could be that they're potentially saving, GodJ for a later round. Maybe they have some new characters they've learned along the way that they want to bring out in a later round. But it looks like we are going to have, again, as mentioned, Seichu will lead against Ryu. We saw some very strong gameplay from Ryu moving into this event. Some very strong Survivor gameplay as well, and some very consistent Hunter gameplay. I think a lot of people have high expectations for GH, and I think they will probably expect GH to win. But I actually think on paper, obviously GH is favored, but I think overall, that matchup is a lot closer than people think. As for Idol versus ST, ST, a team I believe from Vietnam, right, as we talked about before. So we'll see how they're able to go against the powerhouse Idol team. Again, Idol, we see the overall lineup here. A lot of very strong players. Notably MX and Shadow, two of the strongest players out of the Southeast Asia region. We've seen them compete at very high levels of competition in the past, as well as Meowpai, the hunter for ZT in the Call of Abyss tournament. So I think that overall this Idol team has a lot of good things moving forward for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And for ST, I mean, last week Idol went against MP, which is a Vietnamese team. This time around, they're going to go against another Vietnamese team. We'll see whether the results might be different. But look at ST's lineup. We do have Kwong coming up for the Hunter side as usual. And for the Survivor side, Chris, Boss, Tatian, as well as Love Theo. So very exciting matchup that we might be possibly seeing here. And, for people that's rooting for them, do give your love and support. And also, because right now we're having this live stream kind of late for the Asia region, it's kind of like the evening time already, so matches might be kind of long for today. So do have your snacks, your dinner, get it delivered, anything like that, and have your water next to you. Stay hydrated. And you know what, I think today is gonna be exciting for all of us. And I was kind of looking at the live chat just now. I mean, everybody was talking about Itakwa Nation, Itakwa Cult, but you know what? We're just gonna dive right into the players' stats for now. Idol Meowpai. Meowpai, I mean, he's a very known hunter, I think. For now, I would just say might possibly be the strongest hunter in the SEA region. We do see a Bonbon over here, but we do know that he plays the Night Watch as well. And a very fierce geisha, I would say the most aggressive geisha player that we're seeing in this IVC. And as for Kwong, we do see a Night Watch over here, but he did play like Sculptor, something that is not really into the meta anymore. But you know what, Eli, anything you want to add on about this too?
Yeah, very, very good numbers for Kwong, actually. We see overall win rate of 73.5, very high, especially in a very Survivor-sided meta. The elimination rate extremely high at 3.3, obviously well above the standard there. So I'm actually, obviously we talked about how Idol is definitely favored in this matchup, but looking at the overall player stats from both sides, Kwong definitely having the upper hand, at least from previous experience here. So I think that overall this is going to be definitely a lot closer than we would predict. Obviously, we talked about GH and Rio as well. Could be a lot closer than people think. This one as well. So obviously, Meowpai, as you mentioned, one of the strongest players in the Southeast Asia region. But according to the statistics, we do have a slight edge for Kwong here. So we will see ultimately how that does play out here. Looking into the survivors now, we do have Idol Leah here. Overall 40% win rate, about 73 seconds of containment time. Slightly above average here. A lower escape rate for a rescuer player, which is quite interesting to see, but we will see if that's going to impact the matchup in any way. And of course, we do have, I think it's Chris as well on the ST Survivor side.
Yeah, for Grizz, we see a little girl over here, but in last week we actually saw her play the Explorer, so we might be seeing that same thing again. As for Leah, mainly just taking on the rescuer role for his team. Gravekeeper and Mercenary were the characters that were played last week, so might potentially be the same role given to him, since he's been very consistent with his rescues. Yeah, definitely a lot of things to kind of see how they might potentially perform and see how, I mean, right now we're seeing a little bit of change. We do see Shadow in the lineup today, so we'll see how that's going to be different. But moving on to that, we have Idol MX. Played the Psychologist as well as the Lawyer last week, but we do know that he also has a very renowned S-Badge Thief. Very strong. And as for Boss, we're seeing a Wilding over here. But for last week, we did see him play, I believe, the Mercenary. So taking on this rescuer for his team. Anything else you want to add on, Eli?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at MX stats for sure, we see 88 seconds of containment time, which is well above the average. This is more standard up potential rescue or harassment type character. But this is actually a kiting type character at 88 seconds, which obviously is very, very high. Only a 47 win rate, but overall not too bad with a 46 escape rate. So for the most part, definitely going to be one of the main kiting players here. We should expect MX to take a lot of those first kites here for Idol, and of course Boss, as you mentioned, on the rescuer character. So we'll see how if that's going to continue here in this match. We do have Idol Light as well. 50% win rate, obviously a little bit higher. 83 seconds, another very high containment time. So a lot of strong survivor gameplay from the Idol side. And then if you look over at Tatian as well on the side of ST, 94 seconds. Both players listed as batters, so potential harassment characters here. And the 94 seconds means a very aggressive play style from the survivor player.
Yeah, I mean, and then for Tatia, we did see him play the Composer last week. Yeah, mainly taking on the Decoder / Kiter role for his team. We do see the battle over here, so we might potentially see this pick today. I mean, it could be a question mark for us for now, but moving on from there, we do have Idol Shadow. Shadow didn't play last week, but he's been quite known to play. I mean, he played in FT last time in another team, FT, but right now he'll be in Idol. Character pool wise, we do know he plays the Toy Merchant, Female Dancer, Entomologist, taking on the support role for his team. Very strong kiter, I would say, and I'm expected to see quite a bit of showing from Shadow. And for Lovethail, we do have this prospector that we're seeing here. Last week he played the Acrobat, so just maybe, once again, we might be seeing a prospector play harassment from this ST team over here.
Yeah, absolutely. So very exciting matchup in front of us. And I think that, again, we talk about how we are going to have our first round pick. It's actually going to be Leo's Memory. It looks like ST banning that Moonlit River Park here. So Leo's Memory, we saw that sort of become a meta map with characters like Toy Merchant becoming more versatile. However, it's sort of fallen off the table a little bit, but we are going to see Idol go ahead and play it in this first round. So leading with this map right away, they're really trying to play aggressive here. This is not your standard Chinatown, your standard Ever Swimming Town. This is a very aggressive map selection. They definitely have some sort of strategy they're going to bring forward into this match. Now the question is, are we going to see a character like Toy Merchant get banned early? That could definitely be a possibility, as Toy Merchant obviously setting up that catapult in the center of the map is very powerful, as it is able to get you into that factory area. Of course, Chocho, you would know a lot about the Toy Merchant. So yeah, you want to talk to us a little bit about how Toy Merchant can be very effective on Leo's Memory?
Yeah, for Leo's Memory, I would say in terms of effectiveness, I mean, picking a Toy Merchant, I would say it would be beneficial. I mean, we do have a jumping spot from the outside of stairs area to jump in, but other than that, I would say other catapult placements may not be as useful.
Right.
Yeah, so Toy Merchant pick would be great. I mean, the support would be great, but I wouldn't really recommend it. But we'll see whether the hunters do, give their respect, just ban it out so they don't want the kind of support to stop the hunter, stop the kite, and then destroy the catapult, and then chasing again. It's just going to be a long story over and over again if they don't destroy it. So we'll see how that's possibly going to be played out. But between both hunters, we do know that Malpai has been consistently getting 4 eliminations over and over again. But as for Kwong, we do see a tie in his first match and then a 4 elimination. So statistics wise, from last week, Malpai might potentially perform better. And let's see whether ST can make history over here, defeating Idol, or is Idol gonna take this victory home once again?
Yeah, we are going to find out in a moment. We're going to get into our band picks here. And of course, we'll have Kwong on the Hunter side. So ST going with the opportunity to pick the faction. They're going to go Hunter first, which is obviously we talk about sometimes we see a lot of teams often lead with their Survivor faction because it is obviously such a Survivor-sided meta. Gaining that early momentum with the Survivor side is always nice. And then also having the ability to know what type of Hunter you want to play is always nice as well. But it looks like that's not going to be the case here. Kwong's going to lead on the Hunter side. We do see Priestess and Seer first. We're going to see an Acrobat. Toy Merchant should, I expect, to be the second selection, just because Toy Merchant isn't as strong later rounds if you get weaker Toy Merchant maps such as Arms Factory or Church. But it looks like they're going to go... Okay, well, you know, that's typically not a character we see get locked in early, as there's... you know, it's unlikely that we'll see Gardener get banned here. But it looks like that's going to be the case. I would imagine that's an MX character selection. Actually, Gardener, in theory, is not too bad on a map like Leo's Memory. If a survivor does die inside that factory area, you can break the chair at the bottom of the stairs outside factory, and it can be very difficult for the Hunter to make it to the chair without the survivor struggling free. So that could actually be a factor in this match.
That possibly could be, and we're seeing a potential mercenary pick over here. Very stable rescuer coming into this. I mean, a big mat. If you need to kind of, I mean, mobility-wise, he has 3 elbow pads to work with. Rescue shouldn't be an issue. So we're seeing that being locked in, and afterwards, looking at this, I mean, of course, like you've mentioned, that Gardener strat at the double story area, but maybe MX might potentially go for, I mean, maybe he might play another strategy. Could be interesting to see how this might potentially play out. Or maybe Kwong is just gonna go straight for this Gardener instead of him coming into him later on with the harassment of that chair. So you just gotta wait this out. And also a Professor Ben over here, Eli.
Right. Professor's interesting. It could be that they're potentially trying to play Geisha or Night Watch. Obviously, we talk about Night Watch, such a strong character in the meta, one of the early round hunters, if not the first round hunter in most situations. Professor is a very good character for actually countering the Night Watch, and that obviously does slow down his swing when you have the Professor, and you can he's a single hit hunter, right? And Professor is a character that can play around that. Looks like we might see Coordinator as the last character here. Coordinator, of course, always good on maps where there's a very strong rebound area, such as that factory. If you're able to use the flare gun, the survivor can make distance, get inside factory, and rebound kite. That can be very strong. Now, the only problem with Coordinator in this situation is that if it is a Night Watch can easily just catch up to the survivor after the flare gun's been used. So Coordinator is actually very, in a lot of instances, a weaker character against a Night Watch. So a bit of an interesting choice to see it in round 1. I would have liked to see it in a later round situation where Night Watch is already banned. But because Night Watch is actually available, it seems a little bit underwhelming from the survivor side here. And also, we're in a situation where this comp is not that strong against Night Watch. I mean, it's decent in that, you know, Gardener can obviously take a free hit early against a single hit hunter like Night Watch. Acrobat's a good versatile kiter. Coordinator's not too great. Mercenary's a fine rescuer. But there's no direct counters here. And obviously, we are going to see Kwong go with the Night Watch. No reason to really go anything different here against this team composition.
Yeah, and potentially see that Night Watch being picked over here. We'll see whether this team comp might potentially bite them in the back, or, you know what, show us something different. I mean, we've been seeing quite a lot of Itakuas kind of dominating the stage with their 4 elimination consecutively, or even yesterday, I mean, even when the server just needed a 1 escape, it was still a 3 kill regardless, almost a 4 kill though. So let's see how Idol's gonna potentially play this out. And you know, we were talking about the Toy Merchant, and you know what, they didn't really pick it. It wasn't banned as well. So, I mean, we might see like item swap. Do you think that might be possible, Eli?
It definitely is possible. It's not quite as common on a map like Leo's Memory, but there are some chests towards the center of the map that can be utilized, such as that chest that enters inside factory. So the entrance to factory from middle, there's a chest right near that door. So the mercenary can actually search that chest, pick up the item that he finds in the chest, and leave his elbow pads near the door or in some area near the middle of the map. And then the survivor that's already used up their items, potentially a Coordinator flare gun, she's already wasted, she can then pick up the elbow pads and continue to use that to kite. So that could definitely be a factor here as well. Looks like we're going to see the Gardener is actually spawning a shack here, Coordinator inside factory, Mercenary middle, which is pretty common, and then Acrobat off to the side. But again, you know, you picking a map like Leo's Memory, you usually pick this map because there's a lot of characters you can utilize here. And take advantage of that factory area. Characters like Patient, characters like Toy Merchant, none of those were banned and none of them were selected. So Idol, they go with the map that you, or even character like Embalmer would be good here. So they're given they go with the map that you pick because you want to play certain characters to counter certain hunters. and they don't play any of those characters. So it's very curious. We'll see if the strategy ultimately backfires. They also have double flywheel, which is not exactly as strong against Nightwatch in certain situations, especially in a map like Leo's Memory. You really want the broken windows. If you make it to that upstairs window in Factory, you can vault it, get a speed boost, and keep transitioning around Factory. If you're kiting in the shack area, you can of course vault it, get a speed boost, and transition away, which is another curious decision why we actually see the flywheel character being the gardener spawning in shack. Obviously you want the broken windows to vault the window and transition to the factory. So yeah, a lot of interesting choices here from Idle, but they have been known, I suppose, for a bit of unique character selections. Of course, I mean, MX is on the team. What do you expect, right? So we should see, you know, some interesting strategies that we don't necessarily expect from this team.
Yeah, and we'll be heading into our first match, first half, between Idol Survivors versus ST Santos Kwong, and we'll see how this might potentially play out. Chasing the mercenary right from the get-go, Eli, and just wasting that pet. So we'll see whether Kwong is going to change his targets, or is just going to commit to this mercenary.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get him to expend some items. I don't think he'll chase the mercenary. It looks like he actually is going to commit here. No, he's just going to get the second elbow pad out of the way. He does know a survivor actually spawned over in this area. Of course, it is the acrobat, so not a bad chase. Although this is a bit of a hard area to kite, to kill a survivor in as a Night Watch, and that there's a very easy way to break line of sight here. He's going to drop both these pallets. He can, of course, jump over this one. Acrobat's going to need to use one of these bombs soon, or he will go down here. Is he going to use it through the window? It looks like he's just going to use it in this area. Is able to make it to the pallet here. The Night Watch does have Blink available, but he's just going to continue to loop around this area until he takes down this pallet. I actually don't know if there's much he can do. Yeah, it looks like he is going to finally remove that pallet there.
Yeah, and just note as well, the Hunter's persona is actually trump card in detention. There's no insolence. So first chase-wise seems to be that he might be struggling a little bit. We'll see whether the flywheel has been activated, but that hit still registers with that charge attack. Very nicely done on Kwang's side. Light still trying to potentially kite this out. He does have another ball though, but the blink! Oh, feeling it there once again. Wow, Kwang. You know, might have been a slight misstep over there, and Light was actually prepared for that, Eli. So right now, interrupting Mercenary Cypher, forcing him to just keep running around, and we'll be downing him once again. Eli, how do you think this might potentially play out?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good for Survivors, but Idle is doing a lot of, as you mentioned, kiting on Survivors and also rotating into each other. Now, Coordinator could go for a Flare Gun to help the Survivor become free here, but I think it probably, well, typically it makes more sense to save it for Rescue, but against a character like Nightwatch, it actually might not, just because Nightwatch can close distance so easily. And yeah, we saw two Survivors rotating on top of each other, so a bit of miscommunication from Idle, which is not exactly ideal here. And the Cyphers will be slowed down to a point where there's still opportunity for a drawn game just because of that. Looks like he's going to pick up a second bar of wind here. And Coordinator will come in for the rescue, is going to take that hit, gets the rescue. Will they use the flare gun right away here? I would imagine so, because there's no tide turner. You want to use that flare gun now, because the survivor goes down really fast, and you know it ends up being pretty useless here. But as you can see, Nightwatch closes distance right away. He's already caught up to this acrobat, uses the wind ability to pull them back, and gets the down. There is no flywheel available as of right now. He could have potentially used the bomb to try to make it to the factory before the wind came online, but he wasn't able to do so. And right there, you see why a character such as Coordinator is not as strong against a Nightwatch. Now, they do have enough Cypher progress to potentially win here. We are going to see one Cypher go down here. But it is, okay, we need to see the, I think the Gardener probably will be the one come for the save, but he can pressure the last Cypher as well. And the question is, can MX actually make this in time? He can use the wind to pull him back here. And he looks like he uses it a bit early, though. I think this might allow him to actually make the save in time now just because of that. Yep.
Yep, and we're seeing Coordinator pushing for the last Cypher. It's 50% now. MX is trying to body block and... Oh, getting that hit onto Gardener, wow.
Yep. He needs to get down on Acrobat right now. He's going to use that red bomb. He's got about 30% Cypher. Gets the hit through the pallet. That is a huge play. If he's unable to get the down right there, that could potentially have bought enough time for the Cypher Machine to be primed. He still had Flywheel available, and he's actually going to go down with Flywheel. Now the question is, can they chair the Gardener before the Cypher Machine is popped 10% of the way down? They actually get the Survivor up here, so this is looking like a potentially drawn game here. He's just going to go ahead and chase after Gardener, and it will be Gardener chase endgame here. And they're going to go for the Cypher pop. Gardener will push that factory area, but the dungeon is at the Christmas tree area. It's nowhere nearby, so it's going to be very difficult for Gardener to catch this out, especially because there is still Blink available. He's not going to use it right there. He's actually going to get the bubble just in time here, but he does have Blink, so he can't just Blink through here. But he's going to revolt. He doesn't swing. He actually doesn't swing. He did have Flywheel, but Okay, this is just what? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, still getting that hit over there. Mercenary still has tight tunnel, but this distance wouldn't be enough for them to get to the gate nor the dungeon. So it seems to be that it might potentially be a tie situation. I think going against Idol survivors, getting a tie. I think Kwong, and also this is Idol's map selection, so I think for Kwong it's definitely a win for him already. So we'll see how the survivor side is potentially going to perform in the second half. But Eli, any highlights that you'd like to mention?
Yeah, I mean, typically this map is pretty favored for Survivor, so the fact that this Hunter is able to get a drawn game here is definitely beneficial. Yeah, I mean, I think overall the first kite from the Acrobat was quite nice. They had good positioning in the early game. They were able to kite around an area that's not particularly easy for Nightwatch to chase in. But the biggest problem for the Survivors is that they were two things. As you mentioned, there was one instance where the Survivors, they were sort of like on top of each other to a point where I think it was Mercenary and Coordinator were both at that corner cipher, near that corner cipher, and then the Acrobat also died on the cipher. So there were sort of like all three Survivors in one area, and the cipher rush got slowed down so much to a point where it was just not enough to win from there. So unfortunately, yeah, just a bit of a misstep in terms of potential communication from Idol there on where to decode. So that did backfire a little bit for them. And yeah, again, Kwong able to get a drawed game against a strong Survivor team such as Idol on a map that's typically good for Survivors. And again, I really think it just comes down to Idol did not utilize their character selection very well. They missed out on a lot of opportunities. It is a very good map for certain characters. As we mentioned, characters like Toy Merchant and Patient are very good here because they're able to position themselves in the factory. Now, I do love to see unique character selections such as Gardener and Coordinator, and I do understand the strategy with Gardener here. I think it's actually quite nice to potentially open up a play where you can allow a Survivor to struggle free. But the Coordinator against a Nightwatch, there's a good chance that Kwong's leading with Nightwatch. Coordinator against Nightwatch, as you can see in this situation, not really an ideal character for this map, for this composition, for going against a hunter such as Nightwatch.
Yeah, I mean, from the start to the end, we never actually saw the gunshot being utilized at all. So that's really, yeah, like you said, kind of missed out on, you know. And also for this, we're looking at the containment time, 97.3 seconds on that Acrobat kite. It's very long, but the ciphers were being interrupted, so that's really, really unfortunate. And Acrobat couldn't really bring himself away from that cipher as well. The cipher kept being pressured on, and Coordinator, there was nothing she could do there. I mean, she was half health, so very interesting. I mean, with this interesting collector selection that we're seeing here, but I think Idol might potentially, Survivor side might potentially come back even stronger in the second half. I mean, sorry, in the second round that we might be seeing. So, you know, don't be disheartened. And also, right now, we're having Meowpai into this Hunter mix over here in the second half. So, like we've mentioned, the stats don't lie. We've been seeing him getting consecutive 4 kills against MP in both BO1 and 2, and we might potentially see that once again. So, Eli, I mean, looking into this, Meowpai has quite a few of Hunter selection, but what do you think he might potentially pick in this Leo memory?
Yeah, I mean, it's Leo's memory. There's certain hunters that are stronger on this map, and there are certain hunters that are a lot weaker. So you could play, you know, bring an approach such as Bon Bon, where it's like, okay, well, I'll just try to play for a tied game because this map is typically ideal for survivors. In a lot of instances, I can just play Bon Bon and play for tie. But you don't really want to do that when your survivor team only tie, because you want to win on your map selection if possible, right? That's very crucial for this sort of situation. So I think we probably won't see that here. Obviously, also has characters such as Bloody Queen, but again, really not as ideal. 2-story maps, a bit challenging for BQ. You don't really want to tie. You want to try to be a little bit more aggressive here. So, yeah, I think he'll definitely just play a hunter with more win potential. He'll probably shy away from the tie hunters. I think any hunter is probably fine in this sort of situation, but as long as you're trying to play more aggressive, trying to play for a win here. Again, it is difficult because it is a survivor-sided map once you get to that factory area. But yeah, I mean, obviously you talk about how Meowpai has been very strong, consistent 4 kills for the most part. So I think you definitely want to try to continue that trend here if possible.
Yeah, I mean, he can potentially pick a Nightwatch and just show that, you know what, you got a tie, but I can get more than that. So Meowpai, right. I'm not too sure how he might potentially be thinking or what he will be picking, but we'll be heading into this ban pick phase that we'll be seeing here. ST Survivors going against Idol's Hunter Meowpai.
I'd imagine we'll probably see Seer Priestess first. That's been the most standard first two bans here, especially for a Night Watch, if that is going to be the lead here from Meowpai. Looks like, okay, well, you know, I'm going to stop making predictions because we see Gardener in the last round and we see something that's not even close to Seer and Priestess in the first round. So, Chocho, I'll let you do the predictions for the rest of this ban pick.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, we did see the female dancer and toy merchant. I mean, Meowpai, he knows how strong toy merchant can be, and you know what? Banning out the female dancer, preventing all that support from the mobile boxes that might potentially be placed at the center or if not at the factory. Yeah, very smart move onto Meowpai's side. But as for the survivor side, Eli, you might be right this time because Seer and Priestess very meta characters. Very meta characters are being picked over here. Yeah, two of the very strong characters that we're seeing here. We usually don't see strong characters being picked for the first two because, like we mentioned, it's global bans. Once you pick this first two, you can't pick it on the later rounds that we'll be having. So, Eli, any thoughts on these two characters being picked?
I think it's fine. Typically, we wouldn't want to see, obviously, two of the strong meta characters being picked early because they are auto-banned for the rest of the series. But because Seer and Priest was the most common first two bans, if you don't pick them now, you probably won't have them later on. Now, we are seeing Prospector here. That's very interesting. I don't know how much this is... I don't think this really benefits the survivors because if you go Prospector now, we're going to see a first officer ban and you're left with no strong rescuers. Obviously, there's a character such as Wildling. There is something such as Gravekeeper available, but they're just nowhere near as strong as officers. So I would imagine Meowpai's going to ban officer last. Obviously, the survivors have to pick officer, or they have to pick a rescuer last here. So Meowpai shouldn't really be banning anything other than a rescue character here. And as for the survivors, yeah, they're just going to be left with some of the less optimal rescuer characters. So obviously having Prospector is really beneficial. You want to have that as an option. You don't want it to get banned. But now you're stuck with playing Wildling, which is just not as ideal in a lot of instances. The decoding will be slightly slower. Obviously, Priestess and Wildling here will decrease the decoding speed overall. But we do have a lot of harassment in terms of potentially allowing survivors to struggle free. Again, missing out on Patient here from the survivor side. Patient just so strong on Leo's memory. You can hook yourself into Factory, up the stairs. It's just such a strong ability to have. But that's not actually going to be an option here as, you know, the survivors are opting not to play it. But yeah, Prospector and Wildling could both potentially be characters to help survivors struggle free. Again, if you die in the upstairs area of Factory, the closest chair is a good distance away, so that could be an impact here. It could have an impact on this match for sure.
Yeah, and I believe Love Theo might potentially be picking this Prospector. And a fun fact also is that Love Theo, from what I remember last time, he's actually the S batch Prospector. So we're gonna possibly see some kind of very great harassment against Meowpai. And I mean, Meowpai, he's known to be really, really aggressive when it comes to playing. And we'll see whether his Prospector might affect Meowpai. And yep, you know, Love Theo with that Prospector, Boss with that Wildling rescuer role like we've mentioned, Gris with that Seer, and Haitian with that Priestess pick. So Meowpai, I mean, looking into this, he has quite a lot of things to work with. So Eli, predictions, come on, before he kind of shows what he's gonna pick.
Probably just gonna play Night Watch. Obviously I've been wrong for some, you know, the last two times here, but I think Night Watch would make most sense. But okay, you know, Night Watch would obviously be strong here. Clerk is not as good on Leo's memory because obviously Factory Loop is a big factor, right? Any character that can get themselves into Factory is just so hard for Hunter to deal with. Now Night Watch doesn't really mind that as much because you can dash, you can catch up to them. You can use your speed boost to jump the windows in close distance. So Night Watch actually doesn't mind Leo's memory as much. Clerk does. Clerk does struggle here. Obviously, Factory Loop can be a huge factor against Clerk. So, and against this team comp as well, it's just really not as ideal. Seer is an option. You have Prospector, which is a strong kiter against Clerk. The Priestess support can make an impact. Even Wildling is very good against Clerk because, you know, Clerk has no counterplay to Wildling's harass besides the fast ballooning trait. So, it's really not... Clerk is, for this map, for this comp, Clerk does not seem as strong as Night Watch here at all for Meowpai. But we have seen Meowpai's Clerk be very strong, of course, in the past year. And we talked about playing an aggressive hunter is going to be very important for him. So playing an aggressive hunter such as Clerk, you know, hopefully it'll work out for him in this instance, as Idol does really want to try to win this first round.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that. And we're gonna be heading into the spawn locations over here. Hunter will be spawning between the Prospector as well as the Priestess. Seer is actually very far away from the Clerk, so do you think Malpai would potentially go for this Prospector, or is he just gonna rotate all the way to Seer just to chase him at that shack area, Eli?
You know, it's a little interesting we actually see Seer spawn Shack. Shack is not exactly the strongest place to be, and Seer is technically the easiest target for this Clerk, so I'm kind of curious to see Seer spawn here. As a hunter, I might just chase Prospector. I think it makes sense. I mean, Prospector obviously can be a strong kiter against the Clerk, but and obviously going for Seer, it's so far away. Seer can easily rotate away and create distance. So I think it just makes sense to go for Prospector. You're not going to chase Wildling, obviously. You're not going to chase a Factory Priestess. Well, I hope he wouldn't chase Wildling. That wouldn't make sense. But I think it makes the most sense probably just go for Prospector. And actually would benefit him, as Prospector does have Flywheel. It does not have broken windows here, which is, again, very interesting. Like, I understand Flywheel on a harassment character, such as Wildling, or such as Prospector. Flywheel is very good for harassment because, you know, if you're trying to harass, the hunter goes to try to hit you, just Flywheel away. But it means you're kiting against a character like Clerk and Nightwatch. It's going to be so much weaker than it potentially could have been.
Yeah, but we'll see how that's potentially going to go. Whether Malpai is going to be hot-headed, just chase the Priestess a double story. That's going to be really, really interesting. But let's head into the match. BO1, second half between Idol Hunter Malpai versus ST Survivor. So Malpai is just gonna hit straight towards Love Thale, like you predicted, Eli. He's gonna be chasing the Prospector, and Seer has already rotated himself all the way, I believe, to the back gate area. So sorry, yeah. So let's see how this potentially gonna play out.
Yep, Prospector is gonna... Oh, nice mind game from the Prospector out the window. Eventually going to vault it here. Again, we don't see the broken windows, right? So he's not gonna get that speed boost, which is gonna be very crucial. He's gonna have to use a magnet a little bit earlier than he probably would have liked just because of that. We'll probably see an attract into the pallet here. Not gonna go for the stun. Obviously, you don't want to give a free recording to the Clerk here. Does have a second magnet available. Doesn't Flywheel, does have Owl. So a lot of things to work with here. Looks like he's actually... really wants to get the push right here. Probably could have kept running a little bit, but yeah, again, just gonna keep running through this pallet. Not gonna camp it at all here. We might see him try to go for a mind game here. Goes for a swing through the pallet, unable to get that first one. Trying to mind game. Will we see the Owl given Flywheel from the Prospector? Charge attack does register, and no Owl, which means that if there is blink, it could be a bit of a problem, although we do know it is excitement here. Meowpai is forced to take down this pallet, as this the Prospector never gave a recording that entire time, so excellent job from this Prospector. Meowpai's recordings also were on cooldown, so I actually don't know if he has any sort of pallet recording at all here. I don't think he does.
Yeah, and we do see that... Oh, the Seer is spectating right now. We'll see whether Seer will be giving this bird successfully to the Prospector. Let's see. Oh, but Meowpai kind of predicted that already, so we're just gonna wait this out. It's gonna be about 2 seconds left for this bird, and Meowpai...
Oh, excellent job from the Prospector. As you see, he waited for the recording to stop, which means Meowpai doesn't get the recording, and he's forced to break the pallet. Excellent discipline. Now he gets another magnet back. This Prospector's been kiting incredibly well. And alongside here, we're going to see the excitement does get pulled out here. If that, but now the Wildling's here to harass. Goes for the instant pin, goes for the push, gets the push off. Can Wildling body block a hit? Does body block the first hit? Body blocks the second one. He's going to get the Prospector to the pallet. And Wildling keeps this Prospector alive all the way down to 2 Cypher machines. And again, you can see here, Chocho, why this team comp is so difficult for a Clerk. ST taking full advantage of this map, of this situation, and just Prospector, an excellent kiting job. Very fundamentally sound in this gameplay. Can he get the pallets done here? Goes for the swing, goes for the drop. Oh, a bit early here. He will get the pickup and does get the down, but already down to 2 Cypher machines remaining. Now, the saving grace here, possibly for Meowpai, is that there's no Tide Turner available as of right now. Obviously, it is on the Wildling, but he is injured. So, it means that a non-Tide Turner character will have to come for a save here unless the Wildling does get healed. In which case, that might be the play here, as Priestess is close to the Wildling right now, but it might be the Priestess actually coming for the save.
Yeah, so we're seeing that Gris... Yeah, Gris is decoding, is the only one decoding, which means that Meowpai can over and over again keep recording the Seer, and there won't be any ciphers that's going to be decoded. We do see the healing, like you've mentioned, being done over here, so Wildling will be going for this rescue with that Tide Turner, bring him away from this one of the last few ciphers in this map. We'll see whether the hit registers. No, nothing gets registered. Liftdale still trying to kite this out. This is his last magnet, but he does have Flywheel.
There is a long portal. I feel like don't even use magnets. Just push the portal. He has to take the chip. as the body block, and he does get it, but he hits the portal before he can take it. He is able to flywheel to keep himself alive a little bit longer, so they're actually unable to make it to the portal, but now we have Wildling here to support 2 body block. He's able to get into factory. He has a magnet to work with. This is going to be very strong here for the survivors. Again, that factory cutting area you talked about, Clerk struggles so much here, and Prospector does have that magnet to work with. That's not going to register, and the Wildling can get this give this pallet to the survivor, but he's able to get the stun here, but I think he is going to go down over in this corner. But Wildling is here. Could he potentially come for the harass? Does he have enough rage in time here? It looks like he will have it. Oh, but he's going to go for the excitement just so he can get the chair off, but still, I think they have enough Cypher progress. 50% on the last Cypher. Wildling is here to come for the rescue. This is only the 2nd chair for this Prospector.
Yeah, and we do see another long portal being set up, Eli, at the 2 Pelham window area. We'll see that. We'll see whether Milpai is going to destroy that. It seems to be that it will not be.
But maybe not. Yeah. He might just go for a farm here, but if he goes for a farm and he doesn't get it and they get the body block off, this game's probably over. This is probably a win for the survivors. So this is going to be very important. They're coming for the double body block. I do like this play. It does remove the chances of a farm happening if 2 survivors can body block this. And if the body block does happen, Wildling can get on board and harass. They're going to get the save. Can they get the body block? This is super crucial here. It gets the hit through both survivors. What a play from the Clerk here. We're going to see Priestess take the hit. This does give Wildling a chance to harass, as he is able to get on board. But the problem is his boar is so much shorter here. He's not going to get that hit here. But he's already been on board many times, which means it's only about 35 seconds. He's able to get that hit there. They're really pushing for this win. They want to win this first round. He goes for the pickup. Can Wildling get the push? He does get the push, but he does not get the body block, and the Cypher machine is not yet ready. So they're still going for this. This is really aggressive. I don't really like playing this aggressive against a Clerk. Against another Hunter, it does make sense, but against a Clerk, it's too risky. Now they give another injury, 2 injuries to the Priestess and the Wildling in the process. And so now it's a lot harder for the survivors. They have to try to go for the pop right now. Looks like they're not able to do so. So it actually gives Meowpie an opening here.
Yeah, Meowpie is actually handling this really, really well. Able to just get that first survivor eliminated first. And right now, 3 survivors left, 2 injured, 1 full health from the Seer side. And Seer does not have a bird. Wilding still has his boar. Priestess has 2 portals left. Let's see how they're going to potentially place out. We do see that they're healing up at the bottom left area at the factory. And Hunter might potentially go for this Seer chase, just pushing all the way out. Meowpie still has this trump card, though. We'll see how he's potentially going to play out this end game, which we will be seeing really soon. But let's see.
Oh, does walk straight through the pallet. Gets the hit onto the Seer here. He was camming the pallet, but didn't go for the pallet drop. And Seer's actually going to run in the open. Maybe some lag or something. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. From the Seer just running into the open and will go down, so it's definitely not ideal. I think Priestess could potentially prime this Cypher. Now the question is, does he have a decoding recording? He's going to go ahead and record the Priestess. I believe she did get off in time, so nice reaction time there from the Priestess. I think Meowpie does realize this, and he's going to go chase the Priestess instead of camp the Seer. He's really trying to play aggressive here. I don't know if I like this from Meowpie. I think in this situation, maybe just try to play for endgame. He's playing super aggressive, giving a free rescue and a potential free heal here. So this might backfire, but he does get that hit onto the Priestess.
And right now on the bottom left, we do see Wilding and Seer healing each other up. It's already healed up, and yeah, Priestess is the only one that's half health. Meowpie kind of losing focus already. He's not really chasing anybody. He does have this Tinnitus being popped up over here, and yeah, Boss is giving that Tinnitus, I believe. So yeah, Priestess and Seer is healing up. On the bottom left, we're seeing that once again. They're just trying to play this out for a very, very long time, Eli. How do you think this might potentially play out for them?
Yeah, I think this is fine. So basically what they're going to do is Wildling's going to pressure this last Cypher. Obviously, Wildling is very safe. You can't hide as Wildling. The Hunter can see the boar. So unfortunately, a big misstep from the Wildling, not acknowledging that. But as you talk about, Wildling is a very safe character, as you can just get on the board right away, and the Hunter cannot actually kill you while they're on the board. So we will see Priestess be the one to pressure the Cypher, and we're going to see a new Cypher machine started from Seer, which is fine. Wildling can just go back to the Cypher and keep pressuring it, and Priestess can draw this Clerk away here.
Yeah, and yeah, we're seeing the portals being utilized over here. Still 2 more portals to use. I don't see how this might potentially be an instant down. They're having that 6 Cypher being decoded. Yeah, missing that swing onto Priestess, able to get, still trying to commit to this. Boss is trying to get this backdoor decoding at the 2 window area. Seer Cypher is lock and check, so yeah, that's being decoded right now. It's almost prime.
Oh, not yet. He does get the block there. Yeah, so this is going to be... I see, the thing is, Priestess is using all her portals. ST really wants to play for endgame, right? You want to play for an endgame kite, and Priestess is really just wasting all her portals. Now, she is avoiding every single hit here, which is very nicely done from her. However...
Oh.
You guys might not be able to hear us. We do have to keep talking in case
I think
the audio
they might be
does come back. So We're just gonna pretend like you can. You guys can just, if anyone can read lips, then go ahead and translate in the chat the lip reading.
Yeah, very interesting. I kind of hear the music in our background right now, so I think they will potentially hear us now. But the summary of whatever we just said was, what Eli said was, game-changing moments. Basically, game-changing moments. Yeah. So, yeah, someone said slay Eli. So they probably still can't hear us. But yes, I mean, I think one thing, like we mentioned, Love Slayer with their prospector was very, very strong kite. Like Eli mentioned, the Seer support, Seer support, the wilding coming in as well. A lot of time wasted. It was definitely 3 ciphers and above kite. Very well done, but the key changing moment definitely have to be what you said, Meowpie getting that hit registered onto prospector. That was very game changing. And afterwards, continuously getting recorded. The 98% cipher became 99 and then 98 again. Amazing stuff from Meowpie. I think he was very, very detailed from what we saw. And nearly a 4 kill though, but I think 3 kill, they still managed to get the advantage from Idol's side. A 5-3 at Leo's memory. And right now, I'll be moving on to BO2, where ST is gonna have this map advantage. We'll see what they're gonna be picking, and will they turn things around maybe? And then prolong this to a BO3, we'll see whether that will be happening, because we saw a very, very close match between Idol versus ST, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought Idol definitely would have a huge advantage here, but ST really proving to be very strong, not only on the Hunter side, also on the Survivor side as well. We saw the Survivor statistics being significantly less, I guess, than the Idol survivors in terms of containment time, in terms of survivor win rate and whatnot. But overall, we see that they're equally on pace to play at the same level as the Idol survivors. So definitely an excellent job from the survivors here. It looked like they had a win against Meowpie. Did fall a little bit short here. And it will be a 1 survivor escape. So Idol does take the first round win on their map selection here, 5-3. As you can see overall, very high containment time, wilding at 259 seconds. So that'll definitely pad the stats there for Boss.
Yeah, and one day we're gonna look back and see why suddenly this person's stats is 259 containment time. We'll be wrecking our brains, but amazing things that we're seeing here. It kind of really shows a lot of teamwork from each and every one of them. They had a plan, it was going well, and then Meowpie just turned things around with how detailed he was and how skilled he was at that hunter. I mean, but I have to agree with you, Eli, that team comp against a Clug, it was definitely something that Meowpie should be reconsidering next time if he sees the exact similar thing that we saw just now. But like you mentioned, moving on to BO2, you'll be having ST with the map selection, and currently Idol leading with a 5-3, a 2-point lead. So it's still a very close fight, you know. It's not a full elimination onto the survivors of ST. So definitely something they can come back from, I would say. And if they can potentially tie things out in BO2, which I don't think they will want to, because BO3 it will be Idol's map selection. So we'll see how that's gonna play out. And for now, we just gotta wait patiently to see what map will be picked. So ST-wise, right, I was looking at their statistics. They usually come off stronger from their BO2 onwards. And actually, that's exactly the same case with Idol's survivors as well. So I feel like it's gonna be slightly tougher in this BO2 that we might be seeing here. But Eli, I know you really am not spot on in these predictions in this IVC.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. You're absolutely right, though.
But I really do want to ask you though, what map do you think ST's gonna pick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to make predictions anymore. I'm feeling slightly discouraged at this moment in time. But I don't know. I mean, we saw in the first round, Leo's memory is very. It's a bit of a more unique map. And we actually are going to see. Looks like Zanny is going to summon for a light on the survivor side. But it's kind of interesting how, they pick a map like Leo's Memory. You usually pick that because you want to play certain characters like Patient or Toy Merchant. You want to play certain hunters, maybe like Night Watch or Geisha, right? But they actually go Clerk. Meowpai goes Clerk, which is not a great hunter, not exactly a great hunter for Leo's Memory. And they pick a comp which isn't exactly good for the map, and they do still manage to squeak out a win just barely. So now, yeah, it looks like we're going to see ST going to go Chinatown here. So just a very standard sort of meta map selection here. And yeah, we'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, so just picking this Chinatown map that we're seeing here, and we also saw a member swap in Idol Survivor side. Light will be taking a break in this BO2, while Xenia, which is CZ, will be coming in for this BO2. So CZ wise, we don't have player introductions for that, but we do know that he plays the Acrobat, the Antiquarian, and in rank we do see him play the Mind's Eye. So coming in with a very strong kiter slash harasser for their team, I think this might potentially turn out better. I think Idol definitely do want that, since it was kind of like a close shave in this BO1 that we saw here. Any expectations in Idol Survivors at this point in time, Eli?
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of their character selections in the first round was not really ideal for the map or hunter they were going against. So it could be that they're just playing characters that they're comfortable with. That might be the idea here. So we'll probably see some sort of veterans boost characters such as Gardener or Lawyer, and then we'll most likely see just some standard stuff. Obviously, Priestess will be banned here, so we might see them go to a character like Dancer. We might see a character like Prospector. It's definitely possible. But yeah, I don't really know. It's a very hard team to predict. They have a lot of unique. They have a unique approach to their ban picks. On both the hunter and survivor side, so I don't know. We'll see what they're able to bring out here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they came up with like Acrobat and Gardener as their first two picks, so they definitely have a lot more other characters that they can potentially pick. I mean, there's Priestess, there's Seer, there's Mercenary still.
Right.
And I mean, speaking of Chinatown, I mean Toy Merchant, Patient, Acrobat, all those characters are great when it comes to Chinatown. So we'll see whether they're gonna become picking more meta characters, or are they going to be picking like things like you mentioned Lawyer on MX side, things that might potentially turn this game around. But looking at Kyung's character pool, right, I mean last week he played the Night Watch as well as the Sculptor. His Sculptor got a 4Q at Leo's Memory. So Chinatown and Sculptor, Eli, how do you think about it?
Yeah, it's interesting. Chinatown is usually not a great Sculptor map. There's enough open areas where the statues are very difficult to place. You know, even inside the hotel area, it's very easy to loop Sculptor in those areas. The open transition areas are not too good. If you wanted to play Sculptor here, I feel like a map like Ever Sleeping Town would have been a lot more beneficial. They wanted to play a standard meta map. Ever Sleeping Town's a lot better for Sculptor. A lot of narrow alleyways to place those statues. And so, yeah, Chinatown does not feel as good for a Sculptor player, so it's kind of a curious decision, but we'll see if it does have if it does work out or not. Looks like we're going to go into our ban pick here. Meowpai is actually going to lead on the hunter side. Of course, the Priestess and Seer automatically banned here, which is fine. Meowpai probably would have banned them anyway. So I think ST doesn't mind sacrificing those characters here in the later rounds. Now will Meowpai go back to the same character ban here? Toy Merchant and Dancer both seem very good for a map like Chinatown. So we might actually see that as an option for him. But I could be wrong.
Come on, don't be so disheartened. Be confident.
Okay, we got one of them. We're gonna see Batter as the other one. So we did see Batter have very aggressive Batter player statistics in the ST Survivor side before this round. So it could be Meowpai is trying to potentially avoid that. Night Watch is gonna be off the table. So Clerk is an opportunity. It is open for Meowpai because he did ban Batter. They do have Antiquarian, so that's interesting. So yeah, I mean, I guess he's more scared of Batter than Antiquarian, which is a bit of a surprise here for sure.
Quite curious to see what Meowpai might potentially pick here for his hunter side. But yep, we do see that they're locking this Toy Merchant as well as Antiquarian. Very strong characters in this map. I think in majority of the maps, Toy Merchant and Antiquarian is actually really strong. And we do see that they actually gave that Night Watch ban instead of a Clerk, which is, I really do agree in this. But Eli, come on, elaborate on this, please.
Yeah, so banning obviously Night Watch has become a more meta character than Clerk. Also, Clerk, as you saw in the last round, they're definitely well prepared for it. I think they can also think they can get a strong team comp. And it looks like that's already the case. Mercenary and Antiquarian very strong against Clerk. Also works against Nightwatch, but Toy Merchant is open. And that's what's very important here. Because Meowpie doesn't ban Toy Merchant, it leaves the opportunity to just ban that. Because Nightwatch can deal with Merchant fairly easily, just in that you can dash and catch up to the Merchant very easily. Whereas Clerk gets kited heavily by Merchant on a strong two-story map like this Chinatown. So they can easily just play anti-Clerk. Clerk's a lot easier to counter than Nightwatch is, especially with the ban pick that Meowpie's done thus far. We're going to see Acrobat last. You know, you still have plenty of options. Patience available, Psychologist is available, Prospector's available, which we're going to see. They're going to go right back to that Prospector, most likely. Going to be the Love Theo player again here. And, you know, we saw a very strong Prospector kiting in the first round. So if Meowpie does go back to Clerk, I don't know if it's going to be a great option for him. We might see him actually just bring more of a tie hunter here, such as Bloody Queen, such as Bonbon. I think that would definitely make more sense. If he goes back to Clerk, I think that's just too risky based off of this team comp and based off of how ST was able to play against in the first round. Keep in mind, if Meowpie didn't get that hit through the double body block, he probably loses that first game. So ST looked very strong, very prepared for Clerk. And with another strong Clerk team comp, I think Meowpie should try to play a little bit safer here and go with a more stable tie character.
Yeah, we'll see whether that will be the case. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I mean, Meowpie actually played the Geisha in the second round against the MP's team at Moonlit River Park. But like you mentioned, you know, like against this team comp, Geisha, I don't think is gonna work out well. And like you mentioned, Clerk as well, I have to agree with you. With this Poland pick, Eli, any different thoughts that you might have?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things there's a few things about Meowpie that I do like, in that he does play. He's just a very strong hunter in general. He's very good with a lot of with specific hunters, obviously such as Clerk, Nightwatch, Bloody Queen. But I think the one thing that's gonna have a bit of a negative impact on him in the future is he needs. I do think he lacks discipline in terms of character selections. He loves to play very aggressively. He loves to play a lot of aggressive hunters, such as Breaking Wheel, such as Clerk. Both characters are not particularly strong in this sort of instance. When you have a lead as a team, you're going into a round such as this against this sort of team comp. When you have a lead, it's so much safer to just play a tie hunter and hold on to that lead. You know your survivor side is very strong. You know your survivor side has gone through the strongest hunter with that Nightwatch from Kwang in the first round, which means he no longer will have a character such as that later on. So as long as you hold the lead by playing a safe tie hunter such as Bloody Queen or Bonbon, that makes the most sense. Playing a character like Breaking Wheel here, this is usually a character you want to play when you want to try to make a comeback or sort of work out of a deficit or try to gain an early lead in an early rounds, because you already have the lead. Playing Wheel here, it doesn't seem ideal, but it could potentially work out. Also, playing Wheel into Merchant is also very weak. Merchant is very hard for Breaking Wheel to deal with. I don't expect him to go for that for Grist first here. I think he'll probably search out most likely Prospector or Antiquarian.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, high risk, high rewards, I guess is what Meowpie is kind of aiming for. Yeah, I mean, we kind of beg to differ, but you know what? It's Meowpie. You know, just give him the trust that he needs. And right now, we're heading into this match. Spawn locations, we do see it over here. Like you mentioned, it might potentially be a Prospector kiting this out once again. We'll see whether Meowpie wants to go for Love Theo again. And maybe this time around might be different. It might potentially not be a 3-star kite. We have to see how this might play out. But looking at this, we do see that the Toy Merchant has 3-9 and Prospector and Antiquarian has this Flywheel. Believe Meowpie don't really want to deal with that as well.
Meowpie also has left-right. He doesn't have detention, so this is extreme. This is like the build where it's like a 4 kill or nothing build. So playing this in this situation again, it's curious, right? Meowpie having a lot of confidence in the Breaking Wheel here, really wanting to try to play aggressive, really wanting to take an even more of a lead than this team already has. I guess Idol really just wants to close things out in 2 rounds here, I guess, is the situation. But playing this is the most aggressive character and build he could have played in a situation where his team is already leading. So we'll see how it ultimately pays off here. Looks like first chase is going to be onto the Prospector. We did have double Flywheel from ST, so they are definitely ready for that wheel. Early spike here is strong here from Meowpie. Theo positioned himself in a interesting position. Usually using that 2-story is a pretty nice place to be against a Breaking Wheel when they're in that wheel form. Being out here in the bottom in the open is a bit challenging, and we do see the early 2 spikes here. So,
and we do see the excitement is ready. We'll see. Oh, him just gonna get stunned. He doesn't want to use because. Oh, but another magnet. Oh, okay. Stunning
Could have
once
excitement
again.
and down him there, but
Yeah. I'm not too
interesting
sure
choice.
how Meowpai is gonna play.
He can't just flywheel through the trap. He could just flywheel the trap here. He's gonna flywheel the trap there. Does miss the next trap. Excellent discipline from the Prospector, and Meowpai trying to play, trying to hold his excitement for later. Actually, works out really nicely here because there's no blink. He can just throw it on this pallet and keep running away here. So if he can dodge this trap, which he is able to do, this Prospector, such strong fundamental game. I really love to see this. I typically don't like seeing a character such as Prospector being utilized in this sort of meta, but this player, excellent.
Oh my goodness.
Excellent play, not going for the vault there. Beautiful mind game, extending the kite even longer here, Chocho.
Yo, I mean, he got the 2 spikes really fast, but... Oh, I think it might potentially be a down here.
Yeah.
But, wow, I think Meowpai might actually... He had a chance to actually instant down this Prospector when his excitement was ready, the flywheel wasn't ready at that point in time still. If he decided to excitement, get that hit onto Prospector, his flywheel wasn't ready, it will be a down so much earlier into this match. But we see Meowpai being really conservative with his excitement. And right now we'll see Boss coming for this rescue guy.
And now just imagine the excitement in that magnet way back at the start. That kite would have been significantly shorter. Of course, there was an opportunity for Prospector to flywheel, but if he didn't flywheel that hit after he used excitement, then he gets a Terror Shock onto the Mercenary. That is game-changing. This was a winning position for Survivors, and because Mercenary will be double down, it may no longer be the case. Now, the big question is, can Love Theo actually rebound kite here? It is going to be a bit more challenging because there are the extended spikes. Flywheel, of course, not ready just yet. He needs to try to kite long enough for Flywheel to come back, and then an excellent juke. Meowpai getting stuck on the stairs here. Excellent jump from the Prospector. Is going to take that spike. He has 2 magnets to work with here, but he is going to go down. He doesn't have the flywheel yet. So it is available for the rebound kite, but because the Mercenary got doubled down, now it's going to be a lot harder for ST to actually play for a win.
So that one crucial play on Meowpai's side, that Terror Shock, really turning things around, and we're seeing KTN with that Antiquarian coming in for this rescue. Hunter is 2nd skill already, but he does have this flywheel. Will potentially get this rescue regardless, I believe. So we'll see how the second kite might potentially play out and how this support is Antiquarian. But we do not know Meowpai's excitement. We'll see how it's going to play out. Come on, let's do.
He's going to get that first hit. Yeah, still holding on to that excitement. The Survivors do know there's excitement. He's going to use it. Most likely does use the excitement. He flywheels for Antiquarian, flywheels to block the swing. Goes for the trap. Antiquarian needs to get the body block. Is not able to get it here. Now that excitement is gone, Antiquarian can harass. It's so risky because there is 3 stacks, and she's not able to make it. So the Survivors, yeah, just falling a little bit short yet again. Another missed body block from ST, costing them the win. If that body block was able to happen there, it's most likely that the Survivors were able to win, because Prospector would have had another magnet. We're going to see the first spike onto the Mercenary. Not enough for a snap here. He is going to snap and get that chip, but it's not going to get him down, so Mercenary is able to continue to decode here. Yeah, that body block is so important, because if he gets the body block, excitement is no longer available because it was used. Prospector has another magnet. He has 2 story to kite in. Easily can kite until the Cyber is prime, but that one hit through the Survivor there, another big game changer. He's going to change onto the Merchant. Merchant can drop a catapult here. She can easily just jump on the catapult as he gets out of wheel form, and there's not much the Breaking Wheel can actually do against that. This is why Merchant is so strong against it. She needs to drop the catapult now. She doesn't actually drop it at all here, so it is just going to go down. So yeah, unfortunately, from the Merchant is going to miss out on that opportunity. Meowpai again is going to continue to play this strategy aggressive. He switches traits right away, but the Cypher Machine is primed, so he's unable to get to the Cypher Machine in time here. And now they are playing for the endgame, and there's no detention, because again, he did bring the left-right build, trying to play aggressive. We'll see if this still works out. He does need a double spike to get the down.
No.
And looks like Merchant is going to use the catapult now to transition away.
I really don't quite agree with jumping before Hunter actually becomes wheel form.
Absolutely.
Right now, Grease is just gonna be instant down next to his catapult. There's nothing he could do. If Grease just waited at his catapult, even if he got the 2 spikes, even if you open become wheel form, you can still jump, create distance, because Hunter can't spike you or like snap you when you're mid-air, Eli. So that's really interesting. But we're seeing the other gate being open, and those 2 survivors can still get out. So I guess.
Ooh, yeah, free. Dungeon's not
here. Wait, is that line cage?
Is it? Oh, it is here. She does have broken windows, but it's going to slow down that trap, so it's going to go down here. If she did avoid that trap and get that speed boost, definitely a chance to make that there, but it is ultimately going to result in a tie here. Yeah, absolutely. As a toy merchant player, you want to wait until they get out of the wheel form before jumping on the catapult. So yeah, unfortunately, a slight misstep there. But overall, yeah, I mean, Meowpie does get the bare minimum, does get 2 survivors eliminated here. But, you know, that one play, that one hit through the body block there, able to get the Prospector down was so important. Although I do really have to say here, excellent job from the Prospector yet again here. You know, again, we really don't see Prospector quite as strong as he used to be, as there was some recent adjustments to Prospector in which his magnet stuns are not as effective as they used to be. But this Love Theo Prospector player, very strong gameplay overall, but we're going to see another 2-2. So Meowpie does get the job done ultimately. Obviously was not the aggressive win that he would have liked to see, playing Breaking Wheel with an aggressive persona build. That's definitely a 4-kill build that he went for, and a 4-kill character, but he does get the tie, which does hold on to the lead here, which is exactly what Idol would really wants to see right now.
Yeah, I mean, ST coming to this, I really do think that the servers have a lot of potential. I mean, considering going against such a strong hunter like Meowpie, and I think it's just really the little things that kind of turn things around. From the Wilding, it was he kept getting recorded, and then for this Mercenary, it was so unfortunate. Like, he just touched the chair, and then Hunter just swing, and it just got the Terror Shock. I think it was kind of like Meowpie mind game with that Mercenary. I think ultimately it still worked out for Meowpie. And right now, you know, we're gonna go into the second half. Might potentially be the last round between Idol versus ST. The servers just need a 3 escape, and it's a 2-0 sweep against ST. But if ST is looking into this to prolong this further or to win this VO, Kwang has to get a tie and above situation. But we're just gonna dive right into this match stats that we're seeing here. For Prospector, 129.5 second kite. Eli, I have to agree with you. He did amazing when it comes to mind game kiting, the Breaking Wheel. Anything you want to add on?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting how going into this matchup, we talked about how Idol is probably favored, and we also, I think a lot of people watching definitely think that Idol is one of the strongest teams in this tournament, if not the best, of course, next to GH. So going into this tournament, Idol and GH obviously being on paper the 2 strongest. But ST is right there. I mean, the first round, they Idol barely was able to pull out a victory there. ST almost able to pull it for themselves here. In the second round, Meowpie just barely able to secure a tie. It looked like, I mean, they had winning positions in both the games. And their Hunter gameplay as well, from the Night Watch from ST side in the first round was also very good. So Idol, of course, a very strong team, one of the best in this tournament, and definitely one of the predicted teams to win this event. But ST just kind of coming out of nowhere and really showing that, you know, they're one of the strongest teams as well. They're right there with Idol, which is one of the best teams in this event. So I definitely think that ST, even if they aren't able to make it through this round against Idol, I definitely think we could see them in the top 4 going through that losers bracket as well.
You know, I was actually thinking about something. You know that end game that the toy merchant played over there? I mean, she was aiming it towards the contact double story area. If she actually potentially just kind of kited it out, Meowpie just wanted to spike her first. Meowpie become human form, she fly. She might potentially actually fly towards the dungeon area, and it might potentially be a 3 escape. Could it be?
It's possible. I think the issue is that if you get 2 spikes, then they can snap when she falls down to the ground. I don't really know. I mean, it's kind of like, it's an interesting situation. Like, I kind of understand her logic in trying to use it early so you don't get any spikes and you can't get snapped. But then it's also sort of like, as soon as you drop down, then the Breaking Wheel is just going to knock you down anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. But the dungeon, yeah, it was in that area. I think they definitely had that planned. Many survivors passed through that dungeon area earlier on, so they knew that it was there. Smiling about something.
No, I do see Baby Top in the live chat. So he said, "Nice smile, Cho. Baby Top, don't do this to me, okay?" Yeah, but yeah, Baby Top is like a nice friend of mine. I mean, when I was back in Nor, he was also in Nor, like the same generation. We were playing together, competing together.
Gen Z kids.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, he's a really nice guy. So yeah, and yeah, I mean, just getting back into your point, it's really interesting how that might potentially play out. I mean, there was a lot of ways that it might end, but yeah, really interesting that we saw there. I mean, Meowpie, like you mentioned, went really, really aggressive with a Polun, Insolence, Trump card, but he even changed to Peepers, which means that he really wanted to map control at that point in time. But Cypher's was just way too fast. The Cypher rush that we saw is just amazing. And really, if that Terror Shock did not happen onto Mercenary during the rescue, it would be a completely different story. Yeah.
Yep.
That Cypher would have been primed, I believe, or close to primed when Prospector actually was down at point in time. So really interesting that we're seeing here, and really it's really about those slight details that we see that might potentially change the game around, and that's what we saw in Melpai's one in BO1. So
yeah, and that's again why we don't really see Breaking Law as much, especially in a situation where Meowpai just wants to tie. Because again, if Mercenary doesn't get Terror Shocked, then Survivor's probably a win, right? Or if the Antiquarian gets the body block, then Survivor still probably wins. So SC just had a really good position. So playing an aggressive wheel there, I think in theory, like obviously, like I get Meowpai, he's trying to go super aggressive and just try to win things straight up in 2 rounds here. But I think it just makes sense to play a little bit safer and just be a little bit more disciplined. But you know, it did in the long run work out as the tie for Idol, so that does work out for him. But again, a lot of great things coming from Meowpai in the future. Very strong so far. We saw him win the first round with a 3 kill, able to get a tie here in his Survivor-sided meta. So he definitely, you know, once you get that discipline factor added, he's going to be one of the strongest hunters, if not the best in Southeast Asia. So a lot of good things moving forward. We actually see Night Watches available here, Jojo.
yeah, very interesting Spider-Man. I'm not too sure whether Kwong, I think maybe Kwong does have this spider, I'm not too sure, but we'll see how this might potentially play out. Priest Distance 1, Anti-Korean being banned over here. A Mercenary, you're just gonna secure the Mercenary pick over here. Are we gonna see a Lawyer? Tell me if we're gonna see a Lawyer.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, maybe
I don't know
Thief, actually.
Oh yeah, you might be right. We'll see whether that might be the case. Yeah, but I think they're kind of hesitating with the second pick over here. Mercenary seems to be kind of confirmed on their side already. They kind of want to end things, I believe. I mean, coming in with such a strong Prospector. Why do they keep slapping us in the face, Eli?
Well, I think they're trying to I mean, I don't think they're gonna ban Lawyer or Thief. So I mean, if they do, then you know you can just play the other one. So I don't know. We'll see. Lawyer's not that good against Nightwatch. Like if you take a hit and you get your Veterans bonus, the Nightwatch catches up right away. So I don't know. We'll see if I mean, I feel like Thief and I feel like both of them are just really bad against Nightwatch, but
yeah.
I feel like Nightwatch sort of counters MX, but I don't know. I've been wrong so many times when it comes to MX's characters, so we shall find out in a moment. Probably the next pick, what it's going to be here. I mean, obviously because Sear's banned here, you could just wait and see what the last ban is and still pick Lawyer or Thief at the end here and just pick something else right now. Again, Idol's not out of the woods. I mean, Meowpai did get a tie, but they still need to at least tie the round on the Survivor side. Maybe try to win things here with a 2-0, but they're definitely in a they don't have a comfortable lead by any means. It looks like it is going to be I think it's a Professor, right? So
yeah, I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're seeing first time might potentially be picked over here. Actually, right, I would kind of be excited to see if Shadow might pick a Toy Merchant over here. I mean, it's not banned out yet, so I mean, considering that this is a map and also that might be a Night Watch being picked over here, Hunter actually skipped his last ban and will be allowing Idol to pick this team like we always see from MX side. So there won't be much of a support other than the skills from the Professor, but we do see a Harasser that's already been here, the Prospector, and also a Harasser like Thief also. But yeah. So looking at this, right, Eli, I mean, Kwong, we've seen him play the Night Watch, we've seen him play the Sculptor. I'm not sure if there's anything else that we might have missed out, but what do you think he might potentially pick over here?
Probably just, I think there's Nightwatch again. This comp is a little bit better for Nightwatch. Obviously, Professor and Prospector are both pretty strong against Nightwatch. I don't think Thief is that good, but obviously we have to see a veterans character, or we have to see a starter character from this team, or else it's not really MX without a starter character. So it looks like it is going to be Nightwatch as we expected here. Now, keep in mind, Chinatown is a very good Nightwatch map, very open, a lot of opportunities for the Nightwatch to dash and catch up to the survivors. It's very hard to avoid the wind here as well, as there's not a lot of places to break line of sight. You do have some nice pallets to work with, but overall, Nightwatch is pretty strong here on Chinatown. So While the team comp may be pretty good against Nightwatch, the map is very beneficial for Kwong as well.
Yeah, and actually something that I really like about MX characters, right, that he usually picks, like those starting characters, it really kind of do connect with people who just started to play this game, where they don't really have a lot of characters. They just have like the lawyer, doctor, thief, all the very characters that are free, basically. Yeah, it really do give them like a chance to see, oh, okay, I can potentially play it out this way, that way, and MX is just like covering all of that. I think that is something that MX can do, and not many other players in our tournament that we're seeing here can do it as well as he can. So I really like how MX is doing this, but we will be heading into this spawn locations where we're seeing here. Shadow is with this professor, spawning next to the hunter. Do you think Kwong might potentially go for Professor, or do you think he's just gonna go off for MX the Thief?
I think Professor's pretty good counter to Nightwatch. I think he'll probably go for Thief. I don't really like the Mercenary spawn. Mercenary definitely wants to spawn more towards the middle of the map. Spawning at the Umbrella Gate is usually a pretty good kiting area because it's very easy to rotate there. It's very easy to go towards Hotel if necessary, if you want to kite there. So giving a safer spawn to a Mercenary is usually not ideal, but yeah, MX really playing bold here, spawning middle map as the Thief, which is technically the easiest target for the Clerks. So curious decision from Idol. We'll see how it does pay off. We also have Prospector spawning in the bottom right corner over at the hotel area, which means that Cypher Machine will be locked from the Clerks persona trait. So they won't have that as an option. We're going to see double flywheel and only one broken. So Kwong definitely has some opportunities to work with, just because there is no, just because there's a lack of broken windows here. That can work out nicely for the Nightwatch.
And also keep in mind, Kwong needs this at least a tie, or if not a 3Q and 4Q to get the advantage afterwards, so that they can prolong this to a BO3. We'll see whether that will be happening. So we'll be heading into this match between Idol Survivors versus ST's Hunter, Kwong, and this is BO2 second half. We'll see how this is going to play out, Eli.
Alright, so it looks like he's actually going to go towards Professor first. Thief is actually on the other side of the map, I believe. It looks like also Prospector nearby, so yeah, it's gonna go first play chase Professor, which seems like the harder chase target out of these other characters, but yeah, looks like he's actually gonna commit to that here. For those of you wondering why he's actually changing his camera angle down, he actually gets a Hunter's Instinct speed boost. He's actually gonna go for the swing, misses the swing there, and Professor I think he did not use the skill there, right? Did he use it there as well? Or...
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
his right now is like on the thing. It's gonna have us 50 seconds cooldown, 45 seconds cooldown. Will he get the swing onto Shadow?
Oh, it hits that! Wow. I didn't. Usually that doesn't hit. He's able to get that through the pallet there. Excellent job from Kwong there. Prospector for the magnet gets the hit and cancels the attack recovery. So Kwong is taking huge advantage over some slight missteps from Idol. Mind game here for the Prospector as well. Goes for the charge attack. Is beautiful flywheel. And he is able to avoid that hit, but he's just gonna go for the... Oh, Prospector misses a magnet! Oh, another wasted magnet here, unfortunately, from the Prospector. And Kwong is in a really nice position off of some slight missteps here from Idol. You know, using Potch's dictionary, very uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic indeed.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that the surface actually is being interrupted. We'll see whether Mercenaries rescue and see how Shadow is going to rotate afterwards. We see MS coming in for this potential harassment already. Getting that very safe pre-rescue. Oh,
yeah, nice save there. Oh, but he wastes the scale. Actually, I think he just wasted the scale there, right? If I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
And yeah, just gonna go down here. So it's gonna go for a flashlight, but it doesn't matter. Professor's already been hit, so it doesn't matter. And he can just catch up right away with the dashes. So yeah, I feel like MX unfortunately losing out on decoding by going for that harass, and it didn't end up mattering as he was able to get the chair. He's able to chair on the Cypher Machine as well. Kwong is just getting an increasingly better and better position as this game plays out.
Yeah, it really comes to show how strong ST's Hunter is, Kwong. Against Idol Survivors. I mean, this might potentially be the strongest Survivor team that we have ever seen in this entire tournament, but they seem to be kind of struggling against Kwong, which is very, very interesting that we're seeing here. MX is still trying to harass, but getting that hit.
Oh, he gets the hit even though he had a scale as well. And you see Kwong actually turned his camera angle away from the Thief, so he wasn't able to get that hit there. Gonna go for the win there. Thief trying to harass, but he can just dash catch up right away here. He does have 3 bars to work with. Thief still trying to get this stun, but I don't know how this will matter here. He's gonna go for the vault.
Oh no.
Flywheel, gonna go for the jump after the Thief here. Still trying to body block, but gets the down. Thief didn't body block. He went for the flashlight instead of the body block, and it doesn't matter. He still gets the down here. So unfortunately, yeah, MX was not able to get the body block or the harass at all there. And yeah, I mean, Thief, unfortunately, just definitely not one of the stronger harassment characters. It is definitely a specialty character, but it does work out here for Kwong in the long run. And Thief also has used about half the flashlight, although the flashlight cooldown, not the cooldown, but the flashlight durability is very long. So does get the pull there, does a flywheel, but doesn't actually doesn't use it. So he's gonna try and get the down.
Yeah, and we do see that it might be potentially Chet at Mercenary Cypher over there. Do you see it? Actually, one of the last two ciphers that have been touched. So, yeah, Via will be going for this rescue, I believe, but it means that it will be a kind of confirmed double down because
he still has health. He still has trump cards, so I mean, he can still. If his cipher progress does get pushed a lot here, he can just abnormal it, or he can teleport to another cipher machine. And both survivors are not decoding, so I think it's gonna be Prospector actually saving and Mercenary decoding here. Looks like to be the play, but that cipher's only 10%.
Yeah, and we're seeing Xenia coming for this rescue. A hit is registered. He still has 3 manics, so he can potentially harass throughout the entire duration. We'll see how MX is gonna pack this out. Oh, amazing repulsion that we're seeing there. MX is still at this flywheel.
Oh, he doesn't get it. Doesn't get it again. You see the fast swing from the Nightwatch MX twice in a row, unfortunately missing that flywheel. And he's just gonna chair on the cipher machine yet again. And this cipher, it's only 40%, right? So that's not enough by any means. Still is holding on a trump card. So he does have abnormal, he does have teleport, he has many options to play for a win here. Kwong's also gonna take down the window as well here. So yeah, I don't know what Idol can do here. I guess Mercenary saves, but it looks like he's just gonna change targets to the Prospector now. And Prospector stays on the cipher. Oh, but he's gonna go back here. It's fine to just down the Prospector, right? And share on the last cipher.
I think that would have been fine even because MX wouldn't dare to kind of.
Oh, he's getting excitement. Does flywheel. Can Mercenary body block? No, Mercenary can't body block. Gets the down before the cipher machine's ready. And that cipher is at 70%. Now, the big question here for Kwong is, can he get to the cipher before they pop? If he can get to the cipher before they pop, he can 4-kill. If he doesn't, it's probably 1. It looks like he's not able to prime the cipher. So the possibility for a 4-kill is still in the air here for Kwong.
Yeah, it's definitely there. We do see that Prospector already, you know. Oh, but Leah is coming through here. Will he know? Will he see him? Oh, it seems to be that he's kind of focused on the Prospector.
Oh yeah, over the Prospector though. So, oh, he gets the pull. He has the dash though to catch up right away. Cipher machine's not ready. It's 80%. Flywheel able to avoid that. Goes for a swing and a miss twice here. He's gonna get the vault off. He's gonna go back to the cipher. Can Mercenary prime this in time? No. Still 9% to go. Mercenary does expend an elbow pad as well here. I think Kwong can actually just camp the cipher and just wait for a trade and then just have normal. And I think he just wins if he does that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just see how he's gonna play this out. But Kwong right now, this is definitely gonna prone to BO3. It's just that whether he can get this 4-kill. Because if he does, the score is just extremely flipped already. It's gonna be ST having his advantage. Idol might potentially go towards the lower bracket, which is something very, very surprising, alright? So, Idol, come on. Survivor side, they are both half health. They have no chance of decoding or healing each other up. We'll see whether Mercenary kind of open the chest to find a syringe. I guess that might not be happening. Xenia is being caught side over here. Let's see whether he can get this down onto him. Mercenary on the bottom left, still trying to rush towards the cipher, Eli.
Oh, but he wastes his trait. And he doesn't get the hit either. So he wastes the trait, which means he can't abnormal anymore. And the cipher machine is almost ready. Kwong's gonna go back to it. And they should be able to prime it. It is primed. Mercenary can take a hit. So I think Kwong actually should just stand here. Just stand here and wait for his trait to come back. Like literally just don't do anything. If Mercenary pops, just hit the Mercenary with attention. If Mercenary doesn't pop, then you just wait for your trait. Literally just wait for your trait here. You can build up extra bars as well. Just go for the pull, build up more bars. Just don't hit him. And I think Kwong does realize that. He's waiting for the trait. He knows that's the play here for him.
I really hope Kwong really plays this right, but you know, while we're waiting for this, Prospector's flywheel always will be ready, and the more they drag out, the more magnets Prospector has during the end game. So But we do have Mercenary still with 1 elbow pad, so it might not be an instant down. But this Night Watch with 4 charges, he can run across the map. So it's gonna be a very strong endgame. Still has trick, so this is gonna be a little bit of a waiting game over here. We do have 28 seconds left to this excitement, but it will probably be changed to a blink or a teleport in the end game. We'll see how it's gonna play out. Let's see.
It looks like, yeah, he's just gonna wait. He'll probably hit it around 5 seconds. And then they'll just play for the end game here. Still waiting about 5 seconds. Probably see him go for the hit right about now. And there it is. And we're going to see the pop here onto the Mercenary. 1 elbow pad to work with. Can Kwang get this instant down? We're going to see elbow pad away. He does have... There's the dash. Can he get this hit? Goes for the speed boost. Goes for the hit. Misses the hit. Gets the pallet stun. Has the excitement to secure the down. But Mercenary does buy enough time for Prospector to get the gate open, so that is only going to be a 3 kill instead of the 4 kill. If he got the hit right there, he could have just trade swapped and teleported to the exit gate. And Mercenary, of course, does heal slowly, so he would have had enough time to maybe down Prospector, then go back for Mercenary. But that pallet stun is actually very important. Is the difference between a potential 4 kill and a 3 elimination. But ST, they win this round. So that we are going to see a round 3 here, and things are all tied up overall. So ST, a team that no one really knows too much about, just came out of nowhere and actually takes a win in this round against one of the best teams going into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, I was looking at today's matchup and I really felt that Idol was gonna dominate this, but no. ST is coming in really strong. But I really hope that in this BO3, because it will be Idol's map selection, if ST kind of not make any Survivor mistakes and don't give chance to Meow Pie, they might potentially turn things around. So we have to see how it's going to play out. But then, Kwang with this Night Watch. Eli, any highlights you have to mention?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that in the early game, we saw a lot of different situations where the Survivors are trying to play for certain support strategies, and they all backfired. There was not a single, I don't think there was a single support that actually worked out effectively. Unfortunately, right? We usually see Idol with very strong support gameplay, but here it worked out very nicely in the Hunter's favor. We saw the Prospector unfortunately canceling that attack recovery, and the Professor went down anyway, so a very quick down in the early game. Then the Thief harassment was ultimately not working out, as they were still able to get the down on the Professor anyways. Now I do think Kwang could have 4-killed if he did an excitement and he went for an abnormal play on the Cypher instead. If you have normal set Cypher, I think he definitely wins the game. So a bit of a I guess sort of a misplay, but I think he just really thought if he could get that down quick enough, he got the hit on the Prospector, he could have won, which is true, but Prospector was able to kite around the excitement. Yeah, just a bit of lack of patience there, I think, maybe. But overall, still able to get at least 3 eliminated. Idol, yeah, does fall a little bit short here. So it does mean that we are going to have a completely tied series, a 1-1 in terms of rounds, and all the points are tied up as well here.
Yeah, so coming to BO3, Idol will be having snap selection. Yeah, but I definitely have to agree with you with that decision making from Kwang's side. Definitely have to understand from his perspective as well, but yeah, I believe that the Amalgam play would have been a lot more, would show more of a 4 elimination compared to that excitement onto the Prospector for sure, but we're just gonna hit into the stats for now. Yeah, we do see 1 escape onto this Prospector, 100, yeah, we do see 90 seconds on the Professor. Cypher progress wasn't really enough when Thief decided to come for the support. Because the person was chaired at one of the first 3 ciphers. A lot of support was given, but not too much success. So that kind of hindered the cipher progress that we saw just now, and kind of led to a very intense cipher progress decoding at that point in time. So really interesting that we saw, and I really did not expect Idol to struggle that much against Kwang, I would say, but still getting at 1 escape instead of a 4 kill, like you mentioned, it's big. If Idol potentially give that 4 kill, what ST need to do is just to potentially tie it out in BO3. but because they kind of just they got their one escape, so right now things are tied up like you mentioned, and right now it's really a fight between who has a stronger hunter character pool, I feel, and whether Miaopai is gonna go for aggressive playstyles once again, or is he gonna go with more of the traditional hunters that you usually pick, like Night Watch, Geisha, things he's more confident and stable with.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it came down to if that was a 4-kill, then Idol would have had to win the last round. So now they can tie and have a 4th round potentially. So it's definitely a little bit easier, I think, for them. But yeah, I mean, ST does, of course, make a comeback. So yeah, when it comes down to Miaopai's hunters here, we'll probably see Clerk banned, probably Night Watch as well. Looks like they weren't wanting to deal with that. So I think Clerk, Night Watch probably off the table. I don't think they're really worried about Breaking Wheel too much. As you saw, they were very well prepared for it last round and had a very good match against it. And also, Wheel is also very map dependent. So if the map's not strong for Wheel, then they don't have to ban Wheel. Although, because it is map selection in favor of Idol right now, I think it makes sense that they pick a good Wheel map, just in case Wheel is not banned, which I imagine it won't be. I think it's going to be Clerk and Night Watch. So then, yeah, Miaopai has Geisha, Bonbon, Geisha, Bonbon, Bloody Queen, Wheel out of like the main 4 left. So I think that it depends. It really just depends on the map. They could go Moonlit. You play Wheel on Moonlit. They could go Ever Sleeping Town. I think it has to be one of those 2 maps. Unless he really wants to play Geisha, in that case, you might try to play Lakeside. But with Moonlit being open, I think that definitely makes a lot of sense here.
So we'll see what Idol is gonna be picking, because coming to BO3, ST does not is not allowed to kind of ban a map anymore. It's just Idol just picking a map, as long as it's not the same map as they have picked before, which is Leo's Memory just now in the first round, and the second round is Chinatown. So from what we're seeing right now, all these maps are kind of big, and I'm not too sure what Idol is going to be picking here. Like you mentioned, it could potentially be a Moonlit River Park. We've seen how they've performed, Idol performed in Moonlit River Park. Right. From what I remember, 4-kill on Miaopai's Geisha last week, and for the server side, I believe it was a 3 escape. So yeah, they can potentially pick that and go for it. But you know, I'm kind of looking at the stats that we had from last week. Idol didn't really struggle against MP. They finished the match 2-0. And there wasn't really support or harassing that we see in the match. It was just them solo kiting. They had very strong solo kiting potential, you know, but today we're seeing something slightly different. And we're seeing actually someone else kind of shining more than them, which is from ST side, Love Theo with the Prospector. And also I think Kwong with the Hunters as well, the Night Watch, is really showing a lot of things. We'll see whether Idol Survivor's gonna ban out Kwong's Night Watch this time around, give that ban, or are they gonna let it out once again and go against? Because I understand that they kind of still want to go against Night Watch, because in that Moonlit River Park that they went again, they got a 3 escapes again against the Night Watch. Maybe they're getting too confident to say that, you know what, I think we can definitely go into the Night Watch. We want to give that showing, but never mind. It's not a Moonlit River Park. It is that Sacred Heart Hospital. Very server-sided map, but Eli, can you just elaborate on this?
Yeah, this is another display of definitely another display of confidence from Idol, as you were talking about. Very confident team, which is totally acceptable. Obviously, they have very good survivors and hunters, but we'll see. I mean, Sacred Heart Hospital, it's not good for Breaking Wheel, so Miaopai is not really going to have that as an option. Obviously, you can play Bonbon, you can play Bloody Queen, you can play Geisha, but you could technically play Sculptor if he wants to go that way, but we don't really see Sculptor as much. But you can't really play Wheel here. So Night Watch will probably be banned, Clerk will probably be banned. And the Idol Survivors really wanting to take an aggressive map here, I suppose. The reason why I like Moonlit as well is that it's also very bad for Kwong's Sculptor. Sculptor is very bad on Moonlit. So they could easily just ban the Night Watch from Kwong. And then also, it's also bad for Soul Weaver. We saw Soul Weaver was banned too. So most of Kwong's hunters, if you ban Night Watch, the rest of Kwong's hunters are not particularly strong on Moonlit. Right? So I think that Moonlit would have been very good. Now, characters like Soul Weaver and Sculptor are both playable on Sacred, a lot more so than they are on Moonlit. So I think this, if anything, picking this map will benefit ST a little bit as well. So I think that, yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an aggressive survivor map. but it also makes it difficult for Meowpai, and it also opens up some more hunter options for ST.
Yeah, so I kind of want to see if Meowpai is going to give that ban onto that prospector. I mean, it has been 2 rounds, BO1, BO2. Same person lived there with that prospector. He's shown incredible kite, incredible result, incredible mind game. I think Meowpai should really give that prospector ban already. I mean, if he does not, I mean, he's just going to be let out. Even if he doesn't chase Lovedale, Lovedale can come for this harassing. So, we haven't seen in the harassment part of it. We might potentially see it, but we just have to wait it out and see how it might potentially be played. Sacred Heart Hospital, like you mentioned, is very safe with the server side map. We'll see the first half of how whichever side they decide to come up first, and then this one will definitely be prolonged all the way until the second half. Because right now all things are tied up. So for newer viewers that's coming in, we are in BO1. We're in BO3. BO3. BO1 it was a 5-3.
Yes.
And then BO2 is a 3-5. So right now everything is balanced out 8-8, and yeah, actually, from what I remember, I think I kind of saw Kwong in ranked matches, and I think he does have a Bon. But whether going against Idol Survivor Star, I'm not sure whether Bon would be a good pick, considering, I mean, we do see if he's not gonna ban the Thief, most likely MX is gonna pick that, and it's gonna be really annoying going up against for Bon to go up against the Thief. So there's quite a lot of things they might potentially play with, I feel. Yeah, but from what we see, right, for Idol's side, they really don't have Acrobat, they don't have Gardener, they don't have Mercenary, nor the Prospector. So, right. I think, I mean, if they don't need that Thief, I guess they can pick the Lawyer. Something very, very MX feels from the picks, but we do see the Anti-Current and Priestess being banned out first. They do have a first officer as a very stable rescuer still. Let's see whether that's going to be picked. If not, I think Kwong might ban it in the third one.
Yeah, Dancer's open as well too. Dancer's very strong here on the Sacred Heart Hospital, so I would imagine those characters will be first priorities. Characters like Officer, Dancer, a character like Entomologist is pretty strong here as well. Coordinator is actually, this is a map where you would want to play Coordinator, and that Coordinator can use that flare gun to help the Survivor Rio and Kite in the hospital. Nightwatch should be banned. I don't think you give Nightwatch. What?
I think coming down to, going against, okay, we just lost a whole point. But, we know Death World. He has a very strong Nightwatch. But even when coming down to Sacred Hospital, when they were playing, Death World actually did not pick Nightwatch, but he picked Bloody Queen and got pretty good results still. So, it could be because Nightwatch, I think, as to him, it may not be a good character to play in this map. Maybe that's why they didn't ban it too. It could be possible. We'll see whether Kyung
like to the fact that Nightwatch is not particularly strong on Sacred Heart Hospital. Obviously you have areas like Ruins, which you can easily break line of sight. It looks like they're gonna have an Enchantress ban. So I don't know if Enchantress was gonna get banned. We did have an option to ban Officer here, and it looks like Fong didn't take it. He actually goes for Enchantress. So maybe eyeing up Geisha, maybe eyeing up Bon as well. Both characters would be weaker to Enchantress. Nightwatch as well. But I still think Nightwatch, even though it's not a great Nightwatch map, I think it's still okay to play here.
We'll see whether Kwong will go with that later on. But, coming down to this, we do see the first officer being picked over here. The rescuer has been secured. They can pick a... Alright, Eli, you said that Coordinator is great at this map. It is now currently being banned. So, the last pick onto Idol's side, I really feel it's one of those free characters that we get when we start playing this game. I really do feel that.
Yeah, I think it's like when you buy the 99-cent. Wait, no, is it the 99-cent? It's like when you get one of the cheapest in-game package or whatever, the in-game spending thing. They give you Coordinator for free, right? I think something like that. I'm not really
like
sure.
one Echo or something.
Like whenever the first time you buy Echoes at any point, you get a free Coordinator. I think is how it works.
Yeah,
something like that.
I think so.
But it looks like we are going to have Thief as the last potential character here. So yeah, I think Night Watch is probably still playable. I mean, it's not a great Night Watch map, obviously, so maybe that's the reasoning here. But I mean, you can chase Steve, you can chase Psych. Dancer's obviously difficult. Bonbon, as you mentioned, is open, so that could definitely be an option for Kwong here. But keep in mind, if it goes to a 4th round, I actually think that ST's favored because then they get to go with their map selection. Yeah, so I think Kwong doesn't mind tying here. I mean, it is sacred, obviously, so if you're able to get a tie on the Hunter side, that's very beneficial.
Yeah, we'll see whether that will be the case. Whether this might be prolonged into a BO3 overtime, which is their 4th match, we'll see whether that will be happening. Which means that they kind of tie things out again in this round. So let's see how Kwong is gonna perform against Idol Survivor once again in this BO3. But before that, his selection, a Night Watch. So Eli, I have a question. Coming into this, with this team comp right now, he can, I mean, from what we saw in the previous round, he can definitely chase the team. But what kind of support do you think might come in, or how the setup is gonna be since they do have a female dancer this time around?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely have to be. I think we'll see Dancer spawn Hospital. Dancer's very good. You can set up boxes inside Hospital at any point if the survivors push to that middle area. Then the slow boxes will be set up. You can take those slow boxes. You can put the slow box at the God pallet at the bird cage. You can put the slow box, put the pallet over the box, and that's pretty strong. There's many ways where Dancer can be very strong, but especially center map is usually the best place for Dancer on a lot of maps, and Sacred Heart Hospital is one of those maps. So I think Dancer will probably spawn middle. I think we'll see Thieves spawn in a safe area, such as Shack or Ruins. Looks like it's gonna be Shack. They give the safest character Hospital. So I don't think there's any world where this is. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think Idol is just committed. Idol Survivor is just committed to slap us in the face every time we say something. I think so. I think they just wanna. But
I mean, Hospital is one of those maps where you want to spawn. You play characters that aren't really good at kiting. You spawn them in Hospital, and it's so hard for the hunter to chase. But they spawn the safest character in the safest area.
Yeah. I think they just want to give us a surprise factor, the aha moment, you know? The aha moment. So we're seeing this spawn, very interesting. We'll see how this might potentially play out. We do see a double flywheel against Shadow, the female dancer, as well as the Thief MX. Xenia has 3-9, and the first officer as usual has Titan. Now we do see Hunter as the trump card as well as Detention. So we will be heading into this BO3 first half between Idol Survivors versus SEA's Hunter. Let's see how it might potentially play out against them. This is your caster Chocho and Eli O, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, looks like he's gonna go Hospital Chase first, trying to find a potential chase target. I don't think he'll go upstairs. He's actually gonna go upstairs. I was gonna say, I don't think he'll go upstairs because this is the first officer, but he may just take down this pallet and leave here. It looks like we do have faster pallet breaking speed, but he does have trump card and Detention. Officer doesn't use a watch, so he just gives a free hit right away here. So unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, Kwong taking full advantage of this, and he's gonna get an early hit. Now we do see the first watch, but it's a bit late here, Chojo. He's already taken a first hit.
Yeah, and he's kind of trying to get out of range so that Leah can't use the second watch. And he is out of range.
Yep. We do have the boxes here.
Yeah, let's see on the map. Oh, the Thief is here. The Thief is here. MX is here. Oh, this is gonna be a headache for him.
But he can just cancel the animation. If the Thief goes for the flashlight, it just cancels the box animation. So Kwong gets to break the box for free here because of that. So that's actually more beneficial for the hunter. And all 3 boxes are now gone. So Dancer doesn't have any boxes for later. So typically you want to try to save a box, but she uses them all up right away here. We're going to see Psychologist is going to use her heal here. He's going to change targets to Thief. So let's see what Thief's able to do here. Is trying to get that flashlight. Trying to just going in the open here. Kwong needs to wait for his wind. If he just waits for the wind, he can just win the Thief. And there's not much the Thief can do here. Goes for the charge attack and does actually get the stun here. So I would have actually liked him to look for the Dancer because Dancer doesn't have any more boxes, but it looks like he's actually just gonna go for Thief instead here.
Yeah, I think coming into this, I mean, if Itakwa does have, oh my gosh, the blink hit registering, but MX is just gonna stun the Hunter again. Coming into this, the first skill is super important. Right now, he can dash towards MX without fearing that the hot shot is gonna happen, but MX not even gonna give the chance to kind of do that. Wow. Amazing discipline, and MX able to just kind of guide out within this area. Let's see if this hit registers.
Oh, does the flywheel? That's a huge flywheel to keep this kite alive a little bit longer here. He needs to use his dash. He could just... Oh, does get the charge attack. Beautiful job from Kwong to look away there. I was gonna say, he could just dash and, like, catch up next to the Thief. But he actually just going for the speed boost. He did have first presence because he did get that first hit onto the officer, and that's again why you really want to use that watch early. Now the ciphers are technically enough for a win, but it's going to be very, very close. We're going to see. It looks like he's going to pressure the psychologist here, and yeah, does see the first officer actually coming in for the rescue. Looks like we're going to see that watch get utilized. It's going to be the second one here. Unable to get that win here. He really wants to get a hit potentially onto the officer. Does connect, and we're going to see Thief try to rebound towards the hospital, dropping that pallet right away, trying to go for that flashlight. Mind game at the pallet, goes for the vault. Does he get the hit? Charge attack. Beautiful job from Kwong. A lot of hunters would have just swung right away and actually missed there. MX actually wastes some flashlight even though he's already been hit with Tide Turner. So I'm not really sure the reasoning for this. He also wastes his second flashlight as well. So unfortunately just a bit of misused items here from this Thief.
Yeah, but we do see the ciphers actually going pretty fast. Wow, just slamming that pallet. Don't give Hunter any chance that he might have registered if he doesn't. So amazing stuff coming to this. Leah did not get that hit.
Yeah, it forces him out of hospital. That's really important. Now we're gonna see he needs to just hit right away to force the save. And now he needs to get this hit on Thief before the Cypher Machine is ready. I think the Cyphers will be ready though. We have a body block. The Cypher Machine is now primed. So it will definitely come down to this end game. He's actually gonna go. Oh, but he can't pop it. Officer misses the swing though. But we do have the second survivor in to potentially pop this Cypher Machine. He's just gonna wait for his straight here. So Kwong can still play for the end game. He's gonna wait for his trait so he can down a survivor here. He's going to build up some stacks, and then he will have teleport for the end game. Looks like Thief's going to go ahead and look for a new item. Doesn't care if he gets healed up. They're going to get healed up with the Cypher Pop anyways. Does go for the hit, but he doesn't wait for the trait all the way, which means he actually doesn't have it ready just yet.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Xenia will be getting this down very fast. Female Dancer is opening the back gate. Leah is still there. MX is at the front gate. So
yeah, all the survivors are here.
Yeah, but this is Psychologist's first share. I mean, looking into this, there is still that chance of them getting that 3 escape still, but it's gonna be slightly more difficult. Female Dancer might potentially come for this backdoor rescue. Let's see how they're gonna play this out.
I think Kwong knows they're in hospital, but he is actually going around the outside. He needs to be really careful. You don't want to give a backdoor rescue to Shadow here. You also don't want to allow the survivors to run out the gate for free though. So he needs to find someone. He needs to find Dancer is what he needs to find here. Let's see if he sees the Dancer hiding out here. He has Tinnitus. Gonna teleport. The survivors aren't out just yet, but Dancer can make the save. He can down Thief here. Thief has an illusion. Gets the hit. Wow, he predicts the illusion here. Chochon, actually, what's interesting about this position is that Thief's dead on chair. So you can leave the Thief here to die on chair. He's already going to be dead. And then you can go for the survivor that was rescued. Does miss a dasher. He needs to see one of these survivors in the distance. If he doesn't see them, and they can just hide out in a hospital and push the gate once the tension's out, this will be a 3 escape if they can heal. He needs to... Actually, this is really intense. Wow.
Yeah, because I mean, Female Dancer is the only one that's full health right now. There is still 35 seconds left in this tension. They are trying to heal up, but they're not too sure where the Hunter is exactly. But Female Dancer does have this heartbeat at hospital, that's allowing them to heal up.
Does he see the trail here? That's really important. He does see the trail. So he can't chase the Dancer. He has 18 seconds to down Dancer. She does have Flywheel, and she does not have boxes. So it really comes down to this. He's getting all the speed boosts he can get here. He's going to jump this window. He does have the window build, or he does have one more speed boost. No Flywheel, 7 seconds under tension, but this gate isn't open, so he can actually down Dancer here. She does have the dungeon in the vicinity, though. If he can get an early hit, we should expect a Flywheel. There's the Flywheel. He needs to get this hit before the survivors make it to the exit gate. Oh, the hit registers! The hit registers! Any body blocks are from running away here. That seems oddly familiar, but and he does get the onto the Dancer.
We can potentially chair this, and there's still teleport, Eli.
Yeah, there still is teleport.
Oh my goodness. What's
I don't know if he'll teleport though. I feel like that's a little risky.
Yeah, it might
though.
be. They're still healing up though. They don't want to get the game because they think they know that Hunter has teleport now. Let's see whether he's gonna do that.
Yeah, yeah, no, detention is out. You can't teleport. No, detention's out though. Detention's out, so they can just run out the gate here. So that is going to be a 2-2 for this game, but excellent comeback from Kwang here, and that's going to be a 2-2 on Sacred Idol. The third try to beat the Night Watch, and they still fell a little bit short here. Yeah, Kwang continuing 3 rounds of Night Watch, 2 ties and a win. And it was on Sacred too. We talk about how Sacred, such a survivor-sided map, right? That gameplay, the Thief gameplay was so strong. Excellent kiting from the Thief for the majority of that match. They had the Cypher Machine ready, they had the endgame prepared, but the endgame Night Watch is so good. He was able to get that down, find a new survivor there, a 2-2 is honestly a win for a hunter when it comes to Sacred. You know, one of the things that I like to talk about a lot is that when a hunter ties on Sacred, it's basically like getting a 3 kill on another map. That's how hard it is for a hunter to get a tie on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, so coming to this, I think Kwang has had enough of Night Watch. Probably not gonna play Night Watch for a period of time, considering keep going against idle survivors. It's definitely not something easy for the heart, not faint for the faint heart, but he's actually producing pretty good results considering that, like you mentioned, Sacred Hospital, it's tie. It should be considered a win already if it's any other map. So looking at the statistics, with that first, I mean, you do see a lot of kind of switching around. So we do see the Thief is 106 seconds. The first officer at start, 114 seconds right now. I think the end game definitely very well done on Kwang's side. But any highlights you'd like to mention?
I think definitely excellent job, excellent kiting from the Thief there. That extended kite was very strong. I think the biggest downside was that the officer didn't use a watch early. You want to always use your watch early game to avoid a hit, because not only do you feed presence, you also force your team to stop to heal up, and you also allow for the Night Watch to continue to chase you if he wants. So you definitely want to use that watch. I mean, obviously there's a mindset it's like, well, okay, I kind of want to save my watch, but in that situation, you really just want to use it there. So that did buy a little bit of extra time. They're still able to prime the ciphers though, even after all that. Just because of that Thief kite was very strong. But also shout out to Kwang as well, just for that end game, able to turn things into a tie from what looked like easily a winning position for the survivors. Was still able to come back. So yeah, I mean, Kwang's Night Watch being very strong here. We saw 2 ties and a win against arguably one of the best, if not the best, survivor team in this tournament. So this is just very incredible. Again, this ST team, just kind of no one expected them. No one's really heard of them. Just coming out of nowhere, 3 rounds against one of the strongest teams in this tournament. Very impressive for sure.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And yeah, the points are still tied up coming into BO3 at 10-10. And right now we'll be heading into this BO3 second half where ST Survivor is going to go against Meowpai once again. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Meowpai might possibly turn things around, you know, end things in a beautiful note for his team, 5-0 possibly. Or is ST going to turn things around and win and just proceed longer in his upper brackets? But looking at this, we do see that if it's a tie, it will be a BO3 overtime, alright? And anything less, anything that's 3 escape or 4 escape is going to be ST winning. 1 escape or 0 escape is going to be Idol winning. So yeah, I would definitely say have to be really intense. I think I didn't expect it to be this intense, Eli. I mean, considering Idol, and then ST. So second half, if you are ST survivors, you just need at least a tie. What 2 hunters will you be banning from Meowpai's character pool?
Yeah, I think probably, I don't know if they'll actually ban Night Watch, because again, we talk about Sacred, it's not the best Night Watch map, so a lot of teams don't ban Night Watch on Sacred, so maybe they give Night Watch here. I think probably Clerk, just because Clerk obviously just is, you know,
I know,
kind of broken, so yeah. Like I don't know how like Bro can literally be looking at the ciphers every 5 seconds. Like that's crazy. I don't know. But I think they'll probably just ban Clerk here, and then they might just give Night Watch. I mean, you can let them. Maybe they ban Geisha just because Geisha has a lot of win potential. You could also ban. I don't think you'll ban Bonbon or Bloody Queen because they're tie hunters. It's hard to say. I think definitely Clerk. I don't know about the other one. I think it might be more of a preference thing here for ST of what they're more prepared to play against. But I actually think, if anything, the pressure is more on Meowpie than it is on ST Survivors, just because Sacred's so Survivor-sided, right? If ST just gets a 3 escape, which is actually quite easy to do on Sacred, they win. So Meowpie has to at least tie on the most Survivor-sided map in the game. And a lot of maps are mostly balanced. You take maps like Arms Factory, Red Church, Chinatown, Eversleep Town. Some are slightly better for Survivors, some are slightly better for Hunters, but overall they're all relatively close to each other. But Sacred is just so much. Sacred is such an outlier. It's so Survivor-sided to a point where it's like it's the most. Not only is it the least balanced map in the game, it's so unbalanced to a point where Survivors are just so much better. And it's an outlier. So I think that the pressure is more on Meowpie than it is on ST at this point.
Yeah, but you know, Meowpie has 8 bans at this point in time, 4 auto bans, and right now 4 more coming into this BO3 second half. So, I'm really excited to see whether he is gonna ban out the Prospector or not. I mean, coming into this, he has chased this Prospector 2 times in a row, and nothing good comes out of it. So, I think he should ban this Prospector already. Yep, we do see that, and also a female dancer. Meowpie has had enough of it and wants to end this very nicely for themselves. So we'll see whether that the bans of that Clerk as well as what was the second ban that you've mentioned?
I'm not sure. I think it's gonna be Clerk and something else. I don't know what their other option is gonna be here. Obviously, I think it's a bit maybe more of a preference thing. Maybe Bloody Queen, maybe Sculptor. I don't know. I think it just has to be Clerk and one other character. They could just ban Night Watch if they're really worried about it, but of course we talk about Night Watch is not as strong on Sacred compared to some other maps. But I think definitely Clerk. Oh, they banned Dreamwitch and Anne. Anne is very underwhelming on Sacred. This is one of the weaker Anne maps. And Meowpie doesn't really favor Dreamwitch as much compared to some of his other hunters. So very, very interesting bans from ST here. I don't know about this one at all, but
yeah, I guess ST also want to slap us in the face, but I guess it's a thing to slap castles in the face. But actually, Meowpie does play Dreamwitch, but I mean, if you're comparing efficiency and how well they play, I mean, comparing it to a very well-known Dreamwitch main in SEA, I would say Kuga. I would say Kuga's one is like top tier, but I think Meowpie is still
newer. I think less experienced potentially.
Correct. Definitely have to agree on that. And right now, let's just Explorer ban. I understand. I mean, Greece does have this Explorer being picked last week, so he just want to eliminate the factor of having to have this tinnitus, but cannot find the person at all. That's gonna be really annoying for him. And someone just picked though.
Also, Explorer's good against Clerk. You can't really record the Explorer. You can just pop the Cypher instantly, so that can also be a factor too. And then also, Explorer's a character like you can take like Explorer and then one other character like that's weak at kiting, spawn the weak at kiting character in hospital and just spawn the Explorer anywhere because you can just hide. So that might also be the reasoning. I'm still thinking about the Dreamwitch like sort of makes sense because like Dreamwitch is a scary character, but as you talked about, Meowpie, it's not one of his main hunters. You know, it's sort of one of his I guess surprise hunters, maybe later on. It's not really something that he would probably play in this instance. So banning Dreamwitch is very interesting. And then banning Anne is sort of like, Anne is a very good tie hunter, right? It's a very consistent tie hunter. But Anne is very weak on Sacred. I guess the idea is like, well, if you give a really good tie hunter on a very good survivor map, it's easier for him to tie on this map. So, but it's still, I don't think Meowpie was planning to play Anne at any point here. So I don't know. I feel like they are a bit of a wasted ban in this situation, but it could have been something that Meowpie was preparing. Again, we're just casters. We can only speculate these sort of situations. It looks like we're actually going to see Enchantress. So maybe they want to ban Dreamwitch and so they can bring an Enchantress strategy to the table. That's also a possibility here. Enchantress is pretty good against Clerk, pretty good against Nightwatch, pretty good against Geisha, and pretty good against Bonbon. Not so much against Bloody Queen, but And I actually think Bloody Queen most likely will be Meowpie's character selection just based off of this team comp. Unless he wants to continue to be very aggressive and go with something like Clerk. I think that also could be good, because again, if you go to a 4th round and ST gets to pick map, it might actually benefit ST more than Idol. So Meowpie might want to... If there's a time to be aggressive, it definitely would be more now than earlier rounds. I think this is the best place to do it. Let's see what he goes with, though.
Yeah, it'll be really, really interesting to see how this is gonna play out, and also what characters Meowpie is gonna be picking. And we do see Love Theo this time round because Protector has been banned. He will be having this Enchantress instead. Gurius with the Acrobat, Tatian with that Entomologist, as well as Boss with that Mercenary. So, really interesting. I'm actually excited to see how it's gonna play out because Bon. Okay, so if we if we do see this, right, they actually picked the Mercenary for the first 2.
Right.
So, which means that actually, I would actually think that you should just let it out and pick the first officer later on. That would have been better, considering that it might be a Bon rescue. So
I agree.
But they might not even go for the rescue, Eli. So
yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
Again, you know, I mean, Idol, ST doesn't. If ST ties, they're still in a decent spot because they get to pick the map in the 4th round, right? If we do see a 2-2 here for this half of the round, it will be a 4th round tiebreaker. So. Yeah, so it looks like Meowpie is actually going to take this opportunity to play a little bit more conservatively. We saw him play very aggressive character and playstyle in the first 2 rounds. In this case, he's actually going to play a conservative playstyle. So, I don't know. I think ST, in any case, is in a pretty good spot. Again, if they have a tie against like Bon right now, if they're able to tie against Bon, then they get to pick map in the 4th round, which is very beneficial, gives them a slight advantage. And then it is Sacred, so if they are able to somehow win against Bon as well, then they will just win overall. So I think ST, again, has the advantage right now. Looks like we're going to see the Enchantress, Love Theo. Again, we talked about this player being very strong kiter. They are going to take that kiting Enchantress character. And Enchantress, Chocho, is actually pretty effective against Bon, and that every time you do take a chip hit, you gain a free stack from it. So that might be a game changer. And also, if you do build up to 3 stacks, you can 3 stack, use that time to transition inside the hospital area.
Yeah, we'll see whether that will be the case and whether they actually prepare for this Bon. We'll see the personas really soon. If they are prepping for this already, there should be 3-9 going around, a majority of them. But if not, I think how do you think Flywheel might fare against the Bon, Eli?
I think it's fine. Broken Window's a little bit better, but Flywheel, you could Flywheel a bomb chip so that can extend your kite. It looks like we do have 1 Broken Windows and 2 Flywheels. I think the Flywheels were mostly here in preparation of the Bloody Queen, because I think Bloody Queen would have been pretty nice against this comp, but looks like Meowpie went Bon instead. So I think that the Flywheels were definitely there in case of Bloody Queen, or maybe in case of Geisha, but I think mostly just the BQ. And then we also have Acrobat with Broken here. So both are fine against Bon. I think Broken is probably a little better, but both are also okay here.
Yeah, but we do see that Meowpie does not have any tension, confined space, and trump card. So his skill wise, it seems to be that it's a peeper from what we see over here, and yeah, he will be chasing Love Theo, which is the Enchantress at this ruins area. Once again, it's Love Theo, and we'll be heading into this BO3 second half, potentially the last match.
He doesn't use the palette. This is so interesting. Because he doesn't use this palette, he might actually just give a free hit. He does use this one now. Can he dodge this bomb chip? Is able to avoid that first one. I'm really interested to see how this player is able to kite here. He might just take this one to get the pallet down. Oh, he uses the stun and avoids the bomb. Very nice timing there. Is able to avoid that. Forces a basic hit overall. Excellent job from the Enchantress. He actually used the stun right before Meowpie was about to throw the chain bomb. So that was actually very smart from him. And he gets a lot of distance here as Meowpie thought he might have stayed near the pallet, but he doesn't. He transitions away. He also has peepers, not blink. So Enchantress knows they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, amazing dodging from Love Theo's side. And he does have flywheels, so he's going to vault this, might potentially hit this.
Oh, beautiful flywheel as well.
Wow. I mean, looking at the ciphers, but he's not interrupting any of the ciphers here, and he didn't want to go to the hospital because that's going to affect the cipher progress, and also that's where the basement is at as well.
There's the 3-stack. He's going to be able to use this to make distance. There's no insolence, so the control bomb is not yet ready. Now, there is a peeper at the shack area, so this vault will be slowed down. He needs to dodge the bomb first. Does dodge the bomb, but he can't make the pallet because of this. Has one more stun. Will he use the stun right now? He's gonna use it to keep kiting even longer. What a nice kite from the Enchantress. I think he might go down here as, yeah, not much you can do there. But he is finally gonna go down, but almost 3 ciphers done. This is 3 rounds in a row. Another incredible kite here from Leftheo here. So he's gonna get shared over at the shack. This is going to be a potential sell. I think if they sell here, it's an easy tie. If they go for a rescue, they can win because they have enough cipher progress. All 3 ciphers pop all at the same time here. If they go for a rescue and they get the save off, they could win. But I think they may just play for the tie.
Yeah, I think they might potentially play for the tie, and if possible during the late game, since Meowpai does not have detention, Mercenary with Titan potentially can make this a 3 escape. So this could be the potential plan. We have to see how things turn out for them as well. But Mercenary is coming really close.
He's either feeding Tinnitus or he's going after half. It looks like he's gonna go. There's a control bomb. Oh, he actually runs into it.
He's being really aggressive right now, Meowpai, and he's just gonna push all the way out. He does see the ciphers are being kind of decoded, so we do see that the trump card is ready and there's 3 peepers already. So let's see how he's gonna do this. He's going for Grizz, which is the acrobat.
Yep.
Still trying to
nice dodges.
Yeah.
Able to avoid.
SE.
Yeah, able to avoid all those bombs here. Does have this this bomb to work with. He goes the long way, avoids the bomb. Does he take the vault? Oh, he does. And he misses the swing. And he misses the control bomb. What a turn of events from this acrobat. Beautiful, risky but beautiful play. This ST team continues to surprise here. We're gonna change onto the entomologist here. Entomologist needs to be very careful. He's gonna avoid those chips. Needs to force a basic hit. Does get the beast out. Cancels the beast to avoid the swing as well. ST really just kind of playing with Meowpai here. And Meowpai, again, we talk about how he is one of the best, if not the best hunter in Southeast Asia. And this ST Survivor team is just playing so well. I mean, it's really impressive. Does get that first chip. So Meowpai, not going to let this happen anymore here. He's able to get that second one as well. Gets the control bomb on the third one there, but can he get this last one? It's very important. They're trying to push these ciphers. Chris is just going to stay alive here as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, ST is popping off at this point in time, but I think he might potentially... Oh, still not yet. Grizz is still trying to kite this out. We do see the 6 cipher being decoded. 4 cipher is almost done, so somebody will definitely come for this rescue. And the hit registers,
nice.
But he won't be interrupting any of the ciphers, Eli, so things-wise is looking really, really good. Mercenary is going to come for this rescue. Titan will be in effect. So, there is still this trump card, and yeah, it's still looking really very tieable, Eli. I'm not sure how Meowpai might potentially turn things around.
The thing is here, Meowpai bought a very aggressive build. Again, he didn't bring detention. He does get the double hit on Mercenary, but Mercenary can still make the rescue. Cyber Machine is primed. He's going to teleport back, but the Cypher's primed. So he can just go straight for the rescue and get it. They're going to prop the Cypher. They get the save, and they do have Tide Turner, and Meowpai does not have detention, which will not matter, and the Acrobat does already have half health here, but he is able to get that first chip there. There is Tide Turner. He does get the down, but he wasted the teleport, which means there's no way for him to go for a win. So he can down this Acrobat, can get the chair here, but it will be 2 survivors out the gate here, Chocho, which means we're actually going to be going to a 4th round tiebreaker between these 2 teams. It looks like, both exit gates are going to be opened all the way here, and Entomologist is going to make it out as well. And ST managed to get a tie, which is actually good for them. I think ST wants a tie here. They want to be able to pick the map in the 4th round. So again, ST team coming out of nowhere, going 4 rounds against arguably the best team in this tournament. Meowpai still gets a tie. That's really important. The fact that you can get a draw on a map like Sacred is very difficult to do. Again, this is why Bonbon is such a good character. When you're able to play a character like Bonbon that you can't prevent the survivor from rebounding into hospital, that's very beneficial. I think maybe if they wanted to try to go for a win, they could have gone for at least 1 rescue on Enchantress, but it looks like they'd rather tie here and go to a 4th round instead.
Yeah, and if my memory serves me correct, I think this is the first BO3 overtime that we're having in this IVC, and stats are looking really, really, really close, and coming into this, we definitely did not expect ST to prolong this so much further into a BO3 overtime, and wow. Yeah, and it's just a lot of things that ST could have done that it's just so amazing. And we saw how they weren't giving any chance to Malpai with that Bon.
Yep.
Nearly, I mean, it was really risky at the statue area with the acrobat vaulting and dodging everything that was happening. But really, though, I have to give kudos to ST for performing so well. Both the Hunter as well as Survivors, definitely both sides did amazing today. And right now we'll be heading into this BO3 overtime. And just for you guys to know, because right now it's global ban system, it's gonna be total of 10 bans in this BO3 overtime for the Hunter side, 6 auto bans and 4 normal bans. Wow. Okay. Right. This is gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be interesting. Looking to our stats here, we do have the first kite 90 seconds from the Enchantress, so beautiful job there from this player. And that's without broken windows as well, so 90-second kite there, very impressive. And then we did see the acrobat 75 seconds against a Bon with presence. It's not easy, was able to do that as well. So just excellent kiting. Something we've seen from ST is not only from Love there, just good standard kiting from all these players. And I think that's been very important here. I do think ST does lack a bit of support. I think individually the skill of these players is very strong, but I think support-wise, it's been in rounds 2 and 3. We didn't see a whole lot of support. It's mostly just raw kiting. So that was definitely something to point out. But yeah, it is going to be another tied round here. So we're going to have a 4th round.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be welcoming this 4th round really soon.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, looking at this, we do have Leo's Memory, Chinatown, as well as Secret Hospital being used already. There is still 5 other maps they could pick from, so hopefully ST use this to their advantage right now, because Secret Hospital, both sides tied, which means that in Idol's map selection, they actually did not get their advantage that they wanted to end it in ABO3. So, thinking about it, was there anything Malpai could have done differently at that point in time? Or maybe the skill or the persona that was picked could have done this wrong, because in the end, right, the confined space seems like it didn't really have any effect on the survivors.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, there's not much he could do other than try to down the Enchantress faster, because the Enchantress kite was just long enough for an easy tie. That's just how good the Enchantress first kite was. He was able to get her in a good chair. When you get in that chair all the way in shack in the corner, it's hard to make that rescue because you can see any rescuer coming from a distance. So I think that's definitely important that he was able to chair there. Maybe he could have saved his teleport and not teleported back to chair there. I think maybe his mindset is like, well, if the Cypher's prime, then I tie anyways. If I save teleport, I probably won't tie. So I think it's probably fine to go for that TP there, but yeah, I mean, there's not really much he could have done differently besides down Enchantress faster. Enchantress just kited really well. Besides that, it's just a tied game. So, yep.
Stats are looking really interesting right now. And yeah, a 12-12 that we're seeing here, BO3 overtime, not included yet. So, yeah, I mean, to people that's just joining this right now, we'll be heading into a BO3 overtime, and whoever wins is going to proceed in this upper brackets. Whoever loses is going to go to the lower brackets, where Nor and ADM is already there, just waiting for you guys. So we'll see how this BO3 overtime is going to be played out. Whether Idol Survivor is still going to let out this Night Watch in this BO3 overtime. Think getting a little bit tired of seeing this Night Watch, but it seems to be that the live chat is really into this Itakwa Nation thing. Yep, even someone's saying manifesting Itakwa in the live chat right now. So, if you guys love Night Watch that match, we'll probably see it again in this BO3 overtime if Idol servers don't ban it. And for ST side, I think they really am taking this every opportunity they're having right now to kind of win against Idol. So
yep.
I'm curious to see what ST is gonna pick, whether it's gonna be a small as well, like what ST pick. I really do not hope they're gonna pick, don't hope they pick a Moonlit River Park, knowing how Idol really do fare pretty good at that map with the previous stats that we had last week.
I don't think so. I think the problem with Moonlit is it's not good for Soul Weaver. It's not good for that other hunter. What is it? Sculptor. It's not good for the Sculptor. So I don't think we'll see Moonlit. we'll most likely see a smaller map. Maybe something like, I feel like Ever Sipping Town could actually be good. It's not only is a good map for Night Watch, it's good for Sculptor, it's good for Soul Weaver. So I think Ever Sipping Town definitely beneficial here. I just realized that I actually did not have my pre-tournament caffeine, so I'm sort of like, we're gonna have to have that during break because I'm sort of like falling asleep a bit here. But yeah. Well, sorry if I sound monotone. I have not been caffeinated just yet, but we'll get to that during the break. Don't worry. When I come back, I'll probably have too much energy. But anyways, yeah, I think in terms of map selection, definitely a map such as Ever Sipping Town would be the most beneficial here, just because it's very good overall for the ST Hunter side.
We'll see whether that's going to be the case, but you know what, in the meantime, since, I mean, we've kind of really dissected Idol and ST, you know what, it's going to start with the base game, and Arms Factory will be picked here, and
I think this is also okay though, just because Arms Factory, you can't play Breaking Wheel here, so if you go Arms Factory, then Meowpai can't really play Breaking Wheel, and also characters such as Night Watch are not quite as good, but then it also brings down the Night Watch on the ST as well. So I think it's maybe just because they don't want to have to deal with the potential Breaking Wheel.
yeah, it could be the case. We'll see whether that's going to be the case. But, you know, like going back to one of our points just now, I mean, the new character is out now in game, the Aeroplanist, and you can actually buy that character.
I'm not buying it.
The S skin is also available in the shop. You can just buy it with your purple gems. Yeah, that.
Purple
so
gems.
You can. Yeah, usually when there's new fragments, usually when there's new characters, it's kind of usually in the gacha thing, so you can get the limited S skin. But it's a different case for Aeroplanist. You can get the the S skin through the shop without charging. So that's a good thing. And you know what? I kind of want to get you guys as live audience, if you guys have already tried that character, how do you feel about it? Because I personally have tried it, and it really requires you to turn your camera angle around. There really isn't a place where you can just fly in and then it just left and right. It doesn't really work for me. So I usually just turn my angle to just fly in, but it requires quite a lot of precision and reaction time. So we'll see how the future tournament players are potentially going to play this out. How they're going to use this character. But is journalists out? Wait, is journalists allowed in this tournament, Eli?
I believe so, right?
I think so, but none of the tournament players actually playing. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, so for those of you wondering, the best way to play Aeroplanist is just play Patient. That's actually the best way to play it, and then you won't have any problems. Okay, looking into our band pick here, it looks like we're actually going to see Explorer first. Joshua, what do we think about this one?
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, Explorer is actually a very strong character being played at Arms Factory, mainly because the grass is 3D, okay? Some of the maps, right, for example, Lakeside, the grass is very 2D. Like, if you hide on one side, you'll probably be seen on the other side, but with this grass at Arms Factory, it's actually more dimensional. You can actually hide around it, and wherever angle you actually will be seen, because Explorer is that small. So, yeah, banning this will be great. It kind of eliminates the fact that the Meowpai has to find this potential character. But looking at the bans of the Hunter side, we do have the End, Dream Witch, as well as Bloody Queen Eli. So, Meowpai has a lot to work with. You know, Clark potentially could be picked here.
I think they'll try to countercomp Clark. The End pick the ban again is also very interesting. Again, I don't really think Meowpai really was gonna play Anne. Like, out of his tie hunters, he typically favors Bonbon and Bloody Queen. So that's an interesting decision. And they also have Prospector available, so they ban Anne, but they also have a counter in Prospector. So banning Anne is very interesting. I don't know about that, but the Dream Witch and Bloody Queen are reasonable. Obviously, Bloody Queen is very strong on Arms Factory. It's a good tie hunter. It looks like ST wants to try to play aggressive, maybe try to play for a 3 escape here. The Dream Witch ban again, it's not really one of Meowpai's favorite characters to go to. I think he really wants to play Clerk here, but they're probably going to counterclump Clerk most likely. Looks like Psych, yeah, already have Psych, already have Forward, already have Prospector. They did have an option to go Officer, but they're actually favoring Forward here instead.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing that. And you know, coming into this, they do still have first officer to pick, but they decided to go for a forward. So just to let you guys that you know, both are slow decoders because they're rescuers, but for forward there is a 30% debuff when it comes to decoding, and then for officer it's 20%. So looking at the differences, right, I feel like first officer might potentially be a better selection. I'm considering faster decoding compared to a forward. Rescuing wise is more stable, and what was it? My mind just blanked out. And also for kiting wise, he does have a watch to work with, so a lot of things to consider. But
what is
a
that?
magician being picked. So Eli, what do you think they're prepping for, or what do you think Malphite is gonna pick here?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not really sure what magician is for. Like, I guess magician is pretty good against clerk, right? If you use your illusion while being recorded, it actually stops the recording. Like the recording just disappears. So that's pretty good. It can also be good against Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen's banned. It's also good against... No, it's not really good against Bonbon. So... You know what's interesting is this comp actually is pretty good against BQ. Psych and Magician are both good against BQ. But they're actually not as good against Bonbon. So I'm kind of curious why they actually didn't go Bonbon ban instead of BQ. I guess they're really just worried about Meowpie's Bloody Queen. So, within, I mean, that's reasonable. Meowpie's Bloody Queen has been very strong. But yeah, forward is also pretty good against Bonbon. You can go for a stun on share rescue, which can allow the survivor to rebound kite. I think we'll probably see Meowpie's been favoring excitement in the last few rounds. So I think excitement could definitely make sense because you have forward and prospector, because you also have the psychologist as well. Looks like he's actually gonna go Night Watch. Night Watch is not too strong on Arms Factory, but I don't know how Magician fares against Night Watch. I guess in theory it's not bad, but it also doesn't seem that good as well. I guess you can put illusions inside instead of throwing the pallets down, which the Night Watch could then jump over. You can actually put the illusion in the pallet, force the Night Watch to hit it and break it, and that can be that can buy you some distance.
Yeah, that could be the potential play here. We do see Love deal with their prospector again. So this time around, Hamilpai is just gonna let out the prospector and just we'll see how that's gonna play out, because right now we have been seeing Love Dale kiting Malphite from BO1 to BO3. We'll see whether that's gonna be the same case in this BO3 over time. And we do see the psychologist. I mean, if he does chase the psychologist because she can tank one more hit compared to a normal survivor. Yeah, I think first skill wise, after it's open, it should be a fast down from there onwards. And yeah, we'll see how the spawn location is gonna look like, Eli. And I think right now they're just trying to settle down their personas and everything. And do you think in this team comp, right? This team comp between both sides, who will have a better standing?
I think it's more based on the map. I mean, obviously this team comp is pretty good against Night Watch. In theory, Magician should be a pretty good kiter. Prospector's pretty good. Psychologist is pretty good. So this team comp overall is pretty good against Night Watch. I think it slightly benefits the survivors, and then also the map is also more beneficial for survivors. Arms Factory is difficult for Night Watch. It's very easy to break line of sight. There's a lot of high walls. Night Watch struggles to use the wind. So I think overall this is more favored for the survivors, if anything. But we will have to find out. First chase probably gonna be Magician here. He is also being able to block off the factory cipher because he is on the opposite corner of the map, so that cipher machine will be locked, which means Prospector will have to do the front gate cipher, and the psychologist will have to actually go to sandbags. So the Night Watch could actually go to sandbags, but I don't know. Looks like we're gonna have Magician brings Broken, so the one character with Broken is going to be the Magician, which is most likely the first chase. So if anything, I think this is pretty good for survivors. This is the first time we've seen Boss go for a kiting approach. We've seen him favor be more on the rescue characters, right, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that here this could be interesting, seeing Boss actually go for kiter instead.
Yeah, and we do see that Malphite is with this persona that we never see on Night Watch before. Confined space as well as detention. Usually we see an insolence detention or a trump card detention, but we are seeing it in confined space, so that's really, really interesting. We'll see whether that's gonna work out for him. Yeah, but he's just gonna turn his heads around going through a 3-pallet area where there's absolutely nobody, but he does have this tinnitus that's being popped up, so we'll see whether he's gonna find the person. But no, he's just gonna go straight into the sandbag area where the psychologist is. Not the most optimal chase, I would say, and let's see how Malphite's gonna He's just gonna turn around and just trying to find another person.
We might actually see Love Theo with first kite again. Looks like that is gonna be the case. Something to note as well, Psychologist does not have borrowed time. It is actually a flywheel and that other thing, broken windows build. So they don't have borrowed time. Prospector does have flywheel. He's actually gonna go first chase Prospector here. Gonna go for that magnet right away. Trying to play around it. Gets the stun though, and he's able to get to the window. It is Blink here, no excitement. So Meowpie is actually going Blink instead here. So you definitely need to be careful of that as the Prospector. He's gonna go for Blink for the first hit. Is gonna use that. He doesn't want to waste his flywheel early here, which I think is reasonable. And he can just continue to kite in this factory area.
Yep, and yeah, he's taking this kite pretty well. Love Theo is still has a flywheel to work with, and the Blink has already been expanded. So Love Theo still has 2 pellets to work with here, and gonna jump over and destroy the pellets. So that's really interesting that we're seeing from here. But the 3 ciphers though, it's looking like a 2.5 cipher and potentially be a 3 cipher kite already. Love Theo still has a flywheel.
Has flywheel? Oh, he doesn't use it. I think it's good not to use it there. I mean, there's nowhere you could go. I think maybe go to the pallet. But yeah, not much you could do there. Still a pretty good kite. We see 2 ciphers down. Not quite as long as we've seen Love Theo use in the past few rounds, but not too bad, I think. And the opportunity for rebound is possible because we do have 1 magnet to work with. A second one will be online. Eventually, we also have flywheel as well. So I think they need to go for a before half rescue. But the forward is very far. He's going to go for a long stun. Here he comes using all the football. Is he going to try to hit the stun here onto the Night Watch?
Oh, no.
No, he's just going to stop in front of the ship. And he does get the save off. He does use all the football for this, which means there's not going to be a lot of harassment later. Maybe enough for 1 stun, but most likely no here. Meowpie is going to break that magnet. And we'll see if Prospector could rebound. Still has the flywheel. Oh, and he misses. Missing the flywheel there, so the opportunity for a potential win here on the Survivor side may no longer be available anymore.
Yeah, we do see the Psychologist is healing the forward using her whistle, and forward will be coming for the second rescue once again. Ciphers has 3 ciphers left, but looking at it, it seems to be a tie. Forward is actually decoding, so nobody's gonna come for this. Oh, boss is gonna come for this rescue. But there is no tight turner, so it seems to be that either Magician has to body blow all the way, or just leave him to be and drag out more time for decoding.
Yep, Magician may try to... Oh, wow, he does use an illusion to avoid that. Beautiful play from the Magician there. We're going to see Meowpie try to get the down here. Goes for the instant win. Can Prospector avoid this? No, he's going to go down. Magician was not there for the body block, which means this most likely is going to be a drawn position. Meowpie does not have trump card. This is an up-down build with Blink. And it's unfortunate that Ford did have to use all that football early. I think Ford should have just footballed to the chair instead of trying to go for a fancy stun, or maybe football closer to the chair. That way he could have harassed. Last ciphers are almost done, 60% plus on both of them. Looks like they're going to stop and heal up here. Does he see where they're healing?
He does see the back trace though. Oh, but he's gonna commit for that Psychologist with no stress anymore. Grace is gonna take this kite. Something interesting though, Psychologists do not have 3.
Oh, he goes for the Blink, but he didn't take the vault. Beautiful discipline from the Psychologist. A lot of players would have just taken the vault there and not really prepared for Blink. But it looks like he's actually just gonna go down anyway. So excellent. No, he flywheels. Can he make the window? He makes the window. Wow, that is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Meowpie took notice that she does not have 3 because of the flywheel and then the speed boost, but we'll see whether Meowpie kind of make use of it in the end game. Boss will be taking the second kite. He is half health though, but making use of the Magician wand, and
wow, beautiful utilization of the illusion. Mind games, he's able to avoid this. He might get the down with the charge attack, does get the charge attack down. He actually illusioned and stayed there. I don't know if he trapped himself or what, but he kind of illusioned and just stayed there. And it actually worked for a second. Did buy enough time here. Now, this is doable. The win is still doable for ST. I think if you're Meowpie, you actually commit to the forward endgame. You don't commit to the Magician, because Magician has an illusion. So he can kite endgame, could potentially kite to dungeon. And yeah, he's going for forward. That's absolutely the correct play here. It's a lot harder for him to kill the Magician than it is the forward.
Yeah, and reduce the Cypher is pop. Meowpie has vision of Psychology, I believe, and right now, the vault happens, so he can't really do anything with the forward at this point in time. He does have 4 charge though, we'll see how he's gonna make use of it, but he doesn't have any bow anymore. Seems like he's gonna be down here without anything to help him kite. And missing that swing, Meowpai. He wants to register regardless, but the gate has just been touched for both sides, so he's gonna charge all the way to back gate.
Whoa, this is so aggressive here. He might actually be able to make it though. Yeah, it looks like he is able to actually make it. So the aggressive gameplay from Meowpai. No, he's gonna go back. So I don't understand. So why go this far just to leave? Oh, he's actually gonna go the other gate. This is the Magician. So Magician does have an illusion to work with. So Magician can potentially kite here. He's gonna go for the instant win. Does get the pallet drop in time here. Does go for a mind game. Magician needs to use this illusion timely here. Does not need to use it as he does have that speed boost. Now the dungeon is very far away. The chances of Magician getting this dungeon kite is very unlikely. And Blink will be online shortly. But it is possible if he does use this speed boost here. Yeah, he can just kind of catch it. I mean, Night Watch is just kind of broken, so.
But Meowpai seems to be really rushed at this point in time. He's been missing quite a few swings since the endgame started. Forward's already safely at the gate, so right now it's just Magician's time to kind of get this out. And we'll be downing him with this blink that he has in hand. And it will be a tight situation once again in this BO3 overtime first half, and it will be relying on Kwong to get this advantage for his team on their map selection. So yeah, it's been really intense. We do see the Night Watch being played out, and you know, something that might have been slightly different is that if you continue chasing the Psychologist at the shack area where the last cipher was at and down to there, it will have been a completely different story where you have to decode a new cipher. So yep, Eli, anything you'd like to specifically mention about that match that kind of was very impressive for you?
Yeah, it's very interesting. In all 4 of these rounds, ST was looking like they were able to. I mean, they looked like they had a winning position in all 4 rounds, but they did fall a little bit short. Meowpai was able to hold on and tie every single round. So definitely making Meowpai sweat for sure, putting on a lot of pressure here. So that's very difficult for him to deal with. I mean, we've seen him be so strong throughout this the early parts of this tournament, getting a lot of wins consistently, but has not been able to take down this ST team just yet. And besides, of course, the first round, and only then it was still only a 3 elimination. So but yeah, I mean, Meowpai is still playing very well in a survivor-sided meta. The ability to not drop any games at all is very impressive. But ST is looking pretty good. And again, as you mentioned, it comes down to the Hunter side here. So what a very close matchup between these two teams. Again, we going into this match, we thought Idol would definitely have the advantage. Talking about it before, we thought it might even be a potential 2-0 victory for Idol, but we're now 4 rounds. We're still tied. It's 12-12, I believe now. So yeah, it's just back and forth this entire match. It may come down to time. If this round is also a 2-2, it's going to come down to the faster survivor escape. So whichever team escaped the fastest will be able to will be the victor if this is also a 2-2.
Oh, so yeah, that's gonna be important to see how that's gonna be like. And timing wise, we're not too sure how much it was because we didn't really take note of that, but in the end we'll eventually know how much that is. And looking into the statistics of BO3 overtime first half, 2 escapes that we're seeing here. Lovedale definitely not disappointing us with that kite containment time that we're seeing here, 87.5 seconds, and Boss with 106 seconds. So amazing stuff coming from ST. Lovedale as well as Boss going against Meowpai over here. I think from now onwards, teams are gonna be carefully studying how ST plays and potentially come up with a certain strategy to go against them. I think Lovedale, I think specifically Lovedale is someone that you need to kind of study harder on, considering how strong his prospector is. Is there anything that he has behind his back as well? I mean, his ability to use his kiting, and ability to use his skills to prolong his kite a lot further. So yeah, so with Lovedale, we'll see how other teams will go against them, fare against them. And Meowpai though, he seems to be kind of rushed coming into endgame. You see a lot of missed swings. Like, it seems to be that he was gonna reach, but he really didn't. So yeah, I think sometimes the missed swings do really cost him quite a bit. I think there was around 6 or 7 missed swings in that match alone. So very, like what Posh likes to say, uncharacteristic of Meowpai. Yeah, but definitely is something that he can pick himself up from again after he's reviewed his own footages after today. So, BO3 overtime. Idol survivors gonna ban Itakwa, or are they not gonna ban Itakwa? So I think we're just gonna have to wait out to see how that's gonna be like. And yeah, it's just really unfortunate that Forward used up quite a bit of his ball at the start, and he wasn't really able to use it afterwards to potentially turn things around. So amazing stuff that we saw there. Right now it's 14-14, I believe. 14-14. 14-14. So
14. Okay.
BO3 overtime is gonna be the most crucial one. Who do you think is having more pressure at this point in time? Idol survivors or ST Kwong?
It's honestly really hard to say. I mean, it's maybe, I think it's slightly more pressure to the Hunter, just because obviously the game being as survivor side as it is, it's difficult to consistently get wins. But I mean, Kwong's consistently tied and won every game thus far. So yeah, and I mean, and they were really I mean, obviously there were some games where Idol looked like they were able to win and they did fall a little bit short. But I don't know, I think that when it comes to the time, I think that's really important. I'm actually going to go ahead and check the timing for that last run. It looks like it was about
7 minutes?
6 minutes and 55 seconds, about 6 minutes 55 seconds. So that's going to be around 7, yeah, right around 7 minutes, just under 7 minutes. So it was a relatively, I would say, longer game. So basically, if this game is a tie, then Idol needs to get the tie within under 7 minutes. If it's a tie and it's over 7 minutes, then Idol will, ST will win. If it's a 3 elimination, then ST will win, and if it's a 3 escape, then Idol will win. So a lot of different win conditions there. I think overall the pressure is definitely more on ST than it is on Idol here, but it is still very close for sure.
Yeah, very close indeed. And yeah, I think it's gonna be a lot harder as well, because right now Hunter will have a total of 10 bans, 6 global bans and 4 bans normally. So we'll see how he's gonna make use of it to get the tie that he needs in and prolong this match a lot further. And also for the survivor side, yeah, we're just gonna look at the win conditions. If it's a 3 or more escape on the Idol survivor side. Oh, my brain is lagging already. Idol survivor side, if they do get a 3 or 4 escape, it's gonna be Idol winning this ultimately in this overtime. And for ST, if they do want to win this, Kwong, of course they want to win this, Kwong needs to get a 3 kill, if not 4 kill. If it's a tie situation, once again, the time will be compared, and like we've mentioned, it's around the 7-minute mark. And considering that the Cypher Rush is really something that hard for Hunters, I really do think that when it comes to a lot of matches, right, I mean, when I was looking at rank, right, I think Bon, going against a Bon, survivors tend to Cypher Rush very, very fast and quick. Considering how strong Idol survivors can actually kite a Bon as well, it might be a 5 minutes or less match if they decide to ban Night Watch accordingly and let out the Bon on Kwong's side, since he's quite proficient in that character. So we'll see how that's possibly going to be played out in this BO3 overtime, and this will definitely 100%, I've said this in BO2, I said this in BO3, that it's going to be potentially a last match, but this BO3 overtime will be the last match for ST versus Idol. There won't be any more for these two teams, and we'll be moving on to the second match of the day. And for all of you that's still waiting for the second match of the day, which is also the last match, it is between GH versus Rio, one of the more intense one as well. So do wait patiently. Your match will be upcoming soon. I know there's a lot of GH fans over there, but you know what? Just, patience is a virtue, and good things, you must wait for it. So BO3 overtime will be heading to the ban pick really, really soon. And from what our behind the scenes prod team, thank you so much, but the time they gave it to us already, it is 7 minutes 02 seconds. 7 minutes 02 seconds. So that's the time they have to beat. The fastest survivor that escapes, right, in this tie situation will win this ultimately, right? So
So
Very
basically,
like
it's like this. So basically, to put it in shorter words than how Church was explaining it, basically, if it's a 2-2, right, and Idol, if it's a 2-2 and the game ends in under 7 minutes, Idol wins, and if it's over 7 minutes, then ST wins. I mean, over 7:02, so basically over 7 minutes, then ST wins. If it's a 2-2, and then you also saw the other win conditions: 0 escape, 1 escape, ST wins, 3 escape, 4 escape, Idol wins. So,
yeah.
There you go.
Everything that Eli just said there. That's right. So, yeah, we're just gonna be waiting this out. Usually with the Cypher Rush, definitely it's around. Sometimes, in ranked, there are teams who actually finish the match within less than 4 minutes against a Bon. So, it's highly possible. We'll see how it's gonna play out. The bans will be happening right now. And then right now, 6 auto bans that we can see: the female dancer, psychologist, prospector, mercenary, gardener, as well as the acrobat. And likewise, the Aristis explorer ban over here, as well as the antiquarian Eli. The idol survivors.
Yeah, so it looks like explorer again here. So we'll see what what hunters they opt to ban. I think they just ban. I'm not really sure. I think they just ban. They've been not banning Night Watch. They're gonna not ban Night Watch again. So I don't really understand this reasoning. Bon and Sculptor makes sense. Soul Weaver ban does not really make sense. Soul Weaver's not very strong on Arms Factory. So the fact that they're giving a potential Win Hunter a Night Watch, again, I don't know. I think it's sort of just like they. I guess they have the confidence to beat the Night Watch, but they've fallen short thus far in every round. So it's just a very interesting decision that they keep giving the Night Watch here.
Yeah, so this is the 4th time Kyung is actually playing.
4th time's the charm. Yes.
4th time's the charm, that's right. So, very interesting things that's coming into that we might be potentially seeing here. Whether Kyung, I keep saying his name differently each time when I mention it. Kwang has a potentially different hunter to pick, or maybe the same thing, but we're looking at a potential Seer as well as Coordinator being picked over here. From what I remember, FT Survivors actually played in this Arms Factory match as well, and they did have this Coordinator Mercenary thing where they kind of swap items, but because Mercenary is already in its auto-ban global system, so we might not be seeing much of an item swap like we usually would be seeing. Kwang is gonna take the time to ban things out, you know. He needs to be careful in this because this is the last match, and if he wins for his team, they're gonna be in the upper brackets. If they lose, they're gonna be in the lower brackets. Professor is being banned over here, Eli, and still, Idol is not picking a rescuer. First Officer is still available as a very strong rescuer to be banned or picked, Eli.
Yeah, I think they should ban Officer last here, just because there's no. They have to pick rescuer last anyway, so you might as well just ban the Officer. And then they'll really only be left with Wildling or Gravekeeper. I mean, they could technically go single rescue record, but that's really weak in this meta. They also go Coordinator again, even though Night Watch is available. And we talked about it a lot, Jojo, how Coordinator is not very good against Night Watch. We saw that exact situation in the first round, where the Coordinator used the flare gun, but the Night Watch just caught up right away and instantly downed them. It looks like an Entomologist banned last, which, I mean, they're just gonna pick Officer now, so I think Officer ban definitely would have made more sense. For those of you wondering why I keep saying Officer, is because in the current meta, every team comp has 3 kiting or decoding characters, and then you have 1 rescuer. In the 1 rescuer, there's 4 characters in the game that qualify as a main rescuer. Actually 5. Forward, Officer, Mercenary, Wildling, Gravekeeper. And Officer and Mercenary are the best 2. And so the reason why the last ban should not be Entomologist here is because Idol has to pick a rescuer to complete that meta team comp, which obviously they're going to do because, obviously picking meta in this high-level sort of tournament situation is the best way to go about it in terms of team comps. So they have to pick a rescuer last to have a stable comp here. So they're going to pick a rescuer no matter what. So banning Entomologists, they're not going to pick Ento. They're going to pick a rescuer. So if you ban Officer, then you leave them on one of the 3 weaker rescuers. But yeah, just going to ban Ento instead here. And does give them Officer, unfortunately. But still, I think Night Watch is playable against this comp. Seer is a bit annoying to deal with, but obviously Thief is not Thief is fine for Nightwatch to chase. Coordinator is fine. So yeah, let's see if Kwang still decides to go with Nightwatch. Idol seems to have confidence against it, but they have not been able to win thus far. Let's see if they're able to do it in this 4th round.
Yeah, and also a very curious pick on the coordinator, because right now they are playing in the tournament server where I believe the little girl coordinator Weeping Clown buffs that they had in our main server is not included, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong, tournament players, please tell me that. And
Wait,
again, once again, because they're in the tournament server at this point in time, I don't think the coordinator little girl buffs are actually...
yeah, I don't believe so.
Yeah, so them still picking the coordinator is,
I mean,
very interesting, I would say.
I think coordinator is still strong. I just think it's not very strong against Nightwatch. That's just how it is.
And the 4th time Kwang is playing this Nightwatch, I believe he's tired of it already, and this will be the last match for his Itako. I will see whether things is gonna be turn out differently this time, whether it's gonna be a tie again, or is it gonna be a 3-kill, if not a 4-kill. We just have to wait this out to see how it might potentially play out. And from what we've been seeing for his persona wise, he's been bringing trump card as well as detention, not really bringing the insolence detention. So I do feel that his first skill being open would give him more leverage in this map, considering going against a thief at the start would be kind of difficult. So let's see how it's gonna play out. This is the spawn location that we're seeing, Eli. Thief is spawning at the center once again. Xenia the Seer is spawning at above the Thief. So who do you think is gonna chase possibly?
Well, obviously Thief is a very easy target here. Just go straight to middle. Thief spawning middle is very interesting. Would definitely like to see either the coordinator or the officer spawn middle. Obviously, middle is not one of the weaker areas to spawn in because it's not very safe. So officer being a not very chaseable character is perfectly fine to spawn middle, or coordinator, because coordinator, if a survivor decides to kite towards middle, coordinator can shoot the person that's kiting to middle, and they can make distance that way, since a lot of kiters do go through that middle area. It looks like we're going to have 2 broken windows and 1 flywheel, so they're definitely more prepared for Nightwatch this time around. The first 3 rounds, they just were really not too prepared with the personas for the Nightwatch. I guess maybe they were expecting a different hunter, not really sure, but this time it looks like they are going to be ready. We have broken windows on Seer and coordinator. Thief will have flywheel, and the officer with the tie toner, of course. And it looks like we do have trump card and detention, so he actually has no confined space. So a bit of aggressive build here from Kwang. I think he's sort of realizing that time is not exactly in his favor, so he may want to try to play for a win here.
Yeah, so we're heading into this match. Definitely the last match already, BO3 overtime, second half, and we'll be seeing Kwang going for this. There's 2 survivors at the factory, but he's just gonna turn his head straight away and going to an area where there's absolutely no survivors at all, Eli.
No one, yep. Looks like he's gonna counter rotate back into the Seer, so that actually works out though. He actually does find Seer, so that's a pretty good target for him. He does have now 3 bars to work with. Does touch the sight of the Seer here. Seer, of course, will have broken windows. That's a very important trait to have right now. Does lose sight of the Seer a bit here, and he is able to make it all the way to the shack area.
Yeah, so unable to get this attraction activated onto Xenia right now, but he does have 3 to work with. Blink is in about 2 seconds. Let's see how it's gonna play this out. There is still this bird, Eli.
Yep, and you can really see why Nightwatch can struggle. Oh, he does bait out the owl. You can see why Nightwatch does struggle a bit here on this this map. He does take down the pallet, which is a very smart decision, and the Seer did not run to a new pallet. He just stayed here. So an unfortunate misstep from the Seer allows for a first hit, and now the blink is here available for Kwang. He's gonna blink straight through. He's able to get the down while also getting an extra bar in the process. He knows Seer has broken windows, not flywheel, as he did see that speed boost early. And pretty good, but he does have basement. So it was a pretty decent kite, not quite long enough for a win though, and because there is basement here, this is a bit challenging. Now they do have the coordinator to work with still, but keep in mind coordinator's decoding will be slowed down a little bit because the survivor is on the rocket chair. And then also coordinator, as we talked about, not as strong against a Nightwatch in that, you know, the Nightwatch can just catch up right away after the coordinator uses the flare gun. And they may not even rescue at all here. They're just going to push ciphers. Kwang needs to slow the game down. Also, another thing that's nice about Trump Card is you can slow the game down without normal or peepers, so that's also good. Kwang needs to slow the game down, so this is a tie in over 7 minutes and 2 seconds. That's the goal for him right here.
Yeah, and we're seeing that we're 2 minutes into this match, 2 ciphers left, and yeah, it seems to be they might not be going for this rescue. It's already over half, but
after half actually.
oh yep, Leah's coming in. No drop down hit, unfortunately. Leah will be getting this rescue really safely. We'll see whether it's gonna be a double down situation. There has been a halt in the ciphers for some reason, and oh, will he be able to get the swing?
I think going for a drop down hit. Oh, Thief's gonna come in to support. That's why. And in a situation, he hits the officer. That's not the seer. Hits the officer again. Misses here.
Oh my goodness.
Gets the hit onto the Thief, so that's not the seer. Now, I do like this idea of supporting, but I also don't like it because what this does is this means the cipher decoding is slower, which means the game is longer, and Idol wants the game to finish as fast as possible, not this slowly. We do see Seer is able to farm an owl here in the process, so this kite is going to be extended a bit here, but they still need another cipher machine to work with.
Oh, but he has another bird. Xenia able to suck another bird for that to tank that hit from Kwang, and right now Hunter is second skill though, he can still easily catch up to Xenia, but wow, the speed that Xenia is going at this point in time is really fast. Not even giving Kwang a single chance to kind of vote over, but Cyrus are looking really good, Eli, but this guy will be on his last chair and the terror shot does happen.
Yeah. There's no one here to support as well. This is really important for Kwang. He needs to chair, he needs to teleport to the last cipher to prevent the game from ending faster. It's only 4 minutes. So Kwang has to get to this last cipher, or he can have normal. He can teleport or have normal, but his trait is on cooldown. So Kwang has to get to the cipher before it's primed. If he doesn't do it, he does make it. So that's really important. He's able to get the down on the officer. Cipher is not yet ready. So he can. This is really just gonna come down to time here, Jojo, I think.
Yeah, and
unless he goes to basement.
Shadow is here already though.
Yeah, so I don't really agree with this. He should have chaired on the cipher. Now if he goes to basement, Corner's just going to shoot and get the rescue, and this game will end a lot faster than Kwang would have liked.
Yeah, oh, okay, facing him right over there. Getting the hit registered regardless, and not using the gun, trying to use it for endgame. Using the first officer watch.
He needs. I feel like he just shouldn't hit anyone at all. Just wait. Just let the time run out here. He goes for the pop. That's such a risky pop. He has blink. He can blink him right away here.
Oh.
But he doesn't blink. He doesn't blink.
He doesn't want to blink because of the flywheel. He's trying to be. He shouldn't be conservative at this point in time. He needs to get this down as soon as possible. Exactly, that's the case. And right now the gate at the front gate is being opened. They are pushing for that. He does not have any dash to work with at this point in time. He can still, but
he can get to. If he can stop this gate, he might be able to win on time. But he needs to stop this gate. It's 70%. Double dash here. Coordinator. Oh, Coordinator still has flare gun. That's going to be enough here. Coordinator can make it out with the flare gun here. And that's going to be 2 survivors out the gate. The survivors can just surrender right away here. And that means they are able to get it within 5 minutes there, which means that Idol is going to actually just barely win on time here with just less than 2 minutes in time difference there. Definitely, and again, congratulations to Idol to work out the victory. Very close match there. If Kwang played that a little bit differently, Kwang could have easily won this. I think, of course, ST being a newer team and potentially lacking that tournament experience may have been a bit of a factor there. For example, if Kwang abnormals that last cipher machine, then that would be a win. Or if Kwang blinked the first time, that would have also been able to stop the gate. They would not have had the gate open in time. And the time would have extended. So there were 2 plays there that Kwang could have done differently to potentially extend the time and work it into their favor. I get the idea of chairing basement. They're like, okay, well, if I chair basement, maybe I can play for a 3 kill. But you can't because Coordinator still has the flare gun. So you have to, Coordinator's going to make the save no matter what. And she made it without even having to use the flare gun. But if it did come down to camping, then Coordinator would have been able to use the gun. So what you have to do is you have to abnormal that cipher, slow the game down more, and then he could have actually abnormaled and then shared basement. You could have done that, or he could have shared on the cipher and then abnormaled. Or he could have blinked and then made it to the gate before the gate was open. He could have blinked early. So there are many different ways that Kwang could have done things differently, actually 3 different ways, but unfortunately missed on all 3 of those opportunities. Because of that, Idol does get that escape. You saw how fast they surrendered at the end there. That is correct. Yeah. You want to get out as quickly as possible, surrender quickly, and win on that time. So they were able to get it. Very close game between both of these teams, but it will be Idol that moves on to the winner's bracket, and ST will go to the loser's bracket, but definitely not out of things just yet. Of course, it is still possible to make it all the way to the end, going through the loser's bracket. It's just more of an uphill climb here.
So, of course, congratulations to Idol for that's the first thing, and also ST. I mean, they're not out of the competition yet. You will still see them. I mean, Kwong, he has so much potential, and also the Survivor side of ST really show us a lot of potential on their side. So coming into this, of course, this is our top 8 teams. They're of course really strong, and we will be seeing them again because, like you mentioned, one is gonna go upper brackets, one's gonna go lower brackets, but who they'll be facing is still not confirmed because we still have this next round that's coming. But before let's jump into the stats. Still with 118.1 seconds kite, a really long kite, and yeah, definitely there was a bit of a standstill in the ciphers because of Teeth coming for that support after that basement rescue by the first officer. But other than that, ciphers were moving really fast, and kudos to Idol. But Eli, if there's gonna be an MVP in Idol's team, who is it gonna be?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think overall, I mean, from the Survivor side, from Idol, there wasn't anything too, too much of a big factor. It was mostly just, it was a relatively, it was just sort of a relatively fast down in the early game, but they were able to cipher rush for ties for most of the games. And then when it came to the Hunter side, Meowpie was able to get a lot of ties. He was able to get one extra kill though, which in the first round. So I guess if you have to give it to someone, I think definitely would go to Meowpie here, as that he was able to. If it wasn't for Meowpie, then ST would have won, right? So that's sort of how you have to look at it here. Definitely getting that, working out that 3 kill in the first round was very crucial for them, for Idol's victory here. So I definitely think that it comes down to that. Possibly could give it to MX. There was some nice Thief support, but overall, I don't know if it was too game-changing. So I think definitely it would come down to probably Meowpie at this point, just because he was able to get that extra kill, which was able to keep Idol in it long enough to go for that win in the last round.
Yeah, and we're looking at the match results 16-16, a very close one. We've been playing this Ultimate WO3 over time all the way until we had to compare both timings. One were 5 minutes plus, the other one was 7 minutes past. So very intense match, I would say, and whoever they will be versing, it will be dependent on our second match and also the last match of the day, which is GH versus Rio. GH versus Rio. Whoever wins is gonna go against Idol, and whoever loses is gonna go against ST. That's gonna be how it works, and this is gonna be really exciting because GH, we've known them for a long time. They've been here for so long, playing so many COAs, IVCs, and representing SEA and IVS as well. So a very familiar face, I would say. And for Rio, yeah, familiar people as well. We'll see how they're gonna fare against GH, whether it's gonna be a fast game, quick sweep, or a slow one. But our most valuable player over here, MVP, we do have Meowpie, like you've said, Eli. Terror Shock of 0.5, Elimination of 2.3, not too high, but still enough to get a tie considering it's still leaning towards the Survivor side of meta. This is looking great. And as for reminding ciphers, he do get to the end, Survivors do get to the end game, so there really isn't like a very tough situation the Survivors has to face against Meowpie.
Absolutely. You do see, eliminations over 2 there, so definitely the average, of course, being or you want to try to get around 2 if possible. Getting over 2 is obviously very good there. Yeah, he was able to hold on. And I think in every game, I think he chased left Theo in every single game. In every game, it was almost a 3-cipher kite, but he was still able to hold on and at least get a tie and then get a win in that one game. So after starting off with a very strong kite from the Survivors, still able to hold on, still able to get ties, which is very, very impressive in this Survivor-sided meta. So definitely excellent job from Meowpie. That was very crucial for that match.
Yeah, so I know most of us are kind of excited for this GH versus Rio's match, and it will be, like I said, the last match before, and everybody's just going to be divided in their upper brackets, their lower brackets, and whoever they're going to be versing, it will be confirmed after tonight. So yeah, I see some of you guys, I mean, because this match was supposed to be soon, but we're gonna head into a short break, and we will see you guys for the last match really soon, so sit back.
high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son. On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
Ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with our last match of the day, GH versus Rio, and this is your caster Chocho and Eli O with this live commentary for you guys. You know what, it's been a long day for today, and I know it's, in my time it's 9:15, in Eli's time it's 8:15 because it's in Thailand right now, but good things have to wait, you know, we have to wait for good things. So it will be very intense. It will be the deciding factor to see who will be in the upper brackets and who will be in the lower brackets. But before that, Eli, with this matchup, how excited are you and any expectations for this match?
Yeah, definitely going to be a good matchup for sure. I think some high-level gameplay here from both sides, especially the Survivor sides. We've seen the GH Survivors be very strong. Of course, GH arguably the best, if not one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. We've seen them be very strong in many situations. Looks like actually Godjay will be starting here for GH. So we talked about how Seichu might be playing again, but it looks like it's going to be Godjay. Of course, we have Captain Kun, Narakun, Little Boy, and Zhao Khan as well. The very standard lineup here for GH. But yeah, GH obviously been a very consistent team in terms of performance as well. We've seen them qualify for KOA every single year. We've seen them win last year's IVC. They are the reigning champions here. But yeah, Rio has a lot to work with as well. We see Death World has been very a very good tie hunter. He doesn't really lose games, doesn't really win games, but it's just able to get 2-2s every time, which in the Survivor meta is just very good. And the Rio survivors, of course, Wolfie, White, Cat Carrie, and Roxy. Trisha can tell us a little bit more about them.
And yeah, for Rio, they have come pretty long way. I mean, the coach doesn't want me to mention this, so I will not mention that which X team they are from, but from their names you should be able to know which team they were from previously. It's just that they changed their names. And looking into our data stats, GH got J, we don't have any stats on that. However, we do know that he plays quite a lot of characters. I'll leave that for Eli, but then for Rio Death Roll, we do know that he plays the Night Watch, the Bloody Queen, the impressive Bloody Queen that we saw, and he's very great with all those characters. But God J, Eli, you can take it away.
Yeah, God J, obviously been the hunter for GH for quite some time. Wax Artist being the #1 hunter from him, but I think we will expect to see some other hunter characters as well. I think there's a good chance God J's probably learned Night Watch by now, as that's been a very strong character in the meta. But yeah, God J has been, there's a very set sort of hunters that he plays. Of course, Wax Artist being the round 1 hunter, and then he often goes into Soul Weaver, Geisha, or Bonbon. Those have been kind of his set 3. And of course, there's a good chance he's probably learned Night Watch by the time this tournament's rolled around. So getting into the survivors here, we do have Captain Kuna on the survivor side. 54% win rate, 57% escape rate with 72 seconds. 72 seconds around average for containment time, but definitely a higher escape and win rate here in comparison to Wolfie, who is a survivor that I've played against actually a few times in rank when I've been playing Hunter. But we have them 35% win rate here, 54 escape rate, definitely on the higher side for sure, 76 containment, so definitely pretty strong overall. We have Narakun, one of the stronger prospector players. I think for a lot of time, many people are like, oh, Narakun, definitely one of the strongest prospector players in this region. And I think we've seen another prospector player on the rise from the last match, but Narakun's still one of the strongest survivors, one of the best kiters as well. 52% win rate, 43% on the escape rate, a bit lower, but definitely means he's taking first kite. 104 seconds of containment time though, so very strong kiting. And then of course for White here, slightly lower win rate, but 89 seconds of containment time for them as well, so very strong kiting on that side as well.
Yeah, and we do see GH little boy over here. We do see that he has this professor on our screens, but we do know that he played the antiquarian and psychologist last week and is very known for his priestess as well. So we might be seeing that later on, not too sure, but you know what, containment time wise, 80 seconds is looking pretty decent for a potential 3 cipher kite, or maybe a slightly lesser, but maybe potential rebound kite from there, we're not too sure. But looking from Kit Carey's side, we see a female dancer. We know that he plays more of the support role for his team, so we might be seeing that. As for Zhao Kan, usually plays the rescuer role, Zhao Kan. Yeah, but recently, I think last week, we kind of see him played some other things as well. Let me have to look into that. But before that, Rio Roxy, we saw an impressive antiquarian kite at the hospital against the, I believe it was a sculptor. It was a blink prediction with that flywheel, and he managed to do that all by himself without any support. So Roxy, a very strong kiter, and when it comes to antiquarian being picked and the usage of the flywheel. And then for Zhao Kan, he actually played the acrobat for his team last week, and also the mercenary, so we do know that. And also he means the toy merchant as well as the postman. But looking at the map selection, it will be GH picking the map Ever Slipping Town. Eli, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Ever Slipping Town, just a very standard map. We see GH typically go nothing too crazy, just a lot of standard meta maps here from this team. So they're going to lead Ever Slipping Town. Very balanced map in general. Good for survivors, good for hunters. So yeah, looks like they're really just going into this match. Definitely showing.
I think they also played at Ever Slipping Town. I have to check it, but it will be GH versus Rio, and it will be their first match, BO1, first half. And let's hit right into the band pick phase.
All right, here we go. Looks like we're going to see Death World is on the hunter side for Rio first. See if Death World can continue that consistent tie streak. That's going to be very important against a team like GH, very strong survivor team here. So this is going to be his biggest challenge yet for sure. We have seen him lead Night Watch a lot of times. So we'll see if he opts to go back to that. Possibly a Seer Priestess ban first. It's been the most standard set of bans from a lot of these round 1 hunters. We'll see if Death World will continue that, or he'll go to something a little bit different, a little bit non-traditional. We'll have to see. It looks like actually Antiquarian and Priestess, so he's going to open up the Seer as an option for GH. I would imagine they're going to go ahead and take that early on here.
So we'll see whether that will be the case. And yeah, I mean, Death Row just banning out the Priestess. I think the only map, or at least the most probability that Priestess won't be banned first, would definitely be the Arms Factory. So we'll always see Priestess getting locked in jail forever and ever. So with that, we'll be seeing the Psychologist and Toy Merchant being picked first, quite differently from what we've actually expected. But then again, Toy Merchant is pretty strong at this map, and Psychologist-wise, it seems to be that they kind of want to prolong the first kite possibly. With this stress that Psychologist has. And very quick selection over here, a Mercenary.
Yeah, so it looks like interesting choice. Actually going to see Death Row ban Coordinator. So that is a curious decision from him. He's really playing around the Coordinator, so maybe... and Seer's still open. They're actually still not going to pick Seer. So maybe Death Row has something else. The fact that he hasn't banned Seer yet, and he is now going to ban it as the last character. The fact that he didn't ban Seer till the end there maybe means that he didn't want to play Nightwatch as much here, but it looks like we're actually going to have Prospector as the last character, so he could definitely still play Nightwatch into this team comp. We do have the Toy Merchant, which is a kind of a staple pick for this GH team. We've seen them utilize it on these two story maps where Toy Merchant is quite effective. Also, use that catapult to get inside that graveyard area is very strong. So yeah, will Death Row lead Nightwatch here? I think it's fine against this comp. It's not too anti to a point where you don't want to play it, and also this is a pretty good map for Nightwatch as well. So I think leading Nightwatch here would be perfectly fine.
So we'll see whether Death Row will be going for that. And with the character selection, Little Boy will be having that Toy Merchant, Jalkan with the Rescuer as usual, Nero with that Prospector, as well as Capcom with the Psychologist. And it seems to be that Nightwatch might potentially be picked over here. We do see kind of the slight outline behind the survivors. Going into this, Eli, do you think Death Row might go well against this team comp, or is this team comp gonna be quite difficult for Death Row to kind of go against?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Psychologist is obviously very versatile against many hunters, but it's fine for Nightwatch to chase. Prospector, pretty good counter against Nightwatch. You can turn off that wind ability, but still a chaseable target nonetheless. It's not anything too crazy. Like if they had like a Dancer, Patient, a lot of things that can be very strong against Nightwatch, it might, maybe even Enchantress, it might be less encouraging for Death Row to play Nightwatch here. But it looks like Prospector's not too hard, and Merchant, obviously you can close the distance after using that catapult by using that dash to catch up, although Merchant is quite strong on this map. But I think overall, pretty good, solid comp for GH. Overall, it's very well-rounded, very balanced for any sort of hunter that Death Row could potentially play. But I think it's not too difficult for Nightwatch in reality.
And we're seeing this spawn location. Nero will be spawning right next to the hunter at Geisha, and yeah. And Psychology is actually towards the first stop of where the train will be located at. Little Boy is set himself up at the middle double story area. We'll see whether a catapult will be set up, like we've seen from Nor's Surprise Toy Merchant. You know, the one from connecting to the server.
Oh, that
we usually
very
see.
Familiar. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, but who will be the potential chaser here?
For those of you who understand the pain of the reconnecting as your rank match begins, that's very familiar to me. But anyways, I think here the best chase is probably the Psychologist. We'll see if he actually goes for that first. They do have all broken windows, of course, with the exception of the Mercenary, so they are prepared for this Nightwatch. Now the question is, does he actually go for Prospector first here, or does he change targets and go for Psychologist? I think it's better to go for Psychologist. We have seen some IVL hunters, when they take the spawn, they actually go for that character, that Psychologist character, instead of the Prospector or whatever character spawns in that area. But yeah, we'll see what Death Roll. It may just be easier for him to just go to the Prospector because it's a lot closer. But chasing a Graveyard is not easy for a Nightwatch, especially against a Prospector character. So I think going for Psychologist is a little bit stronger. But no, he's going for Prospector first. You can see how much distance he makes, and why going for this chase first may not really be ideal for him.
Yep, so we'll be heading right into the match between Rio as well as GH. Rio won first half. We just started the match, and Itakwa from Death Row will be chasing Nero Prospector at the graveyard area. So just making full use. Yeah, just making full use of this area.
Yeah, he gets the magnet boost from the Cypher Machine plus the broken window speed boost. So, bro's gone.
Bro is not even.
He's not
Like-
even. He's like light speed.
Yeah, you
Let me
can't
get out of
even
here
see
real
him.
quick. And he does have the trim here, so we'll see if he opts to go for that trim
Wow.
take. Looks like he's gonna get. Does he get on the trim with him? Does get on the trim with him.
Yes.
But this does buy a lot of time. Good 20 seconds here will be wasted taking this trim. And additionally, he does have 2 magnets already set up here. Now, Naruto needs to be a bit careful he doesn't cancel attack recovery as Blink is now available. So he doesn't necessarily want a magnet right away here. He is going to magnet right away. Does he go for the Blink? Oh, Death Row missed a big opportunity there. He could have gone for a Blink attack recovery cancel. He's going to take this first Blink hit, but it's not going to be as effective. Of course, his attack recovery is now forced out.
And first skill has already been open. So right now, Prospector is trying to buy out as much time as possible. Let's see this. But he
but that's
pulls
not
himself
along
away
here.
from the.
Yeah, and he doesn't have flywheel. So, pretty decent kite from Narakun, but Deathworld's still able to get the down relatively fast once he was able to close that distance. So you really see the power of that Night Watch. Even without presence, still able to get the down here. He's going to go ahead and take down this pallet too. Looks like he does have insolence and detention. So a very standard draw build from this Death Row Hunter here. And we'll see if they're going to go for a rescue. Looks like Mercenary coming for the before half save. Jocon pressuring here. Does go for the elbow pad into the chair here. Is going to give that hit and get off the safe rescue.
Neru does have a magnet, but...
Look at that boost. Dang.
Ooh! Wow, okay, the support from the toy merchant, and like you said, that speed that Neru is going, he's flying already. So amazing stuff that we're seeing from Prospector by Neru, and another magnet being used. He still hasn't opened his second skill, so he does not have this double charge oh my goodness, 2 charges that he can have once he uses his win. So Neru is still trying to kite this out. He doesn't have any magnet anymore, so there's no ciphers nearby to get that boost as well. It seems to be that he will be down here, but down here potentially.
No, he's got this boost to work with. We're gonna see the toy merchant come in as well. I'm not really sure why. Maybe to set up a catapult. I'm not really sure what that was for. I think maybe to set up a catapult. Maybe they were trying to body block, but it ended up not mattering. Deathworld trying to avoid this stun, but can he avoid it? No, he clips the corner there. Still gets the stun. He has the catapult now. Is this gonna work? Is this the correct catapult? It is, and he is able to make it into the 2-story, and the kite continues. You see why this toy merchant character is so strong on this Ever Civic Town map, and why it's been very beneficial for this GH team. We're gonna see him does get the pull off, which means that Captain Coon somehow gets the body block, and we're gonna see the kite extend even longer here.
And the bottom left, we do see that the Mercenary is pushing for the last life at the Fate Gate. The Prospector is down now, but Devil seems to sense that the last cipher is at the Fate Gate. Not too sure whether this might turn things around. Eli, how can the Severus potentially play this out? Alright, so Eli is not with us, but it's okay. Zhao Kan is being pressured at the cipher, and yeah, little boy will be getting that free hit, but the rescue does happen on the Prospector, missing that swing on both of them, and is looking slightly tricky over here. 85% cipher, and nobody is near that cipher, and I believe Prospector and Psychologist on the bottom left is killing each other. So
Yep.
Eli, how can the Severus potentially play this out?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they have all the time in the world to work with. He doesn't have trump card, and they should know this. Jalkan will elbow pad away here to avoid this hit. But he doesn't have trump cards, so as long as one person pressures the cipher and someone else starts a new cipher machine, then they're perfectly in a fine position here. And Jalkan can actually just loop around these pallets. There's nothing Deathroll can really do until he breaks these here. It looks like they're going to stop. They're going to heal up, I believe, which they did do. And yeah, just slow this game down and start a new cipher machine.
Yeah, and bottom left, we do see the Prospector having his Superman moment, just standing there, having the bird's eye view of everything that's happening, making sure that he's not gonna give any chance to the Hunter. So right now, Death Row still not, is gonna destroy the toy at this point in time, and Mercenary, Toy Merchant starting a new cipher, and Mercenary, Prospector, and Psychologist are all in this vicinity. Let's see.
Yeah, but no one's pressuring the 85 cipher. That's the issue here. And so we're going to see Merchant obviously is able to push a new cipher machine, but they could also be playing for this endgame a lot faster if they had this set up. But I think it's still going to be okay. That cipher machine's 60% of the way done. Of course, Deathworld does not have any way to get to that cipher, so he doesn't have trump card here. He's going to jump. Oh, Prospect actually throws the pallet on the wrong side here. And he is going to take a hit, unfortunately, but the cipher machine is almost prime. He actually wastes a magnet, even though the cipher is almost ready, although he did need to kite long enough for the Cypher to be ready, so I think that is reasonable. Just out of range of that win there. And now we are going to play it for this endgame, it looks like.
Yeah, and Naru still has one more magnet. Able to get it onto Death Row. Let's see how he's going to make use of that last magnet to potentially kite this out. Attraction that's happening, repulsion that happened. Naru still has one more magnet. Wow, this guy has endless magnets, and the blink happened onto Naru. Little boy still trying to open the gate, though. Will he be able to open in time?
It looks like no, it's not open just yet. Blink was expended though, and he can just go ahead and fly away here on this catapult. You know, Death Row does need to make sure he gets at least one survivor down here. He's really trying to mind game. Little boy doesn't have anywhere to go here, so he is going to fall, but the mercenary was able to heal the prospector. He needs to chair. Oh, this is so risky. He needs to chair first. If he doesn't chair first and the survivors make it out the gate here, which they might be able to do, it's going to be a foot race at this point. Then the merchant can actually get out and get a 4 escape. So Death World is playing extremely aggressive here.
Oh my
Captain Coon almost getting pulled there, but is able to stay out of range, or is able to stay behind the wall. But the tension's almost gonna run out fairly soon, so he needs to find someone, or this is gonna just be a 4 escape.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing Zhao Kan and Naru just killing each other at the Fate Gate. They know what they need to do to get this 4 escape. Toy Merchant is at the gate. The gate is open. The little boy can get out, and right now he's just gonna go for the little boy where the gate is open, and it will be a 4 escape. We do see psychologists healing the prospect there as well.
Yeah, they can just get out the other gate. It looks like Mercenary can come out this one. Of course, he can't take a hit under detention. The other survivor will make it out the other gate here. This will be a 4 survivor escape, it looks like here for GH. Narakun's gonna go ahead and go for the dungeon, and that is a 5-0 escape in favor of GH in the first round here. It looked like Death World had at least a 1 kill there, but he kept changing targets at the end there. You have to make sure you at least chair 1 survivor. You have to make sure you at least get at least 1 point for your team. But because he played a little bit over aggressive there, it's sort of like one of those situations where as you're playing Hunter, you sort of treat it like a rank match. So there's a certain way to play in a rank, and there's a certain way to play in tournament. In rank, the difference between allowing a 4 escape and a 3 escape is not too much of a difference, so you still try to play for a tie, right? In that situation, he played it like he was playing a rank match. You're going to try to go for a tie so you can get some points, right? But in a tournament, the difference between a 4 escape and a 3 escape is so crucial. So you have to get at least 1 kill. 1 kill is not that bad. 4 escape is really bad. So it's really important that you get at least 1 kill there, but Death World, unfortunately, was played a little bit too much like a rank match, I think, and that did cost him that 4 escape instead of that 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, when he done the prospector was at his last chair already. He could potentially chair, and that would be the 1 point, but you did see how he got really greedy with that, and it turned out to be in GH's favor when it came down to him trying to find where the prospector is after downing the Toy Merchant. So really unfortunate, I would say. And right now, I mean, then again, this is GH map selection. They want to get the advantage, but I don't think they were expecting such an advantage. 5-0 with this first half that we're seeing here. And looking at this, 196.9 seconds from the prospector. We do see the Toy Merchant catapult support 2 times in a row in his first kite, I believe. So amazing stuff that we're seeing here, and I would say it was kind of him always holding distance with the hunter, you know, keeping himself out of sight, out of mind, and making use of his magnet as well. The boost that he gets when he gets near a cipher. Each factor that he kind of put it in, it kind of benefited him in the long run, and Naru is just a very, very strong kiter that we're seeing here. Other than that, right now pressure will be onto Rio's survivor side. And right now GodG kind of just need to get at least a 1 kill to get this advantage for his team and prolong this to a BO2.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think 3 escape in this survivor meta it's not too difficult to obtain. So if Death World gets, for example, a 1 kill there, and then Rio's able to get a 3 escape, then it's fine, because, you know, then they just they're able to tie on their opponent's map selection, and that's great for Rio. But yeah, the 4 escape is just definitely game changing here. And that 5-point game is super crucial. So excellent job from GH to take advantage of that situation. They will be leading things with a 5-0 lead. So now For Gajay, again, you just have to get a single kill. Obviously, you want to try to capitalize as much as possible and try to get as many extra points as you can because you have such a large lead. You can easily play a little bit more aggressive, maybe try to add some extra points to this lead from GH.
And also, fun fact, this is the second time in this IVC tournament that GH survivors got a 4 escape. The first time was versus in the preliminary stage against A. In BO2, there's this Red Church match against Cluck. They got a 4 escape as well. And in this, once again, against Rio's Hunter, they got a 4 escape. So currently at this point in time, GH survivors is actually the ones with the most number of 4 escapes. So definitely do give a showing how strong GH survivors can be. And the synergy wise and the cooperation, teamwork, the support coming in, it's efficient, it's enough. I mean, last time GH used to have this situation where they kind of over support. I feel like this time around they kind of found a fine balance between the two, and I think that kind of ultimately allowed them to kind of get that 4 escape so fast and so easily for them. So coming into this, we're going into this ban pick phase, Eli. Eli, the Seer, getting banned, as well as the Antiquarian.
Right, so it's going to be Seer Anti here, which again, I wonder if Gajay does have the Night Watch available, because a lot of Wax Artist players wouldn't ban Antiquarian first. They would ban something like Priestess. They might not even ban Seer. They would lean towards something like Dancer or what's that other character? Priestess. They would lean towards something like Dancer or Priestess first. So because of this, that's a little bit of a curious decision. Looks like we're gonna have Priestess and Psychologist first here. So Gajay has the opportunity to ban Dancer. He has the opportunity to ban Mercenary. So many ways that Gajay could go about this. Looks like it's gonna be Mercenary ban next. Probably see an Officer here. Looks like actually Coordinator. So these teams going back to the Coordinator, and looks like it's gonna be Coordinator as Rio's selection, which means that Gajay can ban. Maybe Coordinator adjustment did happen on the tournament servers. We've been seeing a lot of Coordinators recently here, Jojo.
Yeah, I think it could be the case. Should be possible, right? I mean, before the buff on the Coordinator, not nobody, but there was a very low probability of Coordinator being picked, especially in BO1. And right now we're seeing it so often, so it could be because the tournament server does have this buff. I'm not too sure whether that is the case, but I might have to confirm with one of our tournament friends over here. And yeah, we do see the Grave Keeper being picked over since Mercenary as also Officer has been banned out. If things go according to plan, it seems to be that this Grave Keeper would be played by Wolfie, and this Priestess, from what I know, Kate Carey does play the Priestess as well. Not too sure how they're gonna switch around with these characters, but seems to be that these characters are kind of long-lasting, Eli. So what do you think Gajay might potentially pick over here to counter this team comp?
It's not, I feel like at this point it's not even that much about countering. I think it's mostly just that because he has such a large lead, you can sort of play anything you really want. You can play Geisha, you can play Wax Arts, you can play Night Watch. Plenty of Hunters Gajay could play here. As long as it's Hunters that are good at securing at least 1 kill, and you can sort of capitalize on the 5-0 and try to add as many points as possible here. Let's see though what Gajay is still thinking about what he wants to play here. He might just start with his standard Wax Artist pick. I think that would be fine against this team comp. It's not anything too challenging here. But yeah, I guess he's really thinking about it, so. I don't really like that though. That's kind of, I don't know about that. That's a little. Breaking Wheel's the one character that can actually get 4 escapes, so that's sort of interesting. Very interesting choice from Gajay. Yeah, Breaking Wheel's the one Hunter that can actually get kited endgame, especially if you don't bring detention. I imagine he will have detention just to play it safe, but Breaking Wheel can struggle at securing a 1 kill in the endgame. If you don't have detention, then it's very difficult. You can't get kited to gate or dungeon in the end game just because, obviously, if you're not able to get 2 spikes on them, they can make it out the gate, or they can go for detention rescues or end game rescues as well because there's no detention. So I think he should have detention here. But Breaking Wheel's chase by itself, it's not that good. Like if he just has traps to work with, it's not too strong. It's not something like a Geisha or a Bloody Queen or a Night Watch that's good at securing a kill under detention. Breaking Wheel is not one of those Hunters, so yeah, Gajay really trying to add points on with this one. This is not not really standard for a situation where you only need 1 kill, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of excited. We usually see Fiona, the priestess, get banned, but this time around we'll see it. I think all ranked people, we know that priestess always get banned, but Godjay will be spawning inside the graveyard area. Really interesting.
I don't think I've ever seen this.
Me too. This is really interesting, you know. Coming to this, we do see the psychologist spawning next to the breaking wheel. Might be the potential first chase, I believe so. So let's see how they're gonna play this out and whether they actually prepared for this breaking wheel with fly wheels. I don't think they are prepared for this. So let's see how they're gonna play this out. Eli, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, it looks like we are gonna have. So he did bring detention. So you gotta at least bring detention. So that is nice to see that he's at least going that route. I guess in theory, breaking wheel is not too bad against this team comp. You can down psychologist, no problem. Psychologist is very weak against wheel. We do have triple broken windows, so they weren't actually in preparation of this, so they don't have flywheel available. Priestess obviously is gonna be a bit difficult. Coordinator, if he doesn't have excitement, coordinator is actually good against wheel because when even if they get 2 spikes, they get a wheel form and then you just shoot the breaking wheel, and then you force them to go back into wheel form to catch up, and it wastes a lot of time for free. So that's nice to have as well. So I think coordinator and priestess are not bad. Psychologist is definitely the best chase, but she is spawning in 2-story. Coordinator is searching an early chest here, so...
but he's coming over. He's coming over. Does he see coordinator? Does he see coordinator?
Oh, he does see coordinator, but gets a pocket watch. She can use the watch and then just pick up the gun again. And yeah, she can just pick up the gun and it's fine. So it looks like gonna chase the Grave first. Interesting that Grave isn't gonna use shovel, and Grave might give an early hit without shoveling. So unfortunately, this is a big misstep from the Gravekeeper, and that's gonna hurt Rio quite significantly here.
Yeah, it seems to be so.
Gravekeeper needs to shovel now. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the case we're seeing here. But Godjay will be changing targets once again. Maybe he's trying to waste, but now with the new Gravekeeper buff with the shovel, I don't think it's gonna waste anything. And right now, he will be chasing the priestess instead at the corner house area. Oh, we saw how Cat Carry kind of used his portals to make it really hard. So yeah, he's just gonna change targets once again. What do you think about this? Godjay keep changing targets, trying to bait out the coordinator, Eli.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's going to benefit Godjay is that he got a free hit on Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper needed to shovel for... You always have to shovel before you take a free hit. Even after you took a spike, just still shovel. He doesn't have snap yet, so he can't snap you out of shovel. So yeah, Gravekeeper, unfortunately, just big missed opportunity there. We're going to see him get a wheel front. Tries to go for a blink there, and that is actually really important. That Godjay hit the wall there. That gives coordinator information that he has blink. The coordinator might have thought that he had excitement because he hits the wall like he's going for a blink. There's a good chance that this hunter has, yep, he has blink. Coordinator knows she can now shoot without really worrying about excitement. Unless Godjay was baiting, which he most likely wasn't. He was actually just missed the swing there. That gave free information to the coordinator. So Godjay actually missing that blink there is actually pretty important for coordinator to get that flare gun off. Now this first down is taking quite some time. He's going to be able to blink for this kill. The problem is that Gravekeeper had to stop to get healed up, which means the decoding progress, as you can see, is a lot slower than it should have been.
Yeah, that's the case. And we probably will be seeing 2 ciphers being popped really soon, and the other 2 ciphers have been touched, but just 15% as well as 30% respectively. So Gravekeeper will be coming for this rescue. It should be a very normal rescue that we usually see. Need to get this rescue though, and gets the hit onto Gravekeeper, so it will be a double down situation, Eli.
Right, and we're going to see coordinator is going to try to transition away as far as possible, but because there is full presence, this is going to be very easy to get the second down here, as you can just use full presence, get out of wheel form, and snap this survivor down. We're going to see that is the case here. So double down here for this breaking wheel, and it looks like we're going to see, again, the ciphers are just so far behind. That early hit onto the Gravekeeper was very detrimental for this match, for how this is playing out here. So keep in mind, coordinator does have some extended chair time, so this will... waste a little bit of time for the survivors to potentially heal up here and get to full. The problem now is that the next chase is a psychologist, most likely for Godjay. And psychologist is easy for wheel to down. Psychologist pick here from the survivors, it didn't really make a lot of sense in that it's not very good against Wax Artist, but if Godjay does play an interesting character like Wheel, then it does backfire, and that breaking wheel is very strong against Psychologist. Looks like he is going to go for the spikes there. Is able to get the backdoor rescue, but he can just get out and use the snap to down this coordinator relatively quick. Unless they can make it to this portal in time before he gets the snap off. Oh, Kit misses it by one half a centimeter inch thing. Wow.
Yeah, that was really close. If he actually missed it,
that would have been another. That kite would have gone on for at least 30 seconds to another minute, maybe even longer. That is a huge game. We're gonna see the locker play here from Psychologist, which is actually very good as a psychologist. Because she can just absorb a hit for free here, and it's really not a problem, as she will have that stress to heal up a little bit.
Very smart thinking on the white side as well. And right now he'll be going back for a wolf. Oh, Cat Carry over there at the Fate Gate. He does have one portal to use, so but able to successfully dodge the first time. Okay, he will be getting the first one. I actually thought that he might be using his portal to kind of dodge out the second spike, but it seems to be that Kikari is having a different kind of thinking. He wants to get the spike so that he can safely use it, but there we see. The blink that's happening over here, Godjay will be able to get this done. Oh, but he's trying to map control already. He's not gonna share with Kikari at all, so white will be the next target over here.
Yeah, it's because there's a Psychologist which doesn't have any kiting potential against Wheel. He's actually just gonna put one spike and go back, which it gives free time for the Gravekeeper to code, so I don't know about that. I think you either, if you're going to leave Priestess, at least commit to the Psych here, but looks like Gravekeeper is not going to pop the Cypher. He's actually going to come before. I feel like he could have popped the Cypher then shoveled to make the rescue. Looks like he's going to use the low energy shovel, which is fine, as he can save the other shovel, have it full energy for later. Going to come in for the rescue here. Godjay just circling around this chair here. Still 3 Cyphers remaining. The Cypher rush, unfortunately, very slow for Rio. It looks like he's going to go for a grave, trying to get the double down here. The shovel will be online, but he hits the trap onto the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper will go down, and this is looking pretty good for the survivors. Gotcha's actually going to leave Grave on the ground here, and he's going to look for the survivors decoding, but they're actually healing, or they're actually despiking, which is interesting. He's actually able to find someone, this could be strong, and he does find Psych. So this actually could be strong for Gotcha if he's able to get this down quick enough.
Yeah, and he'll be getting on to white. Oh, missing that spike over there, and he will be using his snap to get this injury onto Psychologist. Gravekeeper still hasn't used his self-heal, and yep, he is back. Priestess is in this area. Will she be able to get into the portal before? Oh, it seems to be that he's just gonna want to play around here first.
Yeah, she's just gonna wait until he gets out of wheel form. So he has to take it down with the wheel form there. Priestess is going to just transition away here. She needs to hold this portal. As soon as she gets spiked, she needs to portal away right now. She needs to portal now, and yeah, so you can avoid the snap there. But she just throws... Okay, well, she just throws the Paladin. It's going to get snapped anyway. The best thing you can do in that situation as a Priestess is either try to get to a 2-story area, or you portal away so you can potentially run away and delay the spike as long as possible. But it looks like he is able to get the down. Second chair here. Gravekeeper is going to take another spike, which means he can't shovel, because if he does, then he can just get snapped out of that shovel. And it looks like snap is still in cooldown, so he can't get it just yet. But Graves just not going to use the shovel and is going to go down again. Second time conserving that shovel too long is going to cost the Gravekeeper here.
Yeah, and Priestess will be sent back to the manor. Right now we do have Gravekeeper still on the floor. He does have a self-heal, and Psychologist with this one snap, she will be gone. So she's taking the time to remove it, but Panther still does not see her. Godjay, yeah, Godjay still does not see her. Yeah, sees her at this point in time and will be downing white now. So Psychologist is self-heal and Gravekeeper does not. You know, I was thinking Priestess actually had a portal at the point in time when Hunter was chasing her before the blink happened. If she portaled, she could potentially negate that burst effect that Godjay had at the point in time. She wouldn't be down so fast even if Godjay blinked on Cat Carry. So yeah, I think a lot of missteps here and there, and Coordinator are actually, the good thing was that Coordinator was able to get that first officer watch at the start, correct? I mean, it kind of forced Hunter to change targets. So it was great, Eli. So what do you think?
It's just that there was an early hit on the Gravekeeper that slowed down the decoding a lot here, and it also gave free presence to the Breaking Wheel and presence for Breaking Wheel. Oh, Gravekeeper actually gets baited here. If you're going back to the Cypher, does he hit the snap? Does get it as well. I was gonna say, yeah, it's really important that you don't give a free hit to a wheel early, because you give them their first presence, which gives them extended spikes and snap. Because of the insolence, it gives you extended spike plus snap, and it also makes it so you have an injured survivor and they have to stop to heal up. Yeah.
So it's just really unfortunate, and it will be a 5-0 in favor of God J, and it will be a 10-0 in this BO1 GH versus Sync Rio. Wow, it's an amazing start, I would say, Eli.
Yeah, excellent job there from GH to gain that lead. And yeah, excellent job from Godjay. Obviously, you only have to get 1 kill there, but he is able to add even more points to the lead, making it a 10-0. Again, the breaking wheel pick, to me, doesn't really... It's still sort of like, you're playing like a super aggressive hunter that's just very inconsistent in a situation where you only need 1 kill, but it still works out because sometimes, even though that hunter may be inconsistent, it's still a win potential hunter, and sometimes you still are able to get that win once in a while, and in this case he was able to get that win, played very well, and he was able to get, again, I think the big play was the hit on the Gravekeeper, right, in the early game. I can't stress that enough. As a rescuer, we saw this in the last one as well, where the first officer opted to conserve their watch. As a rescuer, for everybody watching, you want to use your... Obviously, it feels bad to waste your items early, but you never want to give free hits. The majority of these hunters in this game thrive off of early presence, and you don't want to give presents. So for everybody watching, this is important. As a rescuer player, make sure you use your items to avoid giving free hits as a rescuer player in the early game. That's very, very important, especially against a hunter that thrives off of presence, such as Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, I mean, better be safe than sorry.
Yep.
Very good example definitely would have to be, I think, the first match, Idol Survivors going against SD's Hunter. Leah played the Mercenary and just used 2 of the elbow pads to prevent any hits from being registered. So that was great. That was amazing because he didn't feed or give any presence towards the Hunter, which allowed the kite to be quite long. But other than that, if you do get a free hit as a rescuer at the start, you're gonna get scolded in post-match during ring, so that's not what you want. And from what we're seeing here, 94.2 seconds kite from the coordinator, it's actually still fine. It's just that, like you said, the presence at the start, it allowed Godjay to get the spike onto Roxy really easily with that long extended spikes that you're seeing, and as well as the trap. So amazing stuff that we're seeing here. From Godjay as well as from GH Survivors, specifically Nerukun with that Prospector in BO1. So coming into BO2, it will be Rio's chance to actually pick their map selection in BO2. So hopefully they get their advantage back. But because the point difference differential is actually too large for them to come back with the 10-0 lead in BO1, they need to win BO2 and BO3 to win against GH.
I mean, they could technically 10-0 in one of the rounds, but I would just tie things up. I would still only be tied at that point, so...
Yeah, that's gonna be difficult as well.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, definitely for Rio, their win condition most likely is to win 2 rounds in a row, as you mentioned. So, let's see what they're able to do in this time here. Obviously, the first round was picked by... the first map was picked by GH, so that is nice that they're able to not only win, but win by a very large margin. So now it comes down to, does Rio have anything planned for this matchup? Keep in mind, the loser of this team is not out. If the loser of this match is not out, they will move on to the lower bracket and still have a chance to, stay alive in this event. While we're in between rounds here, I'm going to drink my caffeinated tea, which is currently giving me energy.
Yep.
There we go.
That's right.
Caffeinated tea. For those of you who are wondering, tea is actually healthier than coffee, I think. I don't know. I read that on the internet somewhere. Obviously, you can't believe everything you read on the internet, but this time I choose to believe it. And it also kind of tastes better, I think, but I don't know. A matter of preference.
Yeah, I'm a coffee person. He's a tea person, so yeah, whichever you want to side on. But anyways, coming into this, last time, Rio actually picked Arms Factory against BK in the preliminary stage, so we might potentially see an Arms Factory once again going into BO2, where Rio's gonna have this map selection. However, when it came down to results wise, it was kind of a 2 escape on Survivor side and a 2 kill on Death World as well. So if they want to get the advantage, maybe if they have any hidden cards that we still do not know, or some maps that they have been secretly practicing with their own strategies to go against GH, I think this is the right time to actually use it, put it out now, and get this BO2 win, which they really desperately want. So a 10-0 lead like we're seeing right now in below of our screens. And yeah, do you think GH Server is gonna bend out Death Rolls Night Watch or Bloody Queen? His Bloody Queen is pretty scary.
Yeah, I think it depends on the map for sure. If it's not a good Night Watch map, we'll probably see Night Watch not get banned. If it is a good Night Watch map, they'll probably ban Night Watch. As it is Deathworld's best hunter, you know, obviously they did seem pretty proficient against it last round, but the first kite was actually pretty short, but they were able to rebound kite very well with the Toy Merchant support, so that was really important. So I think that overall it's probably going to be a Night Watch ban if it's a good Night Watch map, and if it's not, we'll probably see something else, such as the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna hit right into the chat since we do have some time. Someone asked, next week no stream, right? Okay, I think next week we do have 6 matches if I remember correctly. 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. It will be the battle between those teams before the top 4 will be decided by next week. So yeah, next week there will be live stream still, and it will be between these 8 teams again, 4 in upper brackets and 4 in lower brackets. So do stay tuned to that, as well as stay tuned to the news of the timings, the matchups as well, that will be posted really soon on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. It will all be there, so do wait patiently for that. Next week we do have. And if there's anything, there's another question. Why did they hide in the locker? It seemed like a really bad move, someone asked. Eli, you want to elaborate?
So it's definitely good. So as going against a breaking wheel, there's no way for the wheel to actually spike the survivor while they're in the locker, especially as a psychologist, because psychologists can absorb an extra hit for free. It's actually good for psychologists as the character to go into the locker. Obviously the second time when they went in the locker and went down, at that point it didn't matter, but the first time they went in the locker is definitely a correct play that you cannot, because if you get 2 spikes on you, then you go down instantly to a breaking wheel hit, right, as a psychologist, even if you still have your stress. However, if you don't have 2 spikes and you go in the locker and you take a basic hit, you're not going to go down, so it's actually better to go in the locker there. So definitely a good play there from the psychologist to play around that. Looks like we're going to have Sacred Heart Hospital selected here from Rio. Interesting choice here. They're really, I guess they're kind of acknowledging this is a tough matchup for them, and the best way to approach that is potentially to go with a unique map selection such as Sacred.
Yeah, I mean, putting all into this, they did perform pretty good against BK in the preliminary stage last week and at Sacred Hospital, so maybe they're just trying to bet on that. And also because Arms Factory has been banned, that was their map selection last week. So yeah, GH definitely did study them very well and made sure that all aspects have been covered to prevent them from coming back in this BO2. Seems to be that GH really wants to desperately get this 2-0 sweep against Rio, but will Rio give that chance though? We'll see whether that's going to be the case. And yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna look into the chat once again. Didn't Chocho used to be a SEA tourney player too?
Yeah, she was that one that died in 10 seconds that one time.
Ew, what the heck? I think if I ever died 10 seconds, right, I think it was probably against Melpai at one point in time. Or maybe it was in my dream.
In my dream.
It was damn scary going against Melpai at that point in time. Melpai was very, very strong even before he was of age to compete. Because right now he's above 16 already. Last time he was below 16 and he was really scary. So, yeah, but I used to compete competitively in NOR. Then after that it was NM team NM Origins. So that's that. Yes, and Water Nation, yes, everybody to drink up. Right now my time is 10:01 for 10:01 at night, and for Eli it's 9:01. So because today is a Sunday, tomorrow is a Monday, if anybody have work or studies to do, please go and rest up. And do drink your water, do hydrate yourselves, do eat as well. For us casters, Eli, have you eaten?
Nope.
I haven't eaten as well, so today's gonna be a pretty long day. But it's okay, we're doing everything for you guys. Anything is possible, and
those of you wondering, I know people ask this a lot.
What?
About Grizzly. Grizzly retired, so he retired from IDV. That's what happened to Grizzly. Yeah. For also anyone who's wondering, if you're ever like playing rank, right, and like I'm playing Survivor in that match, right, for example, and I go to a catapult and I jump on the catapult and I jump into a tree, the person who placed the catapult was probably Chocho.
Why are you gonna every time cue me with this Toy-Merchant? Wait, hey, I haven't been playing Toy-Merchant quite a bit, okay? I've been into Barmaid, okay?
Oh, no.
Barmaid. I got A-Badge Barmaid
that's
this
even worse.
season, so
I can't.
yes. That's my new achievement. But, okay, we kind of digress a little bit. We'll be heading into this Banpick phase. BO2 first half, we do see Death Row coming up first, banning out the Seer as well as Fiona, the Priestess, so let's see whether they're gonna give that ban of Night Watch. Nope, we're not seeing that. We're seeing a Bloody Queen. They really did study Death Row and how they played against BK last week, Eli.
Yep. Yeah, definitely prepared for this. So I think the Bloody Queen ban is perfectly reasonable. Obviously, Bloody Queen, we saw Death Row play quite well on this Sacred Heart map last weekend, as you mentioned, and also Night Watch not quite as strong on Sacred, so I think GH is fine with taking that character here. Looks like we're gonna see Seer Priestess first, as the bans from Death Row. We'll see Antiquarian and Entomologist. So they're just gonna go ahead and counter Night Watch, and they're gonna ban Bloody Queen. So I really like this approach from GH here.
Yeah, so they're coming in really strong. Yeah, Entomologist, of course, bucking the beast at the center. Hospital at the stairs area, that would be great to push the hunter down, because there's no way he can actually pull through unless he hit the beast or force himself through it. And now, wow, they're going with a double harassing team comp that we're seeing here. Antiquarian and Prospector, Eli. There might be a chance that Devil might bring excitement, don't you think?
It's definitely possible. If he does go Night Watch, I don't know if he'll actually play Night Watch on Sacred here, but it does have Mercenary ban available, so he's going to ban that. Probably see Officer most likely last year. Yeah, I think it's tough. See, you know, Sacred's such a strong kiting map. You really want Blink to help secure that first down, but you'd also want Excitement to deal with Prospector and Antiquarian, or even Ento for that matter. So I'm not really sure how Deathloop will approach this. I don't even know if he'll even play Night Watch. I mean, obviously Night Watch is his main hunter, but Sacred Night Watch is just it's pretty difficult. But it's still definitely playable, as we've seen in the last round.
I think Death World. Actually, I kind of hope to see an end, honestly, coming from Death World. I mean, last time he used to be a really, really strong, and I mean, of course, it's still very strong, but I mean, as the meta kind of digressed a little bit, there's a meta shift as well, and isn't really the best character to pick anymore. And also at Hospital, like you've mentioned, not the best, and also with the Entomologist support, it's gonna be annoying for N. So let's see what Death Row is gonna pick here, whether it's gonna be a Night Watch, or is it gonna be some other character that we are not expecting. So yep, looking at the confirmed characters being picked by each survivor. Little Boy with the Antiquarian, Zhao Kan as usual with the Rescuer role, Neru with that Prospector, definitely gotta give him to that, and Cap Kun with that Entomologist. So it's gonna look pretty interesting. I'm gonna see a Dream Witch, Eli. How do you think they're gonna fare against this?
Yeah, I actually didn't know that Death World had this available, so this must be a new character that he's been playing. Does Death World play Dream Witch? I'm actually not sure. I've never seen it before.
He plays Dream Witch actually, but
he does,
I mean, compared to Kuga, of course, everybody else is just kind of not as the same level as Kuga, of course.
Yeah, and my Dream Witch, of course. But funny.
You're a Dream Witch? I'm sorry.
But anyways, yeah, so yes, he's actually gonna go Dream Witch, and you know, this is a situation where Rio needs to start to mount a comeback, right? So if there's any opportunity to do it, it would be with a win potential hunter such as Dream Witch here. So I really do like to see this. I think it's pretty good against this comp. Prospector, decent against Dream Witch, but not a direct counter. Entomologist, definitely not a direct counter as well. First Officer, not as good as Mercenary against Dream Witch. The only good main Dream Witch counter here is probably the Antiquarian, but for the most part, I think Death World is a pretty good character in this Dream Witch for going against this team comp.
Yeah, and we're looking at the spawn locations now. Cap Kun as usual, Entomologist at the center so that the beast can be packed. Little Boy, Antiquarian at the top. First Officer at the bottom, and Prospector is the furthest away from Death World. Eli, potential chase any here?
Yeah, so probably gonna go straight for the Ento. I think chasing Hospital's not too bad as a Dream Witch. I don't think he definitely doesn't want to chase Anti first, and obviously not Officer. You could actually chase Officer as Dream Witch, as they have no counterplay of the Patroller, and then there's no more Tide Turners. But overall, I think that Entomologist probably makes the most sense here. Chasing Officer is more of a Tide build because they'll probably just sell. So which is actually fine on Sacred, but looks like we have double Flywheel as well, so they definitely were in some preparation of this Dream Witch. However, oh, he actually has Blink Detention Insolence, so he's not going for Patroller, looks like.
Yeah, and we're seeing an Insolence Detention, Eli, so
Yep.
Deathlow is coming in really differently with this Dream Witch as compared to Kuga with the very standard trump card as well. Trump card detention. So we've explained to this how this is potentially gonna go, but we'll see whether this Insolence will be this game changer factor in this match. So BO2 first half between GH Survivors versus Death World. This is your caster Chocho and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this match.
It looks like we're gonna see Deathworld trying to find a chase target here. Looks like he'll probably go Prospector Chase first here. We'll see if he actually enters. Doesn't go in. Oh, he did see the Prospector hiding out there. He's gonna puts the Leech really far. I guess he's trying to get it out of range to follow the Prospector, but he kind of throws it in a way that you typically want to throw the Leech down to trap it in between wherever your follower is coming from, but he's actually just gonna throw it away early here, so it will start to chase after Prospector. We're going to see an early Magnet here. This won't stop the Leech, as the main body hasn't switched off of it yet. It'll continue to go after the main body here, and the Leech will follow suit here. You could get a free Leech hit right away here. It looks like that. Oh, misses just barely here. We're going to see another Magnet, and the Bees are here, so that's unfortunately for Deathworld a big miss. And yeah, he doesn't have Patrollers, so this is kind of a difficult chase for him for sure. I would love to see Patroller on a map like Hospital. Blink, as long as the survivors can make it a Hospital and create distance, Deathworld will have a very challenging time securing downs.
That's right, and right now Neru is still trying to cut this out. Second time being chased. Oh,
does get
but
that
the Leech hit, getting that, and right now he still has a Flywheel, and the Magnet will be soon, about 15-20 seconds. Let's see how long Neru can prolong this, and it's the basement over here, I think. I'm not too sure, I can't really see it, but Neru, Flywheel happening, and the pallet's done.
That's a huge play there. That pallet is a really weak pallet. Deathworld could have just walked around it, but he actually walks through there. Neru taking advantage, able to get another Magnet here. Goes for the blink, does get the blink before the Magnet activates, but he does go down to 2 Leech hits, which is very good for a Dream Witch. Very good for a Survivors against a Dream Witch player here. We're going to see 2 more Cypher Machines shortly pop here, so this is pretty good. Leech not even back just yet, so definitely on track to potentially win this game.
Absolutely, and yep, one of the 4th Cypher is at 36%, and the last one still hasn't been worked on, but it will be very soon. First officer will be coming for this rescue, and does have this Leech remover. If he gets leeched on, he can remove himself without interrupting any of the Cyphers. Antiquarian might potentially try... Oh, the last Cypher, or one of the 4th Cypher is actually at Ruin, so First officer will be getting this hit, and the rescue does happen. Tech Turner is in effect. Let's see how Neru is going to kite this out without anything to work with.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go ahead and drop Magnet. Yeah, just trying to get himself into hospital here. And trying to go for this long stun. Bees are here as well. I think the Magnet did break. Oh no, it's still there. And he actually does get the push with the Bees there to keep the kite alive even longer. Now you get inside hospital. Now it gets really challenging for Deathworld. He's going to go ahead and leech the survivor here. Probably keep the follower here as well. He's just going to slow down decoding. And he's probably going to try to use the Prospector's leech to potentially down him here.
And right now Neru is still trying to kite this out, and we'll see a charge attack, but it did not happen. It did not happen once again once the pellet is down, and the kite is still prolonged at this point in time. It's been a long time since Tide Turner ended. We're seeing Antiquarian removing her curse, her leech first, so she's setting her priorities really straight here. And First Officer is helping Prospector remove her leech, and that successfully happened as well, Eli. So right now, Defo is forced to use the spawn follower to move along with the Prospector.
Yeah, so this is definitely very good here for GH. Deathworld in a bit of a definitely a tough position here. We're gonna see going for the Ento, but Prospector actually didn't get healed. I would definitely love to see Prospector get healed up first, as he was on chair. So maybe GH playing a little overly aggressive here, but they do have a lot of time to work with. But he does find Prospector yet again here. No, he finds the officer. He does know Prospector should be in the area. Almost gets the hit on Little Boy there, but he does get the leech off in time. He's now going to leech onto the officer, which is not the Prospector, so a new target is really not ideal for him. They have a lot of progress on two ciphers. Deathroll needs to pressure these ciphers. If he just lets them decode these ciphers, they're going to have them ready, and they already are primed.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really chasing, he wasn't really like map controlling or cipher controlling. He was just really not doing anything, but just trying to do something, but the survivors are not giving any chance for him to do it. So all of them are just running about in this map right now. They're all heading towards the back gate area. First officer at the bottom left, we do see that he's opening the gate right now, and Cap-kun still trying to cut this out. The blink is happening, but I think the hit will register onto Cap-kun, and I think that secures that one kill that Deathroll needs. I see Antiquarian is she potentially...
GH might be trying to go for 4 here. They can't really do anything though. I mean, it's a Dream Witch. You can just drop both followers here. And I think GH now realizes that it's a Dream Witch, so they're going to leave. And they're going to go ahead and go for the exit gate. Yeah, you can't really do anything against Dream Witch as long as you put 2 followers to camp there and go for the pickup. There's no real harassment that you can do to play around that. So GH will take the 3 survivor escape here on Sacred. So the Sacred map selection so far working out in GH's favor more than the other team, Rio. Looks like we're going to see just waiting for them to go out the gate there. And that's going to be a 3-1 here. So GH already looking pretty strong here. So Rio, again, they have to win this round. So they're now going to need a 4 survivor escape if they really want any chance in this match.
Yeah, so things are looking really difficult. I mean, from today we did see a tight situation at Sacred Hospital between Idol as well as ST. But GH survivors, I think they're just really, really strong at this point in time. They just destroyed Deathroll's Dream Witch like that. And yeah, coming into the 5th minute, then they realize that it's against the Dream Witch. They can't really do anything in the end game. It's amazing things that we're seeing here from GH survivors, not giving any chance, and the support coming from the entomologist. I mean, it wasn't a lot, right, but it benefited in a large extent, in a way that Deathroll was kind of forced to kind of change things around, leech onto people, but they set their priorities straight. And it didn't allow Deathroll to do anything at the point in time. But what was the turning point or made Deathroll kind of so lost in the middle of the match, Eli?
I think there's a few things. Like when he missed the first leech hit, he switched to leech at some point and then just missed the swing. Yeah. And then Prospector ran into hospital. That was pretty big. And then also when he got pallet stunned that one time at that really weak pallet. I mean, you could just walk around that pallet, but he decided to walk through it for some reason. He was able to get a pallet stun there. Yeah. So that was kind of unfortunate for Deathroll. And then, yeah, and then after the Prospector got rescued, he was able to make it into hospital and then de-leeched. Once he's de-leeched, he doesn't really know where the Prospector is anymore, and there's not much you can do about that. So that's sort of, from there, it just spirals out of control for sure.
Usually we do see the snowballing from the Hunter side, but it seems like GH is not even allowing that snowballing from happening for Deathroll. Not even getting a single chance at all. But looking at this, 82 seconds kite from Prospector, the fact that when Dream Witch kind of switch leeches, there isn't like this containment time being included. 82 seconds into this, it's a long kite, as well as from the support from entomologists. And we didn't really see a lot of stunts happening with the Antiquarian. They were just focused on objectives, which is to cipher rush, decode, and allow the kite to happen naturally for Nerukun. I mean, he's already a strong kiter. There's no need for a very strong support coming into this. So amazing stuff we're seeing here, Eli. Anything you'd like to mention from the stats?
Yeah, I mean, overall, the containment time obviously doesn't look at, quite as high, but because it is a Dream Witch, obviously when Dream Witch isn't controlling the follower, you're not gaining that containment time. But yeah, Prospector just doing a very good job overall, wasting as much time as they could, and it was enough for the win there. Entomologist support as well was pretty important. Just it's as simple as putting the bees in that doorway in the entrance to the hospital. And that's all you really have to do. It's that simple, and it gets the survivor in the hospital, and they can just continue to kite for a long period of time.
Yep, and we were heading into BO2 second half. So for people who just joined us, BO1, GH got this advantage of 10-0 against Rio. Right now we'll be heading to BO2 second half. where God J just needs to tie things up and it will be a 2-0 sweep against Rio. Definitely the pressure might potentially still be there, but definitely not as much as it is again for Rio survivors, where they need at least a 3 escape or if not a 4 escape to get the advantage in their map selection. So going to this, we had GH God J coming with a very surprising Poland in Rebel Sleeping Town, even though it was a 4 escape on the server side. What do you think God J might pick here?
I mean, again, like, it's another situation where it just needs 1 kill. Because if you go 1 kill, then the other team would have to 10-0 in the last round. So, which is probably not happening. So, although it does say we have the win condition for GH is 2 escape, 1 escape, or 0 escape, it's really 3 escape as well. Is a win condition for them too. So the only way that Rio can really win is if they get a 4 survivor escape right now. If they don't get a 4 survivor escape, this will be over. So yeah, Gotcha can really kind of just play anything here. He could probably even play Breaking Wheel and it would still be fine. He just can't give a 4 survivor escape. That's going to be the big thing here. So I mean, yeah, again, there's many things that you could play in this situation. Obviously, because it is Sacred, it's technically a bit more risky just because Sacred is such a strong survivor map, so the possibility of 4 escape is there. It's just obviously not too likely, especially after that first round. Gajet with a very commanding position over the Rio survivors, so looks like we will see Psychologist and Priest, of course, auto banned from the start of the first round. This looks like Seer and Antiquarian will be Gajet's selections for bans. What will the survivors ban? I don't know. Looks like it's gonna be Bloody Queen. So yeah, just ban a TIE Hunter again. They have to go for 4 out right here.
Yep. And looking at the first 2 picks we have here, Mercenary as well as Prospector coming into the mix, and Bloody Queen being banned. This if they want to go for it, I'm not too sure what Rio survivors are expecting from God J's selection pick later on, but picking a Mercenary and Prospector, I think they might potentially be a coordinator, you know, honestly. I mean, if they want a 4 escape and there's this item swap thing that might potentially happen, I think a coordinator could be a possible pick. But Eli, any thoughts on this?
I think coordinator's fine. Obviously, you can use that flare gun to, if you wanted to go for item swap, you can also help the survivor get into hospital. They could go Embalmer. Gacha might just ban Embalmer. I think that would be a pretty reasonable ban. Considering that, again, he only needs a single kill here. Looks like he ban Mechanic. Mechanic is less good in that Mechanic is a very good, obviously good TIE survivor. Also has win potential, of course, with Cypher. So looks like they're gonna go Gardener, which is like, you know, I mean, it's like, it's sort of like Gardener does have some playability on Hospital if you die away from chairs. Well, let me rephrase that. Gardener used to have playability on Hospital before they added that extra chair. That's like right next to Hospital near the entrance from Statue. Now that the Hunter has multiple chairs to work with, Gardener's not quite as strong. I guess maybe Gardener with Prospector opens up some possibilities, but it still seems not too good for survivors. But yeah, I guess they're gonna go with the Gardener strat here. We'll see if it works out.
Let's see if it's gonna work out. Yeah, if it's, I think White is gonna be playing this Gardener once again. We've seen them play this strat at Arms Factory before in Nell's tournament, Nella Meadows tournament, IVA, and this will be the first time they kind of bring this Gardener out in this IVC. So we'll see whether that strat will be happening. We did see how MX actually picked a Gardener as well at Leo's Memory against ST, but it didn't really work out. Like, the strategy didn't really work out because focus on decoding basically. And we'll see whether this Gardener will be the one getting chased, or if not, the one interrupting the time from the person getting chat. And so we'll be seeing Godja with the potential end pick over here. Eli, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's not too many hunters that they have to counter. Obviously, we talked about in the past how Godja's hunter pool is definitely more limited compared to a lot of the most of the hunters we've seen, but he is very strong, very proficient with the hunters that he does have, and is one of those characters that he doesn't actually play as much, so this is sort of a character outside of his typical range, so we'll see if this does work out. But again, in a situation, you only need 1 kill, and actually is the best 1 kill hunter in the game So I definitely love this character selection from Gajay, and that, again, if he just gets one kill, he's in a great spot. Of course, could also just get a tie and win things straight up here as well. So yeah. The biggest problem here is the Prospector. Obviously, Prospector is a difficult chase target for Gajay, so I think he probably won't prioritize that character first. Probably will go for something like Dancer or that Gardener first.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing team comp, and the match as well is the potentially last match. But before that, spawn locations wise, Gajay will be spawning next to the female Dancer, which is spawning at the hospital area. On top, we do have the Gardener, and the furthest away from the Hunter will be the Prospector, Roxy. So, any thoughts on this, Eli? Like potential first chase?
So, Dancer in Hospital here is good getting set up boxes. I don't know if Gajay really wants to go for that. He could technically go Dancer first, but I feel like Gardener maybe is better. But Gardener also is in Ruins, which makes it hard to chase. So I'm not really sure. I guess you could go... I think either Gardener or Dancer. Choose one of the two. Both of them are not in ideal locations, but I think Gardener is probably a little bit easier overall. Gardener does actually have Flywheel, so that would make it very easy. Oh, Broken Windows as well, so no borrowed time, which means that this would definitely be the best chase target for Gajay in that, there's no borrowed time endgame, so it's very easy to secure that one kill if you just hard commit to the Gardener.
And we do see the Hunter has confined space as well, detention, and will be heading into this potential last match between Rio versus GH BO2 second half. We have Rio survivors going against GH Hunters Gajay. At Sacred Hospital, this is your caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to see Gajay is going to go Ruins first, potentially seeking out this Gardener, who is hiding away here. We'll see if she's able to avoid being seen. It looks like Gajay doesn't actually see the Gardener, so nice job hiding away here by White. Looks like he is going to have to change targets potentially to that female Dancer, and I'll probably just use this time to take down the box. Dancer setting up the boxes early I think is fine, but of course you are going to lose that pallet. The pallet not too important, but the box is. And so does he catch the survivor? No, he's just looking for someone, still unable to find anyone right now. It looks like we're going to see a pause here, just going to make sure there's no technical difficulties with the players here. So,
yeah. When it comes to this, of course, we want the best condition for the survivors as well as for the Hunters. Both teams, or all the teams in fact. So, yeah, taking the pause and we'll see what the issue is. I mean, if there is definitely a ping spike that they cannot come down from, it can potentially lead to a restart of this match, because it's still within the 60-second mark, and internet-wise, it's not of our control, of course. So we'll see how it's gonna be. At this point in time, we're just gonna have to wait things out to see what the issue is at. But for now, we did see how the Gardener at the start at the Ruins area kind of opening the chest. So yeah, I think he was kind of prepping himself just in case the end does come to chase him, because I mean, what are you gonna get kited with the Gardener's box? Like, what are you gonna do with the toolbox, right? So yeah, very smart thinking onto the Gardener's side from Rio. And yeah, when it comes down to this, Eli, we did see how he might potentially want to go for the Dancer chase, but Dancer actually got out of the hospital area. So Gajay has this phase of he's not gonna be finding anybody anytime soon.
Not
so
sure chase.
How do you think he's gonna progress from there onwards? I mean, we saw that he was gonna drop down from the double story area.
I think that he most likely, it's hard to say. I think he did waste cats inside hospital there, it looks like, so he was trying to find a survivor hiding out there. I mean, this start looks really good for Rio, so they definitely don't, we definitely hoped that Rio won't have to restart due to any lag or technical difficulties, in that they have positioned themselves nicely thus far. But yeah, I think he has wasted cats inside hospital. He hasn't found anyone just yet. Nice job from the Gardener, able to hide away there. The Dancer is rotating away as well, so Gajay is not off to the most ideal start. But yeah, we'll see if he's able to turn things around again. He only really needs one kill to secure the win. If he does only get one kill, there will be a third round, but that means Rio would have to win the last round 10-0, which is obviously very unlikely. So if Gajay gets at least one kill, then he mainly does secure it, and if he does get a 2 kill, then it will be a win in this round. So he is playing a bit of a character that we don't see him used as much, which is that Anne. But pretty much everybody does have Anne has an option just for a one-kill character, as it is one of the best one-kill characters in the game. Probably the best, actually, for getting one kill. So, yeah, I definitely do like the Anne selection. It's just going to come down to who does he find here, and is he able to hold on to that one kill?
That'll be interesting to see whether that's going to be the case. And I think we will be to the match. Yep. We'll be seeing that, and Godjay just being kind of lost there, but can't carry though.
Oh, running into the Anne here. Oh, Dancer does run into the Anne, so Godjay actually does now acquire a chase target, and he's going to blink for that first hit. Dancer does have 2 slow boxes to work with here. He's going to take down the pallet first. And Dancer doesn't have to worry about blink anymore, though. Does have the slow box to work with as well. She's just going to wait for the cats and then drop down. This is smart. That way you can avoid the cats here from Godjay, and you can continue to kite in this hospital area. We should expect him to use the cats to jump here. Actually, he's going to cancel. And Dancer will go ahead and... she's actually going to stay downstairs, which is interesting. You definitely want to go back up to that slow box if possible. But she needs to be careful. She doesn't actually know... Oh, avoids this set of cats as well. So this kite will extend actually even longer here for cat carry.
Yeah, so just prolonging the kite a lot more, and Cypher's looking pretty good. The blink has already been expanded, so right now he has to basic chase this cat carry already. Cat carry still has 1 more music box to use, and we see that he's kind of rotating towards the shack area.
Oh, it's gonna be another missed cats though. Interesting choice from Godjay. A lot of Oh, he actually still gets the cats, but I think Dancer should be okay here. Does have slow box and this pallet to work with. Yeah, Godjay just unfortunately using these cats very prematurely and is missing quite a few because of this. We're gonna see Mercenary is gonna come maybe to body or search a chest. Yeah, search a chest. So could potentially give an item to this Dancer.
Yeah, so that's only if the Prima Dancer can get there. So we do see the down over here. It's a 3 Cypher kite, so it's actually quite a good kite from Kid Carry, of course. And we'll be cheering him at this open air area. Mercenary definitely is ready for this rescue, and we do see that he has this perfume, which means that the elbow pads is on the floor. I think Hunter just went past it, and Gardener as well as Prospector is pushing for those last ciphers.
You can just perfume back here. Yeah, it does perfume back here. You can just wait for you need to wait for both cats to get the chair here. Does get that rescue off. Wolfie needs to be careful not to get doubled down here. But it looks like he's just gonna hit onto the Dancer, and now Dancer will have 2 elbow pads for this endgame kite. Because Wolfie didn't. Oh, but you gotta make sure you don't die on the last cipher. Obviously, they can't share on the hospital cipher. But you don't want to let it Godjay slow down this decoding, which he's gonna be able to do now that he kited towards it. So unfortunate, slight misstep there on that communication from Rio here, but still enough potentially for a win here. We're gonna see Mercenary, most likely this chair is broken. Prospector's gonna try to help this struggle free here. Godjay trying to avoid this, goes for the magnet, gets a long stun onto the Anne here, and he can potentially keep the Dancer alive, goes for another one as well. But the Dancer actually runs into the Anne. Unfortunate misstep there is going to cause her to go down, and we're going to see a blink hit onto the Prospector as well.
Yeah, and I think that's still fine because the Gardener just popped the Shack Cypher, which means that she can come for this rescue. Mercenary is pushing for the last Cypher, which at 75% at this point in time. This is looking really good. We saw a slight detail on Godjay's side when he went upstairs to try to get that cat onto I think it was Prospect at that point in time at a double story to silence him to prevent him from continuing decoding. I'm not too sure whether that cat was jumped onto Prospector because we couldn't really see it there, but we're seeing the rescue coming in. Able to target that
not prime. They saved too early. Yeah, they actually saved too early. They're gonna go for the pump, but Gardener's right there. And you see the borrowed time, of course not activating on the Gardener there, but gonna go ahead and go for the Dancer. Now, Godjay did make a slight mistake. He wasted his blink on the Prospector, which was actually a misstep. You want to save your blink for endgame to secure this one kill. Now it's a lot harder for you this one kill. We need to see the elbow pad utilized now, and Dancer doesn't use the elbow pad. I'm not sure why. She just held onto it there and went down. So a big miss from the Dancer, and this will mean that GH technically doesn't win yet, but they will go into the third round with a 10-0 lead, which is absolutely should be enough for them to secure the win here. Yeah, that dungeon was there. If the dancer just used the elbow pad, that would have been a 4 escape. All she had to do was elbow pad towards the dungeon. That would have been a 4 escape, and Rio would have actually won this round. But they do fall short there, unfortunately. Just was not able to use, I guess, just not able to use the elbow pad there. I'm not really sure what happened, but unfortunate miss. Gajay's still able to get 1 kill, so excellent job securing at least 1 kill, which was the goal for him here. And that means that GH holds on to the lead, still 10 points ahead here.
Yeah, so even though they tie things out in BO2, still the BO1 10-0 lead. It's gonna be very hard for Rio to come back from, and right now we do have BO3, GH with the map selection, so chances wise probably not too much will be given from GH's side, so we'll see how BO3 will be played out. And I mean, even though I feel like Prospector's support didn't really change anything, honestly, but still though, the support from the harassment coming from Roxy, Prospector, was very good. I thought Gajay was gonna put the dancer down, but no. He immediately got stunned against the tree, and female dancer was able to be alive from there onwards. And yeah, the elbow pad being stunned by the cat, I believe, was that right?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think the dancer, I'm trying to look back at it. Dancer just used the elbow pad maybe a second or two earlier. They could have just elbow padded away and avoided that, but they just held on to it for too long. So yeah, just a little bit of unfortunate situation there, but yeah, because he missed the cat, so then as soon as he puts up the cross, you just elbow pad away and you make enough distance where the ant can't really do much. And then if you go towards that dungeon, then the survivors would have made it out the gate, and there's a good chance Dancer probably would have made it to dungeon if they got that elbow pad off. It's hard to say, but definitely could have been a 4 escape, but yeah, just not using that elbow pad. Saving that, they held the elbow pad a little too long there, and that did cost them, unfortunately, the kite. But yeah, I think Gajay definitely is a little... I mean, and it's not one of the hunters we've seen him play a lot. It's good to have in your hunter arsenal as a 1-kill sort of hunter. But it's definitely something that Gajay, as you can see there, maybe a bit inexperienced, did miss quite a few cats that match. But still did secure the 1 kill, which was the ideal situation here for GH. So it's not too bad, of course. Now, I do think a big play there at the end as well is when the Prospector stunned and freed the dancer. The dancer actually ran into the ant and just gave a free hit. I feel like the dancer could have just kept running forward. I mean, I guess maybe they're like trying to avoid the cat or something, but there's no way you can avoid that. So also the other thing is the gardener actually saved too early before the Cypher was primed, so they needed to wait an extra second or two before going for that. It still ended up being okay as dancer was able to get away there, but yeah, so Rio positioned themselves very well. They just had a few missed opportunities for sure.
Yeah, so really unfortunate, and they were so close to a 4 escape. So amazing stuff that we're seeing here. Am I seeing? But yeah, amazing stuff that we see from both teams. Of course, coming into this, of course, this is the kind of standards that we probably would be seeing. But then again, Gajay could have picked something that he was more experienced with, like a Bonbon, that would have been better to go against any of the team comps. I mean, considering he just needed a 1 escape, or if not actually a tie. So very interesting end pick that we see here, but we might not be seeing the end being banned on Rio's side for sure when it comes to BO2, unless they do BO3, unless they do think that whatever I just said, just cancel it out. We'll be seeing Seichu coming in while Gajay will be taking a seat on the bench. We do have Seichu coming. Seichu, we do know that he's very efficient when it comes down to Nayat. And also, what other characters did he pick? I think he picked a Night Watch last week as well. I have to check what I have here. Yep.
I think you did.
Yeah, a Night Watch and a Bonbon.
For those of you wondering, basically, the dancer did have an elbow pad. She just used it too late, so the the cat actually canceled the elbow pad. So when I was saying the dancer needed to use the elbow pad, she needed to use it when Gaji misses the cats and as he starts to start with the cross, she needs to use it then, so she elbow pads away from the cross, so she won't get catted or anything like that. But she held onto it just way too long, unfortunately. So yeah, so what I meant is she did have an elbow pad. You just have to use it a lot. You have to use it a second or a few seconds sooner. So unfortunately, that did cost her there that dungeon escape. But it looks like we are going to see GH is choosing Chinatown as the last one. So again, just another very standard map selection here from GH.
Yep, Chinatown being picked here. So coming to this, we do know that Toy Merchant has already been in the global bans already since they picked it in BO1. So there won't be any Toy Merchant plays that we actually saw from GH last time, where there's this catapult thing they put in the center and then they kept jumping over it over and over again. So we won't be seeing Toy Merchant. Prospector has already been selected as well. So if Antiquarian has been picked out in BO2, so they do have a Prospector still for Neru, but if Death Roll does ban it, then they are kind of left with a better pick. They do have a better as well. So when it comes down to character selection from GS Survivor's side, they're very versatile when it comes to this. So shouldn't be seeing too much. And if we do see a Seichu kind of being swapped out, it could be possible that they are letting maybe GH Hunters is going first, going against real survivors. That could be possible. Yep. So thinking what hunters Seichu might pick and what hunters real survivors are gonna ban, since they have 2 hunter bans at this point in time.
Well, Rio does have to go 10-0 here, so a lot of very difficult situation. So any 1 point for GH would mean that GH wins. So this has to be a forced survivor escape and a forced survivor elimination. And I think only Deathworld's only gotten 1 4 elimination was with that Bloody Queen. So he's definitely gonna need. He did struggle in the first 2 rounds thus far, so he's definitely gonna need to turn things around here. The Rio survivors obviously struggled in the first round, turn things around in the second round, but they're gonna need to turn things around even more because they have to get 4 out. They no longer have Sacred to work with, which is a great map for getting 4 out on the survivor side. So they have to go for a forced survivor escape, forced survivor elimination. Very tough.
Yep. And we'll be heading right into the ban pick phase for BO3 first half. We will have, like we said, GH Seichu is going to be going up against the real survivor first, and the dancer as well as the Xiao will be banned for the first 2, and we'll see what real survivors who will be banning as for the hunter side.
Looks like they could go, I think they'll go Night Watch and something else. Maybe, obviously Seichu does have that Naiad, but they do need to get 4 out, so you might want to ban a hunter that's good at getting 1 kill, such as maybe something like a BQ or Geisha. I'm not really sure. Seichu also has Bonbon, so maybe you ban Bonbon. But it's really tough. Rio has to force it. This could be Naiad. They're thinking Wax Artist as the other one here. So Bonbon's available for Seichu, does have the Night Watch as well. Giving Night Watch here feels really bad. Like, I understand, obviously, like, you have to 4 escape, so you don't want to deal with something like Wax Artist and Naiad, good at securing 1 kill. But Night Watch is so strong in this meta and also very good at securing 1 kill. So they're going to try to, I guess, play anti-Night Watch. You do have the Antiquarian, which is good against the Night Watch, but besides that, it's going to be, I think it's very easy for Seichu to just play Night Watch and get 1 kill here.
And I think they might potentially be gearing up for a Bonbon, honestly. I'm not too sure whether a Geisha, I mean, actually it could be possible, I'm not too sure, but with a forward pick instead of a force officer, I feel like they might go for certain stun rescues with Hunter with very strong camping. So my head is into Bonbon, but they are picking this entomologist, which slaps me right in the face. I thought that they might potentially go for Point Merchant, but then I see it getting banned as well. We did see White with the Lawyer last time, but considering what they have at stake at this point in time, a 4 escape is a must. So, banning out a barmaid. What am I talking about? I keep slapping myself in the face, Eli. What? I'm seeing a Lawyer.
Hey, you said I keep slapping my... Did you hit yourself in the face? What?
No, the real service is slapping me in the face. I said
I think you said I slapped myself in the face. I was like, how'd you do that? What? How'd you manage to do that? It's pretty hard to do. I don't know.
No, I mean them, but yeah, like
Yeah.
this lawyer pick. What do you think about this team in general?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they're at a point where they realize that it's maybe too difficult to come back here, and they're just gonna have fun with this lawyer pick. Lawyer's not really a for escape character. I mean, I guess theoretically you can item swap with lawyer, but yeah, I'm not really sure. And they might just be trying to have fun in this last match here, because again, even if Rio does go down here, they will go down to the losers bracket, but they definitely aren't out of things yet. That's the nice thing about this IVC tournament is actually double elimination.
So, yep, as we've seen already, Wolfie will be having the forward, Roxy with the antiquarian, White with the lawyer, Kekari with the entomologist. So Seichu just need a 1 kill, and he will be picking the Night Watch into this matchup in Chinatown. Wow, really strong. I think he might even potentially bring an Insolence Detention to have a great start so that he doesn't really struggle as well. Don't want to give Survivor any chance also. So let's see how this might potentially play out. Yeah, so I mean, he actually has quite a lot of choices to chase, but any optimal chases going against the team?
I mean, lawyer probably. Like, there's not really. Antiquarian obviously you don't want to chase forward as it's a rescuer. It's a very good kiting character. Antiquarian is a pretty strong counter to Night Watch. So you don't want to chase Anti first. Ento is fine. Lawyer's fine. Ento still gets slowed down while in the bees when you use the wind. So Ento's a pretty good chase. And then Lawyer, even if you hit Lawyer and he gets a veteran speed bonus to make distance, Night Watch can just dash and catch up right away. So it's really not too strong to play Lawyer into a Night Watch. So if they were going to play a Lawyer, it probably would have made more sense to ban Night Watch instead of maybe Wax Art or something. But yeah, Lawyer here is going to be a pretty easy chase for Seichu. So I definitely think that chasing Ento or Lawyer would make the most sense here.
And we will I mean, we've already seen how proficient Seichu is with the Night Watch. So we'll be seeing that again. But before that, spawn locations wise, we do see that Seichu will be spawning right above the Lawyer. Lawyer will be at the hotel area. Forward is at the center, so we'll see how this might potentially play out. Is he gonna be hot-headed, just chase the Lawyer at the hotel area, which is a pretty good hiding place for Suicide, but as well as the support that might potentially come from the entomologist. So he has a few choices. We'll see what he decides in the end. What's important now is the persona, whether they are actually geared up for this Night Watch that Seichu has picked. So
yep.
This might potentially be the last match, of course, since a 4 escape is a must. Like I mentioned, 10-0 lead is very hard to come back from. But Eli.
Oh, they went 3 flywheels too, so they're really not. Yeah, just I guess they were expecting a different hunter here. So triple fly. I mean, what could they have been expecting here? Bloody Queen, Geisha. I don't know. Because you'd go Broken Windows if you were preparing for Night Watch, and if you were preparing for Bonbon, you'd probably go Broken Windows. If you're bringing triple flywheel, you're probably preparing for Naiad, but they actually banned Naiad. So the fact that they go triple flywheel into Night Watch, I guess they just really thought Seichu wasn't going to play Night Watch, but he did go Night Watch here. So definitely Seichu should have a very easy time against this comp, against these personas as well. And Lawyer, of course, to note, does not have borrowed time.
And we'll be heading into the match. We do see Seichu will be heading towards the hotel area where the Lawyer is located at. Yep, he does not have borrowed time, so he has a 9-12. So, sorry, yep, 9-12. So we'll see how this might potentially play out. White though, he has this distance again with the Hunter, and he can see the Hunter with his map. So a bit of that bug cheating thing, but it is the skill of the Lawyer. We'll see how White's gonna play this out.
Yeah, he's going to try to hide away here. Seichu unable to find the Lawyer. So Lawyer actually a pretty good hiding character just because you can see the... Oh, Entomologist does give the free bees hit there. That's unfortunate. But Seichu will definitely take advantage of that. Really just looking for where this Lawyer is hiding out. But Lawyer is just actually such a good hider because you have that map. You can see where the Hunter is. He does finally catch sight of the Lawyer. Definitely a lot of time wasted here. I think the Cybers could have been a little bit more, but still... some time wasted here, and now the chase does commence. However, we do see the win con on screen. Of course, 1 elimination for Seichu will secure things. Lawyer is going to go ahead and probably take the first hit here.
And will be registering that hit without that flywheel being touched on. And Hunter does have blink now, so it might potentially be an instant down. We have to see. Oh, a bit of he wanted the mind game. He thought he was gonna mind game, but White was like, nope, he's gonna get out of here. And somehow just support coming in from Kid Carry. The distance established. But he did bring insolence into this match, so he has his first kill to kind of dash through this area. Let's see how much distance he's gonna bring in.
Looks like we're going to see the Antiquarian was able to finish their Cypher and now come for the support. Does step out from the hiding here, does not get the stun and gives a free hit. So unfortunate, Antiquarian was not able to get that. Seichu definitely taking full advantage of the situation. Does go for the blink, does get the down. Antiquarian not able to flywheel or use the stick. And a very, very fast down after what looked like a great start for the survivors. All of a sudden, right back into Seichu's favor.
So we do see the Cypher progress. I mean, it has been quite some time, 2 minutes into this match, but Cypher progress-wise, all of them have been decoded. But it's just that it hasn't been done with that decoding process. So we'll see Wolfie coming for this stun rescue, but Seichu has full view of that stun coming into him, so getting that free hit onto forward. Roxy will try to prolong this kite. That's a flywheel. That's a sticks to use. Let's see.
Nice flywheel to avoid that, but it's only useful if they can continue to kite till Taichung runs out, which are not able to do here. Seichu is able to get the down. I would expect forward to come in to harass here. We need to see somehow some sort of support here if they want to go for forward escape. Looks like forward is not there, so that's just going to be a second time on the rocket chair here, and not too good for Rio. Again, they have to get all 4 survivors out the gate here, or else GH will secure the victory. So it looks like we're going to see Entomologist coming in for the save, but no Titan on this Entomologist. He can actually just go for a farm. I expect him to probably just farm. We're going to try to force this save, prevent this rescue at all from happening.
Yeah, he's trying to stuff it and see, will it be a normal rescue or is it going to be a terror shot? Did it rescue?
It's the rescue.
Rescue. Wow.
Does get the stun. Antiquarian trying to fly with a body block. She can body block the stairs though, but she doesn't do it, but she does get the body block overall here. And it looks like we're gonna see really trying to keep this survivor alive. Lawyer's here as well. You gotta be careful. Lawyer's just gonna give a free hit, so I guess it counts as a body block, but he can just share on the last Cypher. Seichu doesn't mind this at all. He can actually just have the Lawyer as his last kill character instead, and Lawyer does not have borrowed time, which means that if Seichu just tunnels down this Lawyer, he will still guarantee himself most likely at least 1 kill.
So yep, Seichu is very focused on objectives right now, which is a 1 kill, and this is the best, like you mentioned, the best survivor because he doesn't have borrowed time. So both survivors actually are at a standstill right now, 90% each.
Oh, he finds where they're healing.
Oh my goodness, Roxy, will he? Oh my goodness, unable to jump over. And Kid Carry, will he be able to get this rescue though?
He is able to get the rescue, but of course, it is the Antiquarian that is dead on chair, I believe, right? So we're gonna see him go try to get the triple down as well, missing that swing there. He's able to get the ball. Does blink, securing the extra kill here. You can just get the chair here, secure that 1 kill, which means that GH will be victorious in this match. And they will be advancing to the next stage of this competition. Of course, we will play out the rest of this match. Antiquarian is eliminated. Lawyer is now placed on the rocket chair for the 2nd time, and oh no, he's actually just gonna camp the Cypher, really trying to go for this 4 kill, looks like.
And yeah, when all of that was happening, that triple don't happen, forward is still trying to come towards this area, so really unfortunate. And yeah, Kid Carry is still on the ground. The only person that used his self-heal is the Lawyer. Lawyer will be helping Antiquarian to stand up. And both of them are actually almost out of everything, all the equipment that they need. And forward will be downed as of yet.
Yeah, they're just gonna go ahead and stop to heal up. Seichu definitely wants to try to pressure this Cypher. Looks like he's gonna go try to find where they're healing. He doesn't actually see them. I think he just share the forward. When survivors heal up, you want to chair, so that way you can pressure them to stop healing and come for the rescue. And then if survivors are decoding, you want to not chair. You want to leave them slugged and then pressure the last Cypher. So because they're healing, it's better to chair, although they are able to prime this. Can you cut out the rescue from a distance here? It looks like it's going to be Lawyer coming for the save. Lawyer doesn't have borrowed time. So Seichu gets this early hit. He can't flywheel through here. Doesn't flywheel. So if Lawyer gets hit before the rescue, you want to borrow time. It has to be forward to take that. It is forward to take the hit. Of course, Lawyer would not have the borrowed time there, so nice job from the forward to take that body block.
And yeah, forward still has a little bit of ball to work with, but Seichu with that speed though. Oh, missing that
beautiful
swing.
football, but he does get the down there. Beautiful football play to avoid the swing, but he can actually just change to lawyer here if he wants to go for an extra kill. Again, GH has already secured this, so at this point it's not really too important, but you know, Seichu just of course we don't see Seichu play as much here on this GH team, so he definitely he's definitely trying to show us what he can do here, right? And let's see what he is able to do. Trying to find this this lawyer hiding out here. Looks like he's not able to do so though, and he'll probably just go back and share this forward. As Ford does still self heal, is able to use the self heal, but yeah, just trying to stay alive as much as possible here. Should be able to secure this down onto the forward, and no longer has self heal, so you can of course change targets here and look for somebody else, as there's no fear in that forward getting back up.
And yeah, we do see that Lawyer is trying to make a run for that gate that carries Ed right now. Does not have anything to work with, but have flywheel, so we'll see whether that will be put into use. Trying to force cat carry out, which that is the case, and let's see the Tinnitus being popped up already. He knows that White is here. Forward does not have any self heal, so we just need to wait here. I mean, if he doesn't come,
he's actually just gonna go for it here. He's gonna vault this. Has flywheel. I feel like he should have vaulted and ran towards the gate, and then flywheeled past him with that speed boost, but he actually didn't do it. He actually drops into the Night Watch here, and White's actually going to go down, so White losing. Seichu trying to be fancy here. Unfortunately, it did not work out. He does have Blink. That is going to secure the down here. Yeah, I think White could have actually just ran straight for the gate there and flywheeled past the Night Watch to potentially go for it. That would have been their best chance of making it out, but missed opportunity there. Either way, GH still able to secure the win. And it is going to be GH moving on in this competition to the next stage of the winners bracket. Rio moving down to the losers bracket here.
Yeah, congratulations to GH once again. We do have server side Kun, the little boy, Jiao Kan. We do have Seichu from our screens, but we do know that God J played BO1 and 2 as well. Amazing stuff that we're seeing here. Don't expect anything less from GH, of course. And yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, the 10-0 lead from the BO1, there was nothing that Rio could really come back from there onwards. So good job, well done, of course. And right now we do have the 4 confirmed winners in the upper bracket and the people in the lower brackets as well. So yeah, we're gonna look into the stats in a bit, but for you guys, the 4 teams that's in the upper bracket right now is FT, Utopia, Idol, and GH. Sorry, I was lagging in the brain for a little bit. And Nor. And then for lower brackets, we do have Nor, ADM, ST, as well as Rio in the lower brackets. So I think we're gonna have that brackets probably in our before we end things off for today. So I think any highlights you like to mention about that match, or something that could have gone differently that might have potentially helped them win that match instead?
Yeah, definitely a strong start from GH. Obviously, the first down in the first round was actually pretty quick, but then that Toy Merchant support was really important to keep that kite alive as long as possible. And of course, they were able to turn it into a 4 escape because Death Roll did leave that survivor on the ground. And then also in the Hunter side from Gajay, able to get a 4 elimination as well. So GH with a very strong start. And then in the second round, the Sacred Heart pick, GH was able to capitalize on that survivor-sided map. So was Rio, but not to a point where they were able to get a 4 escape. They did unfortunately fall a little short on that elbow pad play. That was a big game changer there for sure. That would have given a potential opening to possibly make a comeback against GH. And then in this last round, Seichu able to get a 3 elimination. Very strong here for sure. Again, Seichu Hunter that we don't really see get as much playtime, of course, but when he does come out, has been quite strong and is really kind of showing to everybody watching and to this GH team that, you know, I'm here to play as well, and definitely could see more of him in the future.
And congratulations to GH once again. Amazing stuff that we're seeing here. And Eli, before we get into this, potential MVPs.
You know, it's kind of hard to say. The GH survivors, of course, did play very well. I think if it went to a survivor, it would probably go to
Neru?
It's tough. I mean, the Toy Merchant support in the first round was very good though, so I feel like that was a big game changer, but I feel like probably not enough for MVP. And And then Gajay did have a good hunter round in the first round, but then not a very strong one in the second round. So it's hard to say. I mean, the entire GH team had their ups and downs, but they all played well in the long run. So I'm not really sure overall who would potentially receive MVP here. It's hard to say for sure.
Yeah, it's indeed very hard to say, but looking at this match results, a huge win for GH 17-5. So, yeah, it just really comes to see, like, they're here to play, they're here to win, and Rio-wise, of course, it's not the end for them. They do have the lower brackets, and people who are supporting them, of course, they need the encouragement, of course, that they need. And next week-wise, of course, we do still have the live stream for IVC, and the people, the people that's gonna be, well, we still saw. But looking at the MVP, we do have Gotjay with that breaking will in BO1 second half, with that 4 elimination. So 1 remaining ciphers, elimination 3, and yeah, amazing stuff from Gotjay. Anything you have to highlight about Gotjay today, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, just overall, obviously the first round was very strong. I definitely think the survivor side of GH could have gotten a potential MVP here, because of course Gajay getting the 4 kill in that first round wasn't really that important for the overall outcome. As long as GH wins that round, they would have been okay. In that case, they did win that round. Gajay just securing it with that, obviously only needed 1 kill, was able to get more there. But I definitely think it's the GH, obviously excellent job to Gajay here with that that 4 elimination in the first round. Very strong breaking wheel gameplay, which is not something we get to see every day, so it's nice to see the breaking wheel come out. But I definitely think we have to highlight the GH survivors here. Very strong overall. We saw a 4 escape in the first round, 3 escape in the second round. Definitely think that the survivors are the overall MVP. And yeah, probably Nerkun with that prospector, very strong as well. Toy Merchant support, just very good teamwork in general. The Entomologist B support too. Yeah, definitely both factions putting in the work here for GH for sure.
So, yeah, I mean, we usually see like one side supporting the other, but for GH is both factions supporting one another. It's perfect synergy from both sides. So if one side is not having a good condition for one day, the other side will push for more. So amazing stuff we're seeing from GH. And looking at today's results, we do have Idol versus ST with a 16-16. It was prolonged to a BO3 overtime. Ultimately, Idol winning by time with that win. And then for GH versus Rio, we do have 17-5, prolonged to a BO3 first half with a 2-0 win. So Idol and GH will move forward in the upper brackets with ST and Rio at the lower brackets. So
yep.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I was looking at the live chat. Yeah, thank you guys though, I mean, for having us. I mean, you know, today has been a long day, but glad you're here with us. And yeah, looking at the brackets wise, FT will be versing UTP, Utopia. For their first match, Idol will go against GH. This is gonna be huge, alright? Idol versus GH. And then next one will be having Nor versus ADM. That'll be the third one. And then for ST versus Rio for the 4th match. So pretty exciting ones, I would say. Eli, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so FT versus Utopia, the winner of that, of course, will secure themselves a spot in the top 4. The winner of Idol versus GH will secure themselves a spot in the top 4. And then the losers of both of those games will have to work their way up through the losers bracket against these other teams as well. So Nora versus ADM and ST versus Rio. Very excited to see what ST can bring to the table. We saw against a very strong team like Idol, they were able to completely tie things up after 4 rounds. And the only reason they lost was because of a difference of like 2 minutes in terms of time when it came down to timing in the last round. So definitely excited to see if ST could potentially be sort of like a dark horse in this tournament, an underdog team to come out of nowhere and really take this tournament by surprise. We do see, of course, FT versus Utopia. Winner of that will secure themselves in the top 4. That's very important. Idol versus GH as well. And then after that, Noir versus Stadium. That will be next week's matches for Saturday. We will have 3 more following that on Sunday, right, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to be, of course, the decider of which teams will be advancing to the offline stage, which will occur 2 weeks after next weekend, so 3 weeks from now. So yeah, make sure you guys are staying tuned for that as well. That will be, of course, the offline stage. The top 4 teams will go to that.
Yep. And do take note that the time is in UTC +7, so it's GMT +7. For people in Thailand, Vietnam, that's gonna be your timing. But for people like me, GMT +8 time zone, it will be an hour afterwards, GMT +8. All right. So do take note of the timing. Don't be too early for it. Don't be too late for it. Just be there on time, and we will see you once again. But
if you're from Europe or from the US, then look it up because I have no idea.
Yeah, that's gonna be a huge
no idea what that
change.
time changes to. That's good luck with that. I think in the US it's like no, not even gonna try because I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah, just look it up.
Yeah, but it has been a pretty long day. We started today at 5 p.m. GMT +7. So right now it's 10 already. So it's been about
5.5 hours, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's about 5 hours. So yeah, do take your rest as well. Tomorrow is gonna be Monday. If you guys have work, school, go for it. If there's nothing, just rest well and hydrate yourself, drink up. We'll see you guys again next week. And also, we would be really happy to see if you guys have any certain like predictions wise or any thoughts on these teams, of course. Yeah. So coming into this, Eli, anything you like to say about today or maybe next week?
Yeah, overall, just thank you everyone for watching, of course. And next week will be very exciting. It comes down to the winners of those teams. It's really come down to the wire between these teams here. Of course, GH and Idol, and then FT and Utopia looking in pretty good spots right now, but anything could change. And of course, the losers bracket teams will try to work themselves into the top 4. So again, thank you so much everybody for watching today. We're gonna go ahead and sign out for now. We will of course be back next weekend, then a 2 weeks break, and then the playoffs, top 4 offline after that. So again, thank you guys so much for watching today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Very close matches today, and we will see you all next week.
Bye.